battles on the track. Speed that pushes the limits. Racing against the clock. This is where drivers test their skill, endurance, and courage. Welcome to the heart-pounding world of auto racing, where every second counts. This is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, bringing real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello, everyone, and welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio, presented by Parts Badger. And now taking a look at Mid-Ohio sports car course, courtesy of Google Earth. This clockwise circuit, about 2.4 miles the distance. As we head down the front straightaway here, medium speed going through turn number 1, under the bridge and into turn number 1, and then onto this short section which takes us into the bus stop chicane for the club course, the pro course, straight on, taking us into the keyhole and downhill. Now onto that long back stretch with a bit of a dog leg there in the middle. There's the flag stand for the pro drivers. And then it's down to turn number 4 with China Beach directly ahead to catch the cars who don't make the corner. Up a steep hill towards 5, then plunging downhill into turn 6. Back up the hill again as we head into the section of the course called Madness. And it's a steep climb up turn number 9 to crest with maybe a little bit of wheel spin there as the cars get a little loose, heading down through Thunder Valley into that high commitment corner 11. Then it's round turn 12, the carousel, as the track tightens up towards 13, takes us back onto the front straightaway. And that is a lap around Mid-Ohio sports car course. 2.4 miles is the distance, 13 corners, and that's what Champ Car teams will be enjoying this weekend. And welcome, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Kyle Lockrow here with us again today, and Les Epps in the pits. Paul Belton, your host. Good morning, Kyle.
Good morning, Paulie. Good morning, Champ Car Nation. Yeah. We are back.
We are back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, our annual return for an 8+7. That's 8 hours of endurance road racing on this epic racetrack in Mansfield, Ohio. And we're going to be running the pro course this weekend. Kyle, I pushed for the club course with our race director, and she agreed with that initially, but then the word came back, we're not going to be able to do that. So it's the pro course this weekend, both days. It's going to make things a little bit harder on the Miatas. Sorry, guys. We're going to have to find some pace someplace else, unfortunately.
They'll find a way to do it. The nice thing is with Mid-Ohio, with the speeds that we do carry here, you can draft down the straightaways. So best recommendation from a driver's standpoint of a Miata, find a faster car, get in behind him, and let him pull you on the straightaway. And then where you have the advantage through the technical part of the course, you'll be able to take advantage of it and just kind of ebb and flow with the faster cars to keep pace.
Yeah, we got quite a few teams that showed up this weekend for this event, and Maxxis Tires here this weekend, one of the manufacturer representatives. He'll be joining us later today on the show. Make sure you don't miss that interview, because you know it's rare that we have tire manufacturers come to races and want to talk to us. They want to know what the drivers are looking for, what the teams want. They want to interact with us, and so they are here today to talk with us about the Maxxis tire. So it's pretty cool.
Absolutely. It's great. Maxxis has been to a few of our events this year. I know we spoke to one of the representatives at Watkins Glen, and this weekend we have Mr. John Wu, who, as Paulie stated, will be joining us later in the broadcast, and we look forward to it. And I know they were pinging teams hard in the garage yesterday with the impending tire rule that comes into effect starting in 2026. Teams are definitely going to be leaning on some of these tire manufacturers to find what combination will work with them to meet the process for what will happen for next year. So I know they're looking to get some data and figure some things out. So, but we appreciate Maxxis being here. I know the teams do. And I think it just shows the depth that ChampCar has, the fact that they want to get that information for further development.
Well, Kyle, it is the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio, presented by Parts Badger. They are here in full force with both of their machines. Looking forward to a great day of racing, a great weekend of racing. No rain on tap, supposedly.
Well,
But there was some rain this morning, which I loved when I was trying to turn on all the cameras this morning. It was great.
yeah, it's always fun when you wake up and you leave the hotel first thing in the morning and you're driving to the track and all of a sudden the precipitation starts. And that kind of sets the tone a little bit for the day, but it looks like it is tapering off. It is very overcast here at the track, which will provide for some great racing, and it lets these cars and engines and pieces of machinery operate at max because then they're not overheated and taxed too much. And it's also a little bit better on the drivers because that it allows them to not necessarily have to rely so much on the cool suits. You still want to make sure you're properly hydrated, but then you don't have to worry as much about the overheating factor. So this is good weather. Obviously, we want to see the sunshine, but hopefully it'll break through later in the day.
Well, yeah, it's much easier on the drivers in these conditions, and so they're going to be able to maintain focus throughout the event and really just have a great weekend of racing, and that's really what we're here for. Waiting to release the cars from the pits. It looks like Fetterhund actually on pole as they are. Oh, wait a minute. No, maybe there's another car or two ahead of them, but very close to the front of the field as we're getting ready to release them. And here they go, now pulling onto the race course for the first time today. We had a practice day yesterday, and so the teams got a chance to get out here and stretch their legs and get a feel for this racetrack, knock off some of that ring rust, Kyle, and I'm a fan of that. I know some of the team owners aren't that fond of practice days because of the attrition it can cause, but it's kind of a give and take, isn't it? I mean, we go to a place like Daytona and we have cautions frequently because the cars aren't wrung out, and then but then you have the cars that come here and they have a chance to test the cars, and hopefully they catch anything that might not be quite right with the car.
I think practice is always beneficial. I think especially for drivers that don't race with us on a regular basis, it lets them knock the rust off, as you just stated, but also it gives those teams that final nut and bolt check as they get ready for the race weekend. The doubleheader weekends are a little easier because Saturday can kind of be your test bed to where you can wring it out a little bit Sunday, but also there's kind of a catch to that because you don't want to throw away unnecessary and valuable points, especially as we start approaching that championship, because it's determined this year at VIR in December. It's not going to be determined the following season. So you want to make sure that you take advantage of it. But I think it's just kind of a mixed bag through the Champ Car garage and paddock. But it's beneficial, and the prepared teams know how to handle it. They know how to prep their drivers to not overstep. And I think we'll see the practice day be beneficial, and it always is. Maybe one of these days we'll get one at Daytona.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. But it's kind of a give and take. This is an amazing racetrack. Lots of undulation out here, and we can see we've got 901 Motorsports is here. TCM is here, Marathon Coach, with their
lot of
two
big
entries.
Teams, a lot of heavy hitters. Open Throttle's here, TLM, David Twatty's guys. We've got the Rad Air guys back, your 24-hour B-Class winners. Got 4 Neons in the race this go around here at Mid-Ohio. 90 Racing's back with Robin Banks guys. We know they're always quick when they come here. We've got a lot at Brew Crew's back again. They've been strong this year. Stroke and Checks, they're back again. They put on a pretty good showing last year. And like you said, TCR, Team Salins is with us this weekend. I mean, we've got a lot of big boy teams. Williams Racing, your A-Class winner from the 24 at VIR. So to break it down a little bit, folks, we have 65 entries this weekend.
And don't forget Team Salins is here. And they are a strong competitive force here at this racetrack, as you said, as well as 90racing.com. There's several Boxsters in the field. Cone Crushers is one of them.
MDR as well.
A Boxster, so there's that Boxster threat that's in the field too this weekend. So
And we know those Boxsters are heavy in the C-Class, so as we continue to watch the field pace through turn 9 on the first of probably 2 pace laps, they'll come by the start-finish line, they'll do a transponder check with timing and scoring, they'll make sure everything looks good. This is our fun camera that we were really excited about coming through to turn 10 into Thunder Valley. We kind of took a little bit of the digger cam from back in the Fox Sports days and wanted to put our own spin on it, and hopefully this will get us some good action, and hopefully it doesn't become a casualty at the end of the race this weekend. But we have 10 different manufacturers represented this weekend. We have 26 BMWs leading the way, which is no surprise, with C-Class, 15 from Mazda, 7 from Porsche. Honda, Ford, and Dodge have 4 apiece. Chevrolet with 3, Acura, Pontiac, and Volkswagen each have 1 entry. And then our oldest is the 1971 from American Express, the Grand Funk Prix. Make sure you add funk with it this weekend.
Love it.
They were working on getting that thing ready to go. And then the newest entry that we have is one of the open throttle BMWs. It's a 3 Series. It's 2016. So very, very wide gap of cars allowed in Champ Car. We always talk about that. We have 6 car classes this weekend represented. C-Class leading the way as usual with with 26 C-Class cars with between the BMWs and Porsches and whatnot. We have 11 A-Class cars, 12 B, 2 in D, 2 in F-Class, and 11 EC cars.
Yeah, so plenty on tap this weekend for you. Hope you're having a fantastic weekend as we get started racing here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Lots of racing opportunities for us remain in the season. So if you couldn't make it to Mid-Ohio this weekend, well, we hope you'll make it to join us for another race soon. And if you're just tuning in, it is the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, presented by Parts Badger. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps down in the pits, bringing you all of the race action this weekend.
So if you're new to racing or new to Champ Car, you'll see the cars moving back and forth across the racetrack. And a lot of people always ask, why do they look like they're dancing? Well, what you're doing is you're trying to get heat in the tires as we're on board with 90 Racing. So what you'll try to do is you'll move the car, you'll turn the wheel back and forth. You want to try to get heat all the way across the tire, all the way across the contact patch to get it up to an optimal temperature to where you get maximum grip out of the tire. And then for some of your front-wheel drive cars, you'll see them kind of lunge forward a little bit. They try to spin the tires to get a little bit more heat in them. Sometimes with those rear-wheel cars, it takes a little longer for the rear tires. But with the rear-wheel drive cars, you'll see them kind of, the MDR Boxster in front of us, you see him kind of going back and forth left to right. He's getting heat in the front tires, and then you'll see the cars lunge forward and then get on the brakes really, really quickly. So what they're doing is spinning the rear tires, trying to get heat in the rears to where they can get off the corner, and then they'll get on the brake pedal to make sure they get the brakes up to optimal temperature so they can get to a stopping point to get into the corners and not end up in the kitty litter at China Beach.
I figured they were just showing off.
Well, they're doing that too, but I think there's a little bit of a purpose. Now, with Derek, with Brew Crew right here, he might be showing off a little bit. He tends to move around. I remember at VIR, he very much is active in there. He's not just warming up the car, he's warming up Derek. So,
yeah, that's not a bad idea to get a feel for the racetrack and get a sense for where the grip level is.
And it's going to be a little bit cold this morning till the ambient comes up a little bit. The track is probably going to be a little bit slick till they get some rubber laid down. So first little bit, you kind of want to tiptoe around, really figure out where the limits are. And then as you get a little bit of the temperatures up to where they need to go, I think you'll start to see the times come down and the pace pick up a little bit.
Well, we're freshly paved out here, and they did change some of the profiling a little bit, perhaps of turn number 3 or 4, that is, heading at China Beach. So the track has changed a little bit. It's very green. Again, we had a little bit of rain this morning, but probably not enough to really affect the racetrack. It dried very quickly. It didn't rain for very long. And so what the teams are facing now is a track very similar to yesterday, but it's cooler. You know, it's relatively cool outside right now. I'd say it's probably around, 50, 55 degrees. So it's relatively cool outside. And and obviously overcast. But I don't think that's going to stop us too much. And we're green here at Mid-Ohio. That's the start of the race right there. 8 hours of endurance road racing here at Mid-Ohio. Cars head down into turn number 1 for the first time.
Big move by Velocity in the 412. Got a big jump on some cars coming out of turn 13 as they came past our booth.
90racing.com, right on the heels of Ben's car. That's the Bavarian Mustache Works BMW. So 2 of our camera cars dicing it out right now for position.
You could see 90 Racing, the guys moving around. They were trying to get through. You want to try to take advantage of, big outbraking maneuver there on one of the 944s as he works through turn number 1. You want to try to take advantage of the start the best you can until drivers kind of wake up a little bit. It's a good opportunity, as with guys on cold tires. If your driver's brave enough and you can do it, you can get by some guys and get into a solid position for later in the race.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I do. I attack when everybody else is unsettled.
But you see right there too, Paulie, we're talking about the grip. He came off there. Now that's a front-wheel drive car in that Civic, but he came off of there, and you saw him even having to chase the back end of the car, and that's not normal for a front-wheel drive piece. So that tells you that track is a little bit slick at the moment. Just got to get that rubber laid down. A big outbraking maneuver there into 4. So what Paulie was talking about with the profile is in China Beach, which is the turn 4 combination he's going through right now, turn 4-5. What they did is there was an accident here a few years ago, and there have been some accidents where cars have gotten airborne coming off of that because there was 4 degrees of banking that leads into the China Beach gravel pit. What they did is they lowered it from 4 degrees to 2 degrees to try to prevent that. If a car goes off, less chance of an airborne. The biggest one everybody will remember is the IndyCar event with Simon Pagenaud with that, where thankfully he walked away. But I think that pretty much was like, okay, we need to do something. And we haven't heard anything big from the teams this weekend. It looks like it's working for them. I think the drivers will just have to adjust to having 2 degrees less to lean on through turn 4.
Yeah, on board with one of the Parts Badger machines, the number 630, as they work their way through this very busy section of the racetrack. Thunder Valley will come up here, brake, turn in, go back to power, which is really the theme for much of this racetrack. Not as much shifting as some of the other racetracks. A lot of brushing the brakes, dive in, go back to power, through the carousel. Back onto the front straightaway here with Parts Badger. And starting that first lap. So down to the bridge, just touch the brakes and lean in. Back to power here. Chasing down one of the other Miatas. That might be Martini. Nope. We'll come down. You can see without that bus stop, it's just a straight shot down into the keyhole.
And you see a lot of the brake lights there. A little bit just with the overcast conditions, it's going to be a little bit different for some of these cameras. So there may be a little bit of interference. So just
well, and you see here, there's a little bit of red at the exit now. They've added a little bit.
Like we got a stalled car there. It looks like that might be the 790.
Well, they've added a little bit of cement now at the exit of the keyhole, which I am extremely happy about, because that's probably the one part of this racetrack where didn't quite have enough pavement for my liking. And now that they've added that, the Polster's happy. You can see, look at that gaggle of cars rushing down into turn number 4 as they head up the hill.
Yeah, that is a high-speed brake zone right there going into 4 as you see one of the cars making an outbraking maneuver. Nicely executed, clears, getting into the corner. Well, we thought he was. I don't think he got in there. I think he overslowed for the corner a little bit. But it's deceiving that way because you want to slow down. You want to make sure you roll the corner. But sometimes I think drivers are forgetting that they don't have as much to lean on, so you can't carry as much speed through there. And I think drivers are still trying to get used to that as we see one of the Rad Air Neons chasing down. It looks like one of the BMWs in front. So it's strung out here toward the back part of the pack as we see the cars coming up over turn 9, headed out of Madness and into Thunder Valley.
Well, we know that this racetrack was notorious for being incredibly slippery in the wet. But now with the new surface that's been put down, that they've given that up. And that's made a lot of drivers happy. because it was treacherous before. That's all changed now.
Yeah, this place has a ton of grip. I mean, this place had decent amount of grip before the repave, but we all know that when any type of moisture prior to that, it was an absolute bear to deal with. It looks like one of the...
Going to caution.
Oh.
So we've got caution condition heading down into that turn number 4 there, Kyle. Maybe we'll see on one of the cameras what the story is.
When just a few moments ago, we had a camera on board, and it looked like there was a BMW stalled to the right just before the kink, the turn 3 portion. And I think it was the 790 BMW. They might have gotten it rolling, but maybe I'm mistaken.
Well, the camera was kind of janky right there, too. So
yeah.
It may not have been stopped, but we definitely have a caution now being flown in that corner at turn number 3, which is right where that flag stand is.
So where the flag stand he's talking about, there's...
Oh, there it is.
There, yep,
it looks like the same car, Kyle.
Okay.
Down there in turn number 4.
So it looks like the driver attempted to get off the track right there. There's kind of a cutout where some of the safety vehicles can get to, and it looks like that he probably just ran out of juice before he was able to get to hiding. So, but an attaboy to the driver for finding the hole to get off there, because this should be a pretty quick, as long as there's no fluid on the racetrack, this should be a pretty quick yellow.
Yeah, it looks like he just pulled off to the side of the racetrack there, heading towards turn number 4. This is towards the end of the backstretch. It's right after the kink there on that backstretch.
So what I was saying just a few moments ago about that, you'll come down that back straightaway, and there's the kink that you're seeing. It looks like one of the Camaros coming through, or one of the cars coming through down the back, and where the safety cars are coming out. And then you'll get over to the left side of the track, and then you'll want to start to get on the brakes as soon as possible, because as you can see, it's a little bit of a downhill as you get deeper into the brake zone. And then you want to make sure that you're fully set up to turn into turn 4, and then you have to get yourself prepared, because that's a quick combination through 4 all the way to madness. It's a lot of quick changes in direction, left, right, in different ways. So the driver's really got to place himself, because if you miss turn 4, it messes up your rhythm all the way up to 7. So you really want to make sure you do it correctly. And once you do, you don't forget it. And if you do it correctly, you can really make some time through there. That's where you're going to see the strength of the Miatas, that where they may get beat on the straightaways a little bit with by the faster cars, they'll really haul the mail through, right? But they'll really haul the mail through there, and they can go a little bit farther into those brake zones and carry that momentum through the corner, and that's where you're really going to see those guys shine.
Yeah, I mean, we race this track in iRacing, and when we pull that bus stop out, the Miatas are sitting ducks. I mean, they cannot compete without that extra chunk through that section of the racetrack. So they're going to be suffering a little bit. They suffer a little bit in real life here too, I suspect. But yeah, with that new profiling and of course the new surface of the racetrack. Now, one of the nice things about a fresh surface of the racetrack is if it were to rain, which I don't believe is on the schedule for this weekend, but if it did, there really is no racing line. You can break mid-track. You can ride the racing line. You can do whatever you want. So that is one of the benefits of a fresh surface, and we know the grip level out here is improved from what we had before too. So lots of benefits here at Mid-Ohio to be out here this weekend.
So looking at our forecast on the day, Paulie, right now it's about 56 degrees, and it's supposed to get up to about the time we take the checkered, it should be just short of 70 degrees. Sun is expected to start popping out about 1 o'clock, maybe a little before. Not seeing any rain chances. It looks like the percentage is very low. Humidity's up a little bit, and then we don't have to worry about any sunset because we are going to be checkered today by 4:15 p.m. So it looks like we're going to have a great day for a motor race, as Doc would say.
As Doc would say, Purple 35, that brings all the cars down to 35 miles per hour in place. So if you're familiar with Formula One, just think... what do they call it? Safety car, the virtual safety car. And we're under yellow because we had a car that was stranded over around turn number 4. Looks like they've picked that car up, so should be getting back to racing here quickly. Oh, no, I still see from one of our other cameras they're still working on that scene. Yeah, they must be having some trouble picking up that car. Now, if there's oil down, if it's leaking, they're going to want to put it on a flatbed because they wouldn't want anything leaking on the racetrack as they pull it. So that might be part of the delay. So just getting underway here for the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio, presented by Parts Badger. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Want to thank everybody for tuning in and watching today. It's going to be a great race. Really looking forward to it. We've got so many very strong and teams that have done a lot of winning out here. One of the winningest drivers, probably the winningest driver in Champ Car, Andrew Johnson's here racing in their 90racing.com car. And of course, Team Salins is out here as well. So, welcome, Nancy and Axel. Good morning, everybody. Bill, good morning.
Axel, this is actually an 8-hour race today, and then tomorrow we'll do a 7.
Yep. So 8 hours of continuous endurance road racing today. 7 tomorrow's on the schedule. And that's pretty common for Champ Car. We do a 24-hour race at VIR. In fact, that was the last race that we did a broadcast from just last month. But most of our races are 2-day races, an 8 and a 7. We have some 14-hour races we do certain weekends. We have 12s that we do. And so we got a nice mixture of races, of different types of weekend racing that we do. And we're all over the United States. We got some exciting news coming out for next year's schedule already, and that'll be coming out soon.
Yeah, it was a big topic of discussion in the garage yesterday. I was talking to some teams, getting what their agenda was for the weekend, any fun news and rumors and all kinds of gossip in the paddock and garage area, just telling stories. And everybody, we were talking about the schedule, and I was asking a few of the guys, well, where are you guys thinking about running next year? And they said, well, we haven't seen the schedule yet. And I said, well, there's always a couple that we know are going to be there. I said, but we have heard rumor about some new places. We've heard rumor about some places potentially we may be going back to that we haven't been to in a long time. And I kind of just was trying to pick the brain on a wish list, and nobody really gave me anything definitive. And then I was stirring the pot a little bit more because, I'm a broadcaster. And I said, well, where would you like to see the 24 if we didn't have it go back to VIR, let's say? Because I think that was something that Mike was telling us about when we had him in the booth. And I know a couple people had a few places in mind that they'd like to see it, a couple off-the-wall places. I don't know if it would happen, but it was kind of a unique thing. So I think there's a lot of speculation to see where everything ends up, and when that schedule comes out, it should be good. Good morning, Paul. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. If you get a chance, make sure you guys share this out with all of your friends, family, everybody that can and wants to tune in today and see some great racing. Add us to your calendar for the first full weekend of September. Hard to believe it's already September.
Yep. We've got lots of racing remaining this year, and we'll be broadcasting from Pittsburgh International Race Complex, Road America, Virginia International, Sebring. What else am I forgetting here? I don't know.
Well, we've also got the Race Right is sponsoring the next event that we unfortunately won't be covering at the end of September, but that is the 8 plus 7 hour, the doubleheader weekend at Harris Hill. That'll be our second trip there for the series this year. And thank you to Patrick and Patricia and everybody with Race Right for sponsoring the Gauntlet Come and Take It presented by Race Right event. And there's spots available. If you're interested after Mid-Ohio, make sure you sign up for that one. But yes, to what Paulie said, we'll be for the Beaver River Grand Prix at Pit Race. Paulie and I will be there, and Les as well. We'll cover that event, and then we'll cover the Landjager Cup event doubleheader weekend up at Road America. I think I said that right. But on the same weekend, if you don't want to come all the way up to Road America. We will have another doubleheader going on, the Amped Up Duels at Atlanta Motorsports Park that same weekend down in Atlanta, so in Dawsonville if you like to go down there. If you're there, make sure you say hi to Ron and Marshall and everybody with Discovery Parts, one of our sponsors for the series, as they're based out of the complex there. And then the championship race, the Winter Classic 8+7 Park Firm event for the championship at VIR. On the full course we're running, not the North Course, the full course this time. And then we'll round it out on December 28th for the Sebring New Year's Eve 14-hour, and Paulie and Les and I will be down there soaking up the sun and enjoying being away from the cold of north.
Yeah, and Hans, I don't have that in there. There was a time when I could pull up all of the stats. It doesn't look like I can get to that anymore. All of that is done in tech. So they decide, how many laps you're going to be penalized, and if you're going to be penalized, and you want to run EC, do you want to run C-Class, what do you want to do? And so, yeah, if you're seeing some that are down several laps, most likely it's because they took laps because of the point value on their car. But I don't have the data on it. Sorry to say.
Best thing you can do if you have a question, you could reach out to either Matt or Jimmy or somebody tech related, and they could probably give you a little bit more clarification on that that we can't.
Yeah, because we're idiots. We're just the media guys.
We just run our mouths and stir up gossip. Yeah, we're not with all that technical stuff. And when we drive, they just tell us how many laps we got to help make up it from the start.
It says official on our backs, but I really don't know why. It should.
They really should change that, because then when they come up and try to ask us, what about this and the rule and laps, and we're like, you got to go talk to the wrong person. So it looks like they got the 790 running. It might have been that car. It might not have been that car. Because I just saw it come down the front straightaway. So
I wonder if something else happened down there.
I wonder.
Maybe they're spending an awful lot of time down there, so maybe there was some damage that was done to maybe they hit something. I don't know. Looks like they are trying to load the car. Maybe
there
just
was
having
another
trouble
car
getting it picked up. Yeah, it could be.
And of course, all these cameras we bring, and it's right where we can't get a shot of who it is. But I think I saw the driver out of the car a short time ago. So I saw him get into the truck, and they are putting it on a flatbed. So I wonder if it locked up with transmission where maybe they can't move it or roll it.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a shame. Less than 30 minutes into the race. But the good thing is there's time to fix it, and you've got tomorrow. That's the beauty of a doubleheader weekend. Mr. Nolan Feathers waiting his turn. He is an Ohio native and always Champ Car faithful. It's good to see him back.
Yep. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
He's got to make sure the hair's all right.
Okay, Les. We got you. As we're still under caution here.
There we go. We got Nolan out here.
How's it going?
So, Nolan, who are you driving for this weekend?
The number 980 Tag Racing Miata, which
Okay.
we're ready to go by here shortly. Right there we are.
Nice.
Yeah, the car's pretty good. We had a great test day yesterday. Had a little bit of trouble with lower ball joint failure, and thanks to our competitors from There's No Z in Miata, or Mazda I should say, we got a replacement and we're back on track. So we're racing up against the Neon.
F-Class, yeah?
Yeah, we got perfect weather, and it's going to be a great day.
So, Miata, you're a notorious spec Miata guy, so...
Yeah, I've driven my fair share of Miatas, so it's nothing new.
So this is your second race this year? Third race this year?
Second race.
Okay, yeah, because you were at an NCM. You were doing some work out there in the rain. I remember that.
Yeah, that was tricky, but it's always fun. I mean, it's just dealing with the elements and just driving around them and whatnot, so... Yeah,
that's awesome.
No, happy to be here.
Excellent. Well, glad to have you, man. Good to always see your smiling face and everything. This guy's ready. He's ready to get back in it, and he's going to toss it over to Spence, and it'll be good.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Heck yeah. We'll see you soon, man.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Les. Appreciate that. With that, we're going to take a quick commercial break and be back in just a few minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for the Fast Parts Grand Prix in Mid-Ohio. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Junior are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps them find a deal on the right parts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, the Fast Parts Grand Prix, presented by Parts Badger with Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. And one of the cars, it looks like one of the Rad Air cars, slowing significantly, heading down through Thunder Valley. And a lot of smoke getting kicked up we're seeing on other parts of the racetrack. So some dramas out there as red air is just crawling.
That smoke looks kind of blue. I don't mean to speculate, but I wonder if she might have given up the ghost already this weekend, Paulie.
Yeah, it could be as they come into the carousel here. Not seeing any smoke here, but boy, that was a lot of smoke.
Car looks like it's made it to pit road. From what I could tell, or it looks like it's still creeping there. I can't really, kind of hard to see at this point.
I'm not showing on our camera just yet.
They've made it to pit road.
13.
I see it, and there is a lot of blue smoke coming out of that car.
Yeah, I think she's hurt.
Oh, no. And that's a shame, too, for those guys. That was your B-class winner from the 24-hour, and they had high hopes this weekend of a really, really good run to try to qualify for that national championship race at VIR in December. So tough break for my buddies at Red Air.
So Sabrin's Autosport leads the way over Velocity Motorsports, No Fru Racing, and then it's Race Right, Silver Bullet. Wow, lots of change for position here. It looks like the standings are getting shaken around. 90racing.com just keeps climbing through the field. They're now up to 4th place with those 2 EC cars removed. So now they're trying to hunt down the Race Right Silver Bullet team. It's one of the Miata teams here this weekend.
And a big outbreak right there by 90 Racing. They can get into those corners hard. And he gained probably about 5 car lengths on Race Right. That's the second car in front. Race Right there, you see him trying to get a draft off that BMW. And then you see the power of this Honda right here. Just pulls to the left. Got a dispense of that Miata, and that's going to move 90 Racing up into the top 5. And that'll actually move them up to 4th in the A-Class. That's not just an overall battle, that's an A-Class battle as well. So remember, folks, this is class racing, so you have the overall, and then you have the races within the race in the classes, respectively. So nice move there by the BMW. 90 Racing's going to go with him. Excellent move right there. Then he's going to try to stay with the BMW up over the hill. You really got to be careful. The car gets light up over there as you head to Madness. You really got to play with the throttle, and especially till it warms up a little bit.
And especially right here as the cars crest the hill. Turn 9 is notorious for cars getting slipped and that find themselves turned around there. There's just not much room left to catch a high commitment turn 11 there as they head to the carousel. You see the brake and the downshift just as he gets to the crest of the carousel. Getting up against that curbing towards the exit, laying down the power as they come back onto the front straightaway, heading towards that left-hander. Turn number 1 at the Firestone Bridge. Off the throttle, dab of the brakes, and he'll turn in and wait for that corner to come to him before he goes back to power.
So you notice a couple corners back, he really poked the nose out, but he didn't make the move. What he did is he pulled out to the left and got the BMW looking, which got him offline by about a half a car length, and that allowed the 90 Racing car to make the move that he did coming into 11 and then be able to get by him headed into 12 and 13.
Yeah, Brew Crew out here this weekend with their cars, and it looks like our clock needs to be reset. I'll have to go back and do that. You can see the cars just piling into the keyhole down there.
Whoa, big braking maneuver right there. One of the BMWs tried to get on the brakes. The car moved very much under braking there. So I wonder if the driver got in too hard, or maybe because they were coming at us. So maybe they were trying to, they thought they could make it. Maybe they didn't, but that looked like the car moved a lot under braking. So.
You can see all of that extra pavement now. It's actually concrete that's been added to the exit of the keyhole, and I'm telling you, man, that is a gift from above right there. I can't be happier that they've put that in there, because everybody would dip tires off of that and put in a rut, and they finally gave us a little extra to drive off of, and that's a good thing.
And us as drivers, any extra room, we'll take advantage of it.
Well, especially the keyhole. It's a relatively tight corner, and you want to get a good run coming out of there. So everybody, well, my dad anyway taught me to diamond that corner, and that's the way I've seen other pro drivers drive it that way too. And so I diamond that corner and try to get kind of a late apex because there just wasn't enough exit for my liking. And now you've got a little bit more track to play with.
And it allows you to be a little more aggressive on the exit to where, and especially if you're side by side with somebody or they're trying to get by you and you want to hold your ground, you have a little more room to hang out there, so you don't necessarily have to just lay back, let's say, and not risk going off there. So it's a good thing to have.
Yeah, nobody wants that. And big smoke over here. Looks like coming through turn 9 there. Don't know what the story is. I don't see a car. But could have been just massive tire lockup that we might have missed. But look at the cloud that's hanging over turn number 9 as the wind gradually carries it across the tree line. I mean, that is fogging for skaters out there.
Yeah, no kidding.
As they come up towards turn number 11.
So Sarburns Autosports continues to lead with Velocity Motorsports behind them, but that is an EC car. So in Champ Car, any of the EC cars are in their own separate class. So Velocity Motorsports in the 412 Civic SI leads the C class, and right now A class has a lockdown of the top 3 with No Foo Racing in the 993 in second in A class, and then 90 Racing to about 2 seconds and change faster, slowly reeling those guys in as we unfortunately this was one of our camera cars. That's Chris Ludwig right there from LMS EFI, Dylan Kuntz from one of the Rad Air drivers and mechanics. They're checking it over very carefully, but usually we put plus 10 horsepower stickers on the cameras to help.
Yeah, that one might not have the plus.
Yeah, I was gonna say that we must have and that's a shame, man, but I hate it for those guys. A lot of heavy racing right here. Here we go.
Yeah, 90racing.com still climbing through the field. They're now in 3rd place overall. They've got Team Salem now beginning to try to hunt them down. Both of them, their fastest lap times a 1:40. Get this, the last lap for these two cars, the gap just 0.6 seconds for the Salem's Porsche to the 90racing.com Honda. They both ran 140s. The 90 Racing runs a 140.6. Team Salem a 140.4. And the Team Salem sister car, the catch-up car, back 1.8 seconds, turns into 140.0. So these three guys are really out there racing hard here early this morning at Mid-Ohio.
Absolutely, and every time we come here, I mean, this is home for the Team Salem's guys. This is their playground. They got a lot of laps around here in various competitions, especially in the IMSA ranks. So the non-makers and the Salens know how to get around here, and if you happen to get in behind them, it's a good car to follow.
Coming through the final turn now, back onto the front straightaway.
So as we're looking at the gap, 90 Racing is within about almost 21 seconds of Sarburns Autosports, and they're slowly reeling those guys in, just lap after lap, just laying down. Last lap of was a 43.12.
Yeah, you can see how close the Salem's Porsches are. I mean, he is just towing these guys around the racetrack.
And that's pretty typical for the Salem's team. What they'll do if they're near each other, those cars will kind of work in tandem together and work through the traffic. So not an uncommon sight to see them working together. Very common sight to see them running in the top 5 at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, and you can see, boy, the Honda's really in the sights of that Porsche Boxster, the mustard car, as they are chasing one another down into turn number 4.
Paulie, last lap they were separated 0.03 of a second. That's nuts. That's crazy to think that. But that just how evenly matched those cars are. I mean, a Honda, a front-wheel drive car to a rear-wheel drive Boxster.
Yeah.
But that also that also speaks volumes about the quality of drivers behind the wheel of those cars too, because it's not just the mechanics of it. The drivers got to know what to do and how to make it go fast too.
Well, we know the 90racing.com team is well driven, as well as the Team Salem's, and all of these guys have won races out here at Mid-Ohio, and it's kind of this is 90racing.com's track that they want to win. This is the place they've got a lot of wins here. And when they come here, they come to win.
Absolutely. They're very good, very fast. It's a proven car. It always shows very well. But the driver lineup that they have a pretty consistent group of guys that run that car, and they don't mess around. Oh, looks like we got MDR off the racetrack in the Boxster. 831. Looks like he's trying to blend back in. Up. One of the coming out of Madness, and that's normal right there. You come through that section getting ready to come uphill. It's a place where contact can happen, or if you get in there under braking and the car's not balanced out yet, you can go for a ride. Looks like it was a no harm, no foul. It got it running, but you got to be careful through there, and that's a blind section, so it's really heads up that he stayed as far left as he could to blend back in.
Yeah, it looks like he's got it going again, so he's back up and running back up at the front of the field here. Back on board with 90racing.com, where the drama is, car getting a little twisted there. One of the Miatas up ahead as we head into this another very highly technical turn here at Mid-Ohio, coming up to the top of the hill here. Wow, mid-tracking it as he heads downhill here. This is some really excellent driving through here. Coming up to turn 9, you can see still some smoke in the air. Looking to get a run down here.
Big run on the Miata right there.
Nice lines down here through Thunder Valley. Go ahead and dive in. He wants to get to that curbing there for 11. Really don't want to be to the outside on 11. It's kind of a no man's land out there. A little wide, but manages to get it tucked in. Getting the power as soon as he can. He's going to use a little bit of a touch of the curb there on the inside as he's back on the front straightaway. Just cannot afford to waste any time here with all of those fast cars right behind him. And you can see the Salen's Porsche is not giving him an inch as they head down towards turn number 1.
And we were talking about Team Salen and 90 Racing. Paulie, 90 Racing has a victory this year. They won the A-Class, or the overall, at Gingerman on Saturday. And they took the A-Class that day. So that car has won this year. They've had success here, but we know they're fast at Gingerman as well. And this has a little bit of a similar layout to Gingerman. So it complements the Honda very, very well. And then also with Salen's, they've got 3 wins this year. And, I mean, that was your Daytona winner. So, I mean, we know
and he gets by.
Got him.
The Salen's, I believe that's the mustard car getting by 90racing.com for position. You saw it here on ChampCar.Live.
But the 90 Racing Honda is not letting him get away. You see he's staying within a couple car lengths.
No, it's a long race. And so, if he doesn't quite have the legs, he's just going to make sure he stays with him as best as he can.
But you'll notice the Salen's car is getting wide off the corner there and using up all that racetrack. You notice the guys in the Honda, they kept it a little bit tighter through there, trying not to abuse that thing early. So we'll see if he can hang with him on the front straightaway. The Salen's got a good opportunity right there to get by some traffic. Honda's on the outside. Looks like he's able to clear him. Now, if he can stay in the tire tracks, may not be able to let him get away too quick.
So Sabrins Autosports leads the way in the 518. Team Salen Mustard in second. 90racing.com in third. Then it's Team Salen Ketchup in fourth. Then it's Nofu Racing, Race Right Silver Bullet, MP Racing. It's your lead B-class car. Then it's Hill House Racing and Loose Lugnets might have been behind them. Oh, we got a little bit of change of positions there. Marathon TLM in 12th, maybe? Looks like our timing and scoring is a little bit confused there. Waiting for that third-party information to get sorted out. Again, the information we give you is third-party. It's not official timing and scoring information. This is just what we're getting back from the third-party vendor. Okay. Oh, we got a car in China Beach.
Looks like he got out.
He got out, yeah.
That looked like one of the Parts Badger cars.
It sure did.
Not sure which one it is. The 6th. Oh.
It looks like it shook our camera loose, too, there, Kyle. And but he managed to get out of it. That had to be a pretty rough ride. As they went down. They took a bit of a ride there through China Beach.
But nice job of getting out of there. And the good thing is even if he ended up through there, you got to stay in the gas to try to get out of there, because if you give up any momentum and you get out of there, you're just going to dig in. And if you try to spin your tires to get out of it, you just dig in harder up to the axles.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that pea gravel, I mean, even when I'm out there in a street car, I don't want to get into it, because unless you have a four-wheel drive or a tractor, you're in trouble. And it's designed to slow the cars down. It's a safety feature so that if you do overcook it, you're less likely to get into a guardrail. And Kyle, this track is surrounded by red guardrail.
Absolutely. It's very similar to Watkins Glen, where it's got that Armco barrier that's a reminder gray or black is good, green is not so good, and red means you didn't do so good.
Okay, he got in a little early here into the keyhole. Again, he's got a little bit of grace here on the outside. And I really think the Indy cars are going to like that too. As he rolls up through the gears, this is the spot where I always check my gauges every lap, but then it's heads up, because this kink doesn't look like much, but it's a lot. And if you're not paying attention, you miss that, you find yourself off the track, and you can see there's not much room of grass to get it gathered back up. It's pretty scary over there. Back up the hill, dab of the brakes, turn in. He wants to be right on the curb there, and back to power here. As he heads downhill, there's a lot of compression, a lot of grip down here. So again, a brush the brakes, back to power, clip the apex, eat some of the yellow curbing on the left if you can.
Gonna try to squeeze in there.
This is a common passing place to sneak down the inside, so you got to watch it as you're coming up into 9 here. Back to power, want to try to straighten the wheel, gets all the exit there. Back up to, now he's into 4th gear again. High commitment left-hander, another common passing place. Puts the guy on the outside really uneasy. The track drops off a little bit there. Now for the carousel, that downshift. Want to get it done before you get over the crest. Otherwise, and it happens at every race, Kyle, there's going to be somebody in the fence out there that got to the brakes too late.
Oh, absolutely. But it invites you to do that. You carry the speed through Thunder Valley. If you brush the brakes and get through 11 pretty good, and you carry that speed, it invites you to want to drive up over that hill, and you think you can I can get on the brakes after the hill, and you really can't, because you don't have a lot of room to work, and you want to get that turn done early, as you stated.
Yeah, well, the car lightens up, and you just don't have the grip you thought you had, and the track suddenly turns.
So I talked to a bunch of drivers yesterday, Paulie, and I was asking a bunch of them, so how'd you guys prep? How'd you get ready for Mid-Ohio? Because a few of them had never been here before, and I was talking to TCR specifically at this point in the day, and one of their drivers, Pat O'Hara, who's never been to Mid-Ohio before, he did a lot of prep on iRacing on the sim, and he said the scan is incredible because it gives you the accuracy of knowing where you're going, but what you don't get a sense of, and even with a motion sim, sometimes you don't get that full effect of the undulation, as you said, and the elevation changes, but also the changes in direction and the feel that this place gives, especially when the track goes away from you, and just knowing what kind of grip level you have corner to corner.
Yeah, definitely iRacing was great for me, learning my way around this racetrack. But as I came back to race here, I started racing here back in the 1980s, but it was really helpful to get a lot of extra laps in on iRacing, but there's just no substitute for genuine seat time. It looks like we're chasing down in Bavarian Mustache Works. Is that the TLM Marathon coach car?
Yep, one of David Tuati's cars. You saw Ben's guys trying to get a run on him. I don't think he anticipated him getting on the brakes that quick. Tried to get a deep run there, and you notice he went to dime in the corner, and I think it threw him off a little bit. It just looked like he wasn't able to get off the corner the way he did. Good under braking, going to try to squeeze in. Might be a hole if he can stay with the TLM entry right to the bumper. Now, if he can get a good run out of 5 here, nope. Got a little bit of broken traction, but if he can stay here. Now, the trick to Mid-Ohio is you'll string out for a little bit, and then you want to find the gap. Right there, you notice the TLM car, he laid back and in the weeds, and he found the gap. You want to wait for the hole to open up. And he did, and he executed that. That let him get about a 2-car length advantage on Bavarian Mustache Works.
Yeah, so they'll head down the hill here and set up for that turn 11 again. You see, he turns in a little bit early. You want to get to that curbing.
TLM got in a little hot. I noticed the car moving around quite a bit, and Ben or whoever started got in very well. Here's a good opportunity here.
Going to get a little tight here, yeah, but this is a good passing opportunity. Takes the corner away from him. and you don't want to give Bavarian Mustache a chance. If you open the door, they're going to walk right through. Well, stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and it's Sablin's Autosports leading the way. Lots of racing on tap. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
In the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We are back at Middlehouse Sports Car Course, the Fast Parts Grand Prix, presented by Parts Badger. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Paul Veltsum, Kyle Lockrow, and Les Epps in the pits, bringing you all of the pit road racing and backstage information and action and all that good stuff. 90racing.com has fallen to another Salins car. Now they're in fourth place, with Sabrins leading the way about 1 second over Team Salin Mustard, and then the ketchup car about 5.5 seconds behind them. Then it's 90racing.com, No-Foo Racing, Race Right, Silver Bullet, Parts Badger, and MP Racing. Those are your top runners there as Les is working his way through the pits. Good morning, David. Great to see your car out here. Your car is out here this weekend.
So, Paulie, I was taking a look. So, real quick, let's go through, since we just came back, let's go through our class leaders.
Yeah.
EC class is being led by Velocity Motorsports Club in their Honda Civic SI. The A class is Sarburns Autosports. That's also your overall leader at this point by just a little bit over the Team Salin bunch in mustard and ketchup. Team Salin is leading the C class. They have a lockdown of first and second right now. B class is being led by the 414, one of the Parts Badgers, Fast Lane, one of their entries, one of our the race sponsor this weekend. And then our F class is being led by, looks like the Tag Racing guys have taken the lead in F class at this point, so we'll keep an eye on that. I was also looking through, so far, Paulie, Parts Badger overall has gained 46 positions from the start.
That's crazy. Yeah, the 630 car is always so tough out here, and they're pretty excited about the 414 car. You know, it's 7th place overall, leading that class. So, yeah.
No yawning, no yawning. None of that yet.
Yeah, Parts Badger took a ride through China Beach. If you missed it here in the last segment, and it pitched one of our cameras, it's kind of just flailing around by. Now there's the rig up above, still clamped to the bar, but the camera is just hanging by a cable. So we might have that cable's getting the stress test, man, I'll tell you.
We'll get our best people on it. On board here with Fetterhund Motorsports. I had a nice conversation with those guys yesterday as nice move there by one of the Boxsters. I was talking to Sean Casey, one of the owners, and they are out this weekend raising money for Shift Up, which is a female-inspired program to get them more interest in motorsports and more opportunities in competitive cars. And one of their drivers, Courtney, she goes by CJ. She's a sergeant in the Army. She may join us at some point this weekend, but they are from out of Phoenix, Arizona, so a long haul out here.
Nice.
Nice out-braking mover right there. That's 2 for 1.
Yeah, that might have been Junk Player Special there to the left as they head up towards turn number 5 and then head downhill. It's just kind of weird watching it like this.
Yeah, we're kind of taking
two-wheeling it.
Yeah, doing some gyro cam.
I could probably rotate that too. I can rotate. I've been through this before, but making the turn up the hill there. But watching the Parts Badger team now in 7th place, leading B class with the Fast Lane car. No-Foo Racing also up at the front of this, so 2A, 3A class cars inside the top 5.
Yeah. TCR, baby.
Back on board with 90racing.com. Just trying to stay in touch with the Salins Porsches. You can see them just up ahead there as they head down into turn 6. Again, a lot of grip down here as they reach the bottom of the hill. He's going to try and pick off the BMW on the inside. The BMW might be trying to cover a little bit. Ends up back around the outside as he heads down towards Thunder Valley now. And now bending into turn 11. Through the wiggles here, into the carousel. You can see him cut down, get really tight up against. He's back on the power here.
There used to be a bump through there, folks, that was very distinctive, that all the pros, I actually was fortunate enough to get some advice from Craig Stanton, who's a former IMSA driver, and now he does a lot of driver coaching. My first time here, I was here spotting for a NASCAR event and happened to be in the stands in turn 12, and he was out there spotting for somebody, and he gave me some great advice that weekend. He said, always make sure you roll through 12 and you want to get the car pointed and hit that bump, and it'll shoot and launch you off the corner. But since the repave, we don't have that anymore. But for the guys that have been here before, they know and remember where that bump is. Oh, looks like we had a car go off there.
Yeah, turn number 1 might have overcooked it a little bit.
That looked like one of the Rad Air cars got off there.
Yeah, that could be our guy.
It's been an eventful race for them so far.
Yep, heading into the keyhole here. You can see how steep you drop here into the keyhole. Gets that late apex. Perfect lineup there. Now heads down that long back stretch. Again, you want to keep your eyes up as you get further. Once you grab 5th gear, you want to get those eyes up for this kink. And then it's down, kind of a little bit of a downhill brake here. You really get pitched down here as you brake for turn number 4. Getting near the curbing there, up the hill, brush the brakes, turn in. You want to get near the curbs. You get back to power immediately. Downhill, hustle back to the left, brush the brakes, turn in, back to power. Lots of grip down here. Get a little bit of the yellow curb, back to power. Well, your full power as you get out of that last corner. All the way down to here. Turn 9 is your next thought. You want to get the car squared up for the corner. Gets that steering wheel straightened out as he crests the hill. Through Thunder Valley now, ready for turn 11. That's the next thought in his mind as he makes an upshift there. Now he's going to bend back to the right. You can see he's downshifting actually here. I actually downshift at the crest with the brake. Back to power here. You want to get the power as soon as you can. You really want to lengthen out that straightaway.
Yeah, and with the neon, and I mean the team's made a lot of additions and they've added power, but when you're still in smaller cars like that, you really have to find every advantage you can to get the most out of that straightaway. As we see the cars coming up over 9 into Madness, big wide right there.
Nice exit. Really using the track. I'd like to see that.
Yeah. There's the Corvette.
Yeah.
Bill Riley's team's back with us this weekend.
Oh, it's an EC car this weekend. That's the 427.
Yep.
So not a factor in the podium this weekend.
But will be a factor in that EC class. So keep an eye on that. It looked like Hurry and Trade Racing got a little bit extra there coming out of. They are always fast when they come to Mid-Ohio and when they go to pit race. That car is very competitive. Looked like they used up a little extra and then some are off a 9.
Look at all those cars piling in. There's the leaders coming through. There's 90racing.com in tow as they look to come through the carousel.
So what you'll see, folks, is the cars will get strung out and you'll see them by themselves, and then you'll see them kind of come back together a little bit. Looks like we got a local yellow in a couple spots. Probably.
Yeah, looks like the backstretch once again being accused, and indeed the yellow is out back there. So we'll see if we can find anything.
Not seeing anything obvious at this point from some of our camera views. Looks like we are going to a double yellow here, folks, which means we will be going code 35 here momentarily. So if you're new to Champ Car, and looks like Rad Air Racing is back on pit road. So
yeah, one of the TCR cars is being the accused, unfortunately.
Well, hopefully maybe it was just a quick thing for those guys and they'll be able to get back into the fight. As I said, it looks like Rad Air's back on pit road and their tough day continues as we're approaching the hour mark in this race. But so how it works, folks, is we do what Paulie talked about earlier, a virtual pace car, similar to what you see in Formula One races. So if you're under green, if there's a local yellow condition that requires a full course yellow, they'll throw on the Flagtronic systems, and using obviously the flaggers and course workers here at Mid-Ohio, they'll throw a yellow and it gets the field slowed down to a decent pace, and then from there they'll gradually get them down to 35, and the Flagtronic systems in the cars can find that, and they see it in race control, and you'll see if you're on board with it and you happen to see a flash and it says SLO, that means slow down, and they're trying to and you can get tagged for that, and race control and Jackie and everybody up there, they watch that very diligently, so make sure you're not speeding. It looks like we have our first kitty litter victim.
Yeah, he's obviously dug in there pretty good, Kyle, and unfortunately he may be able to get that car running, but I don't think he's going anywhere until he gets a tug.
No, and unfortunately the front wheels are, and what you're probably thinking is, well, he doesn't look like he's that far off. His front wheels, he's a rear-wheel drive car. It's the EC 936 entry for TCR, so his front wheels are fine, but the problem is his rear wheels, and you can see from our camera, he's already about a third of the way in those wheels, and if he tries to put it in first and rock the car out,
you're sure he's tried.
Oh, I'm guarantee you he's tried a couple times. We've all done that. But the problem is you just dig in deeper, and you also don't want to spin that peat gravel up too much because it's very fine, and it can get up under some of those components in the car, and it'll absolutely tear things apart. So it looks like the old toe strap is going to come out. Now, it's not going to take much. All they got to do is pull him just a little bit and then get him back going. So hopefully the driver can go ahead and get it fired up, and then once they release him, he can go. Now, the only thing he'll have to be careful about is you'll have to kind of shake the car around a little bit, but you want to take your time because you don't want to spin the tires too hard and get that stuff up in those vital components.
Yeah, I mean, once you get into that stuff, it shoots up all underneath the car. It gets into the frame rails. It gets up into any dustpans. It gets all over the place, and it can take a while to get rid of it. I know we were at I was racing with Robin Bank. Our driver got into the gravel, and they actually flagged us in just because we were showering the racetrack with rocks just to come in and broom it all out. So they gave him a tug out, got him out. Looks like they're going to unhook him here and let him go on his way. Like, all right, cut it to the left and get going.
And that's the good thing right there. The driver had the car running, which was good. So now he's just going to, and you see him going offline. He's trying to run offline a little bit and let some of that gravel run off into the grass.
So up and over the hill, and that's the end of that drama. Should be back to green here pretty quickly.
So and let's give the safety workers an attaboy. Got him pulled out real quick. That didn't take too long and didn't cause any other big issues. So nice job to all of our guys here at Mid-Ohio. Thank you so much for keeping us safe and keeping us going in the right direction this weekend. We greatly appreciate it.
Well, yeah, I mean, without them, we wouldn't be able to put on a race. So we need those guys so that we can go out and have fun on the weekends.
So for
back to caution.
Yep, so it looks like we should be going back green here momentarily.
So they will accelerate here under caution. You could probably hear it in our microphones as we're perched here in the tower on the inside of the racetrack. The yellows are pulled in, and so we are back to green flag racing now. So go back on board with 90racing.com.
So the TCR, the 936, has made it back to pit road. The crew's probably going to do a quick once-over on it, make sure it's okay.
We're in the pits here. It looks like I think the camera is disconnected or broken.
It fell off of the mount. I can see it. So it looks like our clamp that we used to clamp the camera, Les, if you could reach in there and maybe reattach that would be phenomenal.
Well, it looks like it went down, so even if he reattaches it, I'm not sure if it's going to be alive, but give it a shot. This is the car that went through the gravel and through and somehow he made it out of China Beach. That right there is a heck of an accomplishment.
Absolutely.
There should be an award for that. If you can get into China Beach and still power your way back out.
Maybe they could negotiate for bonus points or something toward the championship. If you get through the gravel and don't get stuck, that's a bonus point toward it.
They should get
something. The only thing is, though, knowing our guys as competitive as they are, it'd be a competition of driving through it at least once a weekend to get that bonus point. So hopefully I didn't open up a can of worms there. So as you see, there's the Velocity Motorsports Club guys, 3 wide with Hurry Trade Racing. Nice move back to 2 wide. Looks like they should clear them before they get to China Beach. So what I was saying before the caution, they tend to, that was close right there. They tend to get strung out, but then they'll kind of clump back together. It's kind of like a rubber band. It'll stretch out, and then it'll come back together. And the trick is with Mid-Ohio is you have to learn to work the traffic, and you have to find the spot to where you can get through and make those passes. And you really just have to, if you've ever watched Cars 3 and they talk about finding the hole, and the reason I say that is because we were watching it at the hotel last night, and they were talking about when they're doing the training later in the movie, find the hole, when you got to find the hole through the tractors. And that honestly, and with restrictor plate racing, it works the same way. You got to find the opening and go. It's kid-friendly reference. We're a family-friendly show. Back on board with 90 Racing. Paulie's now second-guessing his choice of co-host with this.
He's just sold out to that stock car stuff, guys.
Yeah, I have.
Look at this pile of cars coming over the hill. This is so good. Just love it. That's like my favorite camera to set up. I was like, I gotta have a camera showing cars coming over the keyhole.
And just how leaned over they are, too.
I just love it.
You really see these guys look how much of that track they're using up right there, but it's really giving them these runs down the straightaway. Yeah. I think it's got to be adding at least a mile an hour or 2 down the end of the straightaway, because they can carry the speed through there now, and they have the confidence to know they can do it.
Well, I can't count how many times I had to lift at the exit because I was running out of racetrack. So all of those times you had to lift just a little bit to keep it on the track. You don't have to do that anymore. You get to push it through there. Drop Gear, welcome. Thanks for signing in and watching us today. Appreciate everybody signing in and watching today.
Absolutely.
Hope you're having a fantastic weekend. We're at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for 8 hours of racing today, 7 tomorrow. It's the Fast Parts Mid-Ohio Grand Prix presented by Parts Badger here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, the TireRack.com. Champ Car Endurance Series.
So, Paulie, I was looking through our running order here. Salen's in catch-up just put down a 138.7.
Oh, man, they are crushing it out there.
They are flying. And that's the sister entry that's behind Mustard, who is kind of leading the duo at this point. So, and I think it's going to get interesting with those guys. If you look at both of their cars, that was their best, or I'm sorry, their best laps are less than a second apart from each other.
Well,
so it shows the consistency.
You look at those top 5 cars, Kyle, all of them have now gone under the 140 mark. So this track is getting faster. The cars are getting quicker. So we know the field's going to be gathering that up too. They're all going to be going faster as the day goes on, especially as these clouds sort of separate and we get a little bit of sunshine to warm up that track, and that's just going to help some guys out. But again, stay with us today on the show. We're going to be talking to one of the manufacturer representatives is here. He's not just a rep, he actually works for the company and in product, and he's going to be here. We're going to do an interview with him. We'll get a chance to talk to him about Maxxis tires, and I'm sure Kyle's going to have some really interesting questions for him. So looking forward, and make sure you don't miss that.
So, Paulie, I'm going back in our order a little bit here. We know what's going on up front. We know that Salen's is got a pretty good command on this thing at this point, and we know Velocity's got a good gap with the EC side of things. But let's dive back into the field a little bit here and see what's going on. with some of our folks. It looks like 901 Motorsport, who traditionally runs really, really well here, they're just kind of taking their time. They're back in the 20th spot overall, right? Well, about 16th right now, 15th right now overall with some ECs mixed in. And they're only half a second back from the Hero Time Racing in the Acura TSX. So a lot of close racing back there in the pack. And we also see Stroking Checks right now is right on the bumper of Cone Crushers, and a lot of teams are close. Animal Speedworks isn't far behind Junk Player Special. So a lot of big battles going on around the racetrack.
Yeah, Adrian Bennett, the Bavarian Mustache Works guys, putting on a good show here. Boy, they had a fantastic race last year at Pit Race. They brought a lot of excitement to us as we were watching them battle for position. Oh, he might have got touched there, Kyle. I don't know, but you could even hear him from the inside go, whoa, as the back end of the car got very loose.
That's not the first time we've seen that today. That, I think, and this is just me, that extra speed they're carrying coming down that back straightaway is throwing these guys off because they are used to having more banking to lean on in that corner, and I think some of them are wheel hopping getting into the corner, which is causing them to break loose like that. So might have gotten hit. I hope it wasn't
contact. Yeah, I don't know. Things were getting pretty tight down there, but looks like no harm, no foul. Was able to gather up and stayed out of the beach over there.
Quick hands right there. Nice job. I'm not sure if that's Ben that started or Evan, but whoever was in the car to start, that was a great move.
It was a heart stopper there, as they say. Code Brown.
Oh, big Code Brown right there. Somebody get Ben, Evan, somebody get that man a fire suit.
And I like how 90 Racing is not letting the Salins cars get away.
Oh, no. Staying within probably about 3/4 of a second of him right here. Now, if he can, looks like Salins just dispensed of one of the, I think that's one of the open throttle cars. That's Goldie right there, the 69, one of the EC cars.
Yeah, but he took him offline on that entry, and that's given 90 Racing some time to catch up.
Good point there, Paulie. I was just getting to that, and that allowed him to get a pull. That BMW gave him a pull down the straightaway to help get him up there as well. So you can hear him just ringing that car out. It's the beautiful thing about Hondas, man. You can ring those things out to 7,000. You haven't even broken it in yet.
Yeah, that B18 going to work for him this weekend as they head back down into turn 4 here. Threshold braking here.
Got in a little hot there.
Yeah, he did. He ended up really wide, didn't he?
I heard it I heard a little wheel hop. These guys are going to have to be really, really careful. They're going hard into these brake zones, and they're shifting quick. Guys, you got to be really, really careful. The last thing you want to do is wheel hop and end up snatching something in that rear end, or, especially in that front-wheel drive car. You got to be real careful. Want to keep that thing balanced, and that's the trick with those front-wheel drive entries, too.
And you just got to be patient. Look how the Porsche pulls away going through turn number 9. You just got to be patient with turn 9, and you just don't want to. You want to get going.
And it's so hard because you see that guy pulling away from you, and you get suckered into wanting to drive it harder and harder. And you have to be disciplined, and it's hard. It's very hard. And right here with the front wheel drive, he just stayed in it, and it went straight, and it just would not turn. And that's the hard part. I mean, you're trying so hard.
Yeah, you're really trying hard. He wants to get to power as soon as he can. He doesn't want him getting away, and it just caused that Honda to just push out. You can see over 100 miles an hour here as they head towards the keyhole. And the Porsche definitely getting slowed down here. There's Parts Badger up ahead. On the power nice and early. Easily gets by the Miata here. Trying to rocket down the backstretch. Here comes that kink, makes 5th gear. Actually lifts off the throttle there, it sounds like.
I wonder if
Did we go to caution over there? I don't see it on part. I don't see it on the
there's
no,
local,
there is
a local yellow in 3 and 4.
It just came up.
Do we have another? I thought I saw a car.
Let's see.
We have a car
21.
That's Race Right.
So Race Right. We had car-to-car contact between car 21 and car number 57.
That should be the silver, the Martini guys.
So some contact out there. And we have what looks like a standing yellow.
I think we have another victim of the China Beach. From what I can see on here, it looks like Race Right might be stuck.
Yeah, it looks like the same thing happened here, Kyle. Sort of what you were alluding to. They're going in, and the car's getting turned around. So they're not just blowing the braking zone. The cars are swapping ends on them.
It's a combination. You have guys that want to get in there really hot, but then also if you don't make it, you end up hitting somebody, and they end up becoming a victim of those moves. And again, you don't have what you've had in years past to lean on. So I think it's really messing with these guys.
Oh, and it looks like one of the
Parts Badger
car is stranded just beyond that corner.
That's the 414. It is not a good day for camera cars, is it, Paulie?
Yeah, both of these cars, and I wondered why we were seeing a waving yellow at the top of the hill there at 5, and it's because they're throwing a yellow to caution you for Parts Badger, who's just on the other side of the hill. So Parts Badger heading up through, I believe that's turn 7. They have parked driver's right in that Miata. So 2 Miatas stricken down here on the same lap, almost on the same part of the racetrack.
Same class, too.
I don't know.
Or no, I'm sorry, the 414's an F class.
I don't know that we had contact between those two cars.
Might be 2 separate incidents.
630, yellow flag, turn 8 is what they're calling it.
Oh, it's the 6th. Okay. Huh.
And it still appears to be green on most of the racetrack.
Maybe Race Right was off, and now they're still there.
So what they've done is they've yellowed that whole back section of the racetrack, even starting at the keyhole.
Paulie, this morning in the drivers' meeting, it was brought up about hot pulls potentially. So I wonder if this is going to be the first test. I wonder if Jackie lobbied with Mid-Ohio and track officials to keep the race green and maybe just have local yellows in 3 and 4, and they're going to attempt the hot pull. So I know that was it's always been a contentious subject. The only thing is, make sure, guys, you are reminding your drivers, if you see safety out there, get them woed up and offline away from them immediately, because if you start to buzz safety workers, then we're going to end up having to play code 35. So I think they're trying, and yes, that's kind of what we're seeing here.
Les Morecam in the pits with a pit stop. Looks like one of the Mustangs in, and one of the Rad Air cars is now leaving the pits. That's one of our camera cars.
So this is the 98 car. That is legitimate racing.
Now we're going full course caution, folks. Full course caution.
These guys couldn't time this any better.
And we can see they are picking up the Race Right car, but the Parts Badger car is still stranded out there, as we are now code 35. So with that, we'll take another quick commercial break and be back in just a few minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live. It's only the beginning, folks. A full weekend of endurance road racing at Mid-Ohio. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back. We're in the pits now with GBU just getting done. Les Epps there in the pits, bringing us the action from pit lane. Thank you so much, Les, for that. And you can see Parts Badger just having a dreadful weekend. One of their cars has just been pulled behind the wall from being stranded on the racetrack. The other one in the pits looks like the hood's going down on the other Parts Badger machine as it's getting ready to leave the pits and head back out onto the racetrack for competition. As we go on board with Bavarian Mustache Works, one of the crowd favorites, as they're here again this weekend, hoping for some success. They're going to be doing some Maxxis tire testing this weekend too, so we'll see how that goes for them.
I just saw something that I don't think they were expecting there. So it looked like he went to go to 5th gear, and he might have caught 3rd accidentally.
Ooh, money shift.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of a bump there, but I think he caught it in time, but it just looked, oh man, this is getting heavy. I think he's getting a little irritated with that car in front as well, so I think it's got him a little distracted.
It looks like Junk Player Special, car 500, 4 off and continue in turn 1. I saw a big dust cloud. So it looks like they stand the accused.
So a lot of cars we noticed during the commercial break made their way on pit road. So which is expected when you get a code 35 like that. It's essentially a free pit stop and you lose less time. So it's a good opportunity to get in and get your service done. And if you're getting close to the window anyway, as we're slowly approaching the hour and a half mark, it kind of makes sense, because then at that point you start counting the race down, figuring out how many pit stops you can make. That is a lot of blocking right there. I have a feeling Jackie is looking at that one very carefully.
Fred Wolf joining us. Welcome, Fred.
Thanks for
tuning in. Fred is the track manager for Nelson Ledges, a track we have frequented many times.
Absolutely. Hopefully we'll get back there, and it's a fun little bull ring to run. Fred, you guys are doing a great job there at Nelson. Keep up the good work, and we'll hope to be back there sometime soon in the future.
And we'll keep an eye on the pits here with Les. The less is more Cam, bringing us the pit road action.
I think he's got him this time. Nice out-braking maneuver there. Finally got by him. Roger, thanks for tuning in. We appreciate it. Thank you to all our board members, Roger Cohen, Ray Frank, and Mr. John Wittenauer. Thank you guys so much for all you do for the series, and greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, sets up that Mustang nicely for the pass as he heads through madness here.
Hopefully now he can settle in a little bit, and I think he was you could tell there was a bit of frustration there trying to dispense of that car, but I think it should make it a little easier now.
A thumbs up from the driver of the 614 as they're in for their pit stop. You can see the gas cap's actually right behind the driver's seat on top of that quarter panel, so that's where they're filling it up. Big profile wing on that car too.
So for those of you that may be tuning in for the first time or have not joined us for Champ Car, the way the pit stops work in Champ Car competition is if you're taking fuel, it is a 5-minute stop. You will come in. When you come to this, you have to be on pit road for a minimum or at least 5 minutes, and that's a safety implementation, so there's not a rushing of trying to get fuel cans in and drivers out and accidents happening, and then all of a sudden somebody ends up getting some fuel spilled on them, and then we have a bigger problem. So you come in, you do your service, everybody has to be head to toe in safety gear. The only exception is sneakers, just so you don't mess up your driving shoes, but head to toe, visors down, and then the only ones that can go over the wall during fueling are the fueler, the fire bottle. Sorry, Paulie, I had a brain fart there for a second.
It's coming to you. It's coming to you.
I'm trying. It's that 8:15 start thing this morning. I'm on that 9 to 5 or 9 to 4 time, so my brain's not there yet. So the fire bottle, the fueler, the driver that's getting in, the driver getting out, and then one crew member to assist if needed. So, and then once the fuel cap is back on and all the stuff is over the wall, then you'll see the swarm of crew guys and everybody checking oil, tire changes, adjustments, etc. But if you don't take fuel, there's no time limit on the pit stops at that point. But if you take fuel and try to say you didn't, they know, and you'll get caught. So,
on board with Senhauer Racing here behind the wheel at the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio. with Drew at the wheel this weekend.
So they're running, let me take a look here. It looks like they are about, oh, there we go. They got My Races Live. Yep, 9th in class, 42nd overall right now. That might be a little give or take with some ECs mixed in there. So probably somewhere in the 30s based on what I'm seeing. But pretty good day so far for those guys.
Yeah. Yeah, their best lap time of 146.
Last lap was a 51.08, but you can see that he's in quite a bit of traffic right now. And don't know if they've pitted yet or not. So this may be the driver, tires are hot, end of the run. Tires may just be giving up a little bit as he's trying to work through this. So I'm sure that lap time, and usually when you see that, there's a reason for it. As he's dispensing of a Miata on his left. Good entry. Now he's trying to get a run on that car in front. Not there yet. I don't think he's close enough to dive in. May try to get to the bumper off here if he can get a good run off of 12. He got the run, got to where the old bump would be. Straight through 13. Gonna have a run here. Let's see if he can get up beside him. Looks like he kind of ran out of momentum right there, but he may try to dive in. Yep. Nice move. Well executed. Now the blend line. Oh, got a car spun at 944 there at the blend line.
Yeah, still inside the pit exit area, Kyle.
That is a dangerous side. Now you got to wonder. That could be one of two things. That could be getting in. There could have been some contact in the racing line.
Yeah.
Or driver coming off pit road, cold tires. Somebody hadn't been out there yet today. You got to wonder if maybe he got on the throttle too quick and she went around.
You wouldn't think you could turn a car around there, but boy, you know, coming through one, yeah, absolutely. There could have been some contact that put him around the inside. That's an odd place to be turned around. I could see, you know, as the driver's exiting the pits, you wouldn't think you would find a car spun around facing you as you come through pit out. That is very unusual.
But at Mid-Ohio, you have to expect the unexpected. You never know what can happen.
Yeah, I don't even know how you would have known that there was a car stranded at pit out. There's no yellow flag over there.
And it's hidden with the bridge, too. Got
a little off there, yeah. You got to be careful there. Managed to be okay. You know, that turn 9, Kyle, that's one of those spots where if you overcook it on the brakes, there's a guardrail right there. There's really not much forgiveness at turn 9.
No, you really have to be careful. You want to make sure you don't overstep, because if you get out in that grass and go too far, it could potentially end your weekend or at least end your day. And you don't want to do that. We have a lot of racing left to go, just under 6.5 hours. You want to make sure you're there at the end. So if you see stuff like that, make sure you get on the radio and just kind of calm those drivers down. Let them take a reset and, you know, check on them if you need it. Maybe we're getting toward the end of fuel runs here. Tires are getting some heat in them. A lot of hard racing. Drivers might be getting a little bit of mental fatigue from this first stint. So do a check-in on your guys if you can.
Yeah, it's the KEK Racing or Keck Racing Ford Focus SVT. They're keeping an eye on that Focus for smoking. There's so much action going on out here at the racetrack right now. Our heads are on a swivel. So much going on. So we'll give you another rundown here on the standings. So there you have Team Salem Mustard leading the race over the ketchup car. No Foo Racing is in third. Sabrins Autosports is fourth. Then it's Sent from the Gourds, MP Racing, TCR. Then it's Nosy and Mazda. That's your top 10. We have another car coming into the pits now. Now the sequence is getting thrown off a little bit because you have so many cars that are pitting under these cautions, and that's changing their strategy quite a bit. TCM Marathon heading through the keyhole. There's Junk Player Special going through, and there is a little bit of smoke I'm seeing, Kyle. as the cars are heading up towards turn 5.
Yeah, it looks like that might be a little bit of brake lockup, which is typical there for turn 4. You're coming down the back straightaway, or you're just trying to battle through traffic, and you might have just had to get on the binders a little bit.
Well, we know they're watching that Ford Focus for smoking, so we'll keep an eye on that for you folks as well.
This is such a cool shot right here, folks, through what's called Madness. This camera shot really lets you see the cars lean over as they get ready to go up the hill. But what I don't think it really displays for you is just how fast you're coming into that section and how quick you have to get the thing slowed down and to try to get it turned uphill, because you're coming up over a blind rise through 7, which is where the old Acura bridge was, and then it just kind of bottoms out, and it's really slick back there as you get closer to that rumble strip on the left. So you really want to make sure you got the car fully under control and you get it pointed where you want it to go. You can definitely hear those tires screaming.
Yeah, a little bit of tire protest there as we go behind the wheel with the Federhunt Motorsports guys. Looking to get that power down. 1997 BMW 528i. So a lot of older cars out here in the Champ Car Endurance Series. The car goes whistling by the inside. It should still be able to pick up the that late apex, though, and get a good,
nice
good exit
move
to
right
the
there.
Corner there.
And if you get all the way out there and just gracefully touch that, you can point right at the brake markers here and set yourself to cross the track, and it gave him a good entry here into 2, through the keyhole, got him a good run coming out of the corner. But looking at these guys right now, they're in this is a C-Class car. Their last lap was a 148.3. Right now they're 31st in the overall, but there's about 6 cars mixed in, so they're about 25th in the overall. And I want to say they're in the top 10 in C-Class. And I talked to Sean and his team, and they said just a little bit of backfire there off the throttle, nothing to be worried about. So that's about what their expectation was. They wanted to have a good top 10 showing this weekend. They've came a long way to come out here and run this weekend and be part of this. The team is mainly based out of the Phoenix, Arizona area, so long haul to get out here this weekend, but racing for a good cause in conjunction with Shift Up. So hopefully Sean and the guys can have a good weekend.
And Charles, I don't have a published schedule for the live stream, but I will tell you that we're going to be doing the majority of the remaining races. So we'll be doing Pittsburgh, Road America, Virginia International for the championship, and then Sebring at the end of the year.
So I just went ahead and typed it out there, guys. So if you want to go to ChampCar.org and go to event schedule, you can see the ones that we will be covering and the ones that we won't be covering for the remainder of the year. I think we've got about 6 or 7 races to go, and I think we're covering 4 of the 6 remaining ones.
Yeah,
so
there's Harris Hill and Atlanta Motorsports Park that we're not doing.
Correct.
So,
and the only reason for that is because we can't be in 2 places at once with Road America and AMP.
Well, that's part of it. The other part of it is AMP. We just don't have good signal out there, so that's why I always do Road America instead.
Well, and Road
Signal's
America's
very good there.
Road America's such a bucket list track too, and it's just one of those places where he loves to go to.
I wouldn't mind doing. We've done shows out there before at AMP, but it's just the bandwidth that we get is just so bad. It's not even worth doing a show there, unfortunately. Yeah, Road America is a very special racetrack for a lot of us, including me.
Well, Mid-Ohio is a special place for you, Paulie.
Yeah.
You were telling me, and we've talked quite a bit over the course of the season, this is always special to you because this is where you and your dad spent a lot of times with racing. And you were telling me about back in '87 racing against, you met Johnny Rutherford that weekend, and you were racing against somebody's son that weekend, I believe, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was one of his son. Yeah, was here that weekend. We were both teenagers, and I think he was actually a little illegal under the age. You have to be at least 18 to race in the SCCA, but I There's probably a waiver for that somewhere, especially for Johnny Rutherford's son.
I was going to say, if your last name is Rutherford, they might give you a little bit of a nod there.
Yeah. So anyway, some privileges there. And so, yeah, we were here that weekend. And, this was Dad's favorite racetrack. We spent a lot of weekends out here growing up. And this was the first track I ever raced at.
It's a special place. And you and I happen to be teammates here. The first time I ever raced here 4 years ago for Racer X and the Banana Splits guys with Scott Forrester and Johnny Robinson.
Yeah.
And then also Johnny, my brain is not there today. We got one off there, but we ran with those guys that weekend, and
John Fortney.
Yep, Johnny Fortney. Hey to those guys if you're watching. But we happened to be teammates that weekend in the car, and it was a lot of fun. And we had Andy Kosick with us that weekend, who is a big member of the ChampCar.Live racing series that runs periodically. If you guys are interested and want to run the iRacing series, make sure you check that out. It looks like 90 Racing's having to navigate some heavy traffic here.
Yeah, this is great.
Look at that.
Man, I love this.
See Riley's Corvette there trying to navigate, seeing, whoa, big lockup right there. So there's Williams Racing in the Miata on the left. You got TLM in front in the 3 car. That's the Riley Technologies. That's their car in the 427, the Corvette. Nice job of getting through. And then the 132, the Ford Focus is right there.
Yeah, you could see the 90 Racing. He wanted to go to the right, and the Corvette was there, so he waited till the vet got by and then just followed him through. They head through turn 1 here. One of the Miatas coming out of the pits there.
And the cool thing right there is you can see he's hanging right with that EC car on the straightaway. So if he'll get a good run in here, just car started to slide, just throttle up right there. But look at that, got right to the bumper and just let that Corvette pull him down the straightaway. And you'll hear those RPMs just kick up. The draft really does come into effect here. I know everybody are probably like, oh, that's a stock car thing. But no, it really isn't. I mean, drafting is such a big thing on the straightaways, especially when you're in triple-digit numbers.
And we got a car stopped on the racetrack. It's the Fickle Bitch Porsche over in turn number 9. That's what's being reported. Let's see if we see him over there. No, I don't see him over in that area, but maybe he's just off camera view.
It looks like he may be off in the kitty litter. It looks like you said the 165, Paulie?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like from what I can see here on the Marching Ants, he is pretty far back in that kitty litter. So if you guys make sure, if you're watching us, make sure you pull up the Marching Ants on YouTube as well, and you can see what we're talking about and follow along with it. And you'll see in the turn 9 section there at the bottom of Madness, you'll see him off the track a bit. Good racing right here. But that's what we talked about, folks. It's the faster cars versus the cars that are more momentum. The 90 Racing car's fast, but there's sections where they're more momentum based and they can carry the speed where the Corvette has to slow down. He's trying to stay with him to let the Corvette pull him.
1 and 2.
Okay, both Salen's cars have pitted according to Les, so they've had to pit under green now as they are rolling down pit road. We see, the 90racing.com car, he's actually handling better in that front-wheel drive car than the heavy-powered Corvette.
Yeah, and that weight makes such a difference, too, because they're having to wait to get back on the power to settle the car down, where the 90 Racing car, especially with it being front-wheel drive, they can just kind of point that car where they want it, and it's a little bit lighter, and then they can just throttle up a little bit and get the car to kind of point and shoot. See them trying to get a run. It looked like they were going to try to get by 901. Not there yet. Thought better of that. stay in line with them. It's kind of hard to pass through here. There are some good opportunities, but you've really got to be up beside the guy before you attempt anything. You don't want to do something foolish that could ruin your day or their day, and do something that makes your weekend less than favorable.
On board with Les as well. Les in the pits with our leaders.
It looks like, Paulie, they may be doing a hot pull. The 165 is pretty off the racing area right there, so they may be trying to keep the race clean and green other than those few sections, because I did see a safety truck there towing. As you can see, 90 racing right at the bumper of 901 as they dispense a legitimate in the 98.
Do the carousel here.
Good run there, good run. He might try to make it 3 wide. Yes, he is. That's that anticipation, folks. He got a good run. He laid back a car length, got right to him, and then was able to make the pass and got a 2-for-1 again. And 90 Racing is notorious for that. Look at that run through
he gathers
one.
These guys up unbelievably fast through turn 1.
Now you'll see a little bit at the top end of the straightaway here. He'll lose it. Now watch him go. He'll get the BMW right here. He'll get right to the bumper of the Riley Corvette.
Yeah.
But he's back to the power quicker, where the Corvette kind of had to stutter for a second. He won't be able to pass him, but watch him pull. See, look, he gets right in behind him, because that big hole in the air that Corvette's making, that 90 racing car is going to probably have at least 2 to 3 extra miles an hour getting into the corner here.
Yeah, it's going to pull him all the way down the backstretch here as he heads towards turn 4. And then they'll go up the hill. They got another car up ahead they're going to overtake.
It's one of the Rad Air cars. That's, I believe, Paul. They're going to try to dispense the 975.
Oh, around the outside, too. A little tricky here, especially for the Corvette being so heavy. But
you can make it happen
through there
if you do it right. And he was there, and he was able to make it happen. So nice job by the driver of the Corvette right there. 90 Racing having to take it easy because they're coming up on that scene. It looks like they got it cleared out.
Yeah, I don't see anything over there.
I think they're still yellow in that section. Now, I did just get a note from Bill Strong over in Race Control. He and Jackie brought over some interesting pieces of information. Sorry about that, folks. I saw him get out of the gas. Oh, that's why, because of the safety truck. Okay, that explains it. That's why it's still yellow through there. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, they're following that car around probably with a caution.
We see Salins is on pit road, and there's the Pontiac Grand Funk Prix.
Oh, yeah.
The American Express guys.
I love that car. What's not to love?
No, you can't. That is so cool. They were having a little bit of some issue with it yesterday. It looks like they got it ironed out, and those guys are ready to party, man.
All right, so with that, we'll take another commercial break and be back in just a few minutes. So much racing on tap here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Make sure you stay with us, folks. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product, So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Welcome to Parts Badger, where we want to be your online machine shop. Through our online platform, we connect our global manufacturing capacity to your fingertips. You can request a quote, place an order, manage your parts, and even share that information with a colleague right online. If you prefer, you can work with our experienced team of sales representatives who are supported by our design engineers and project managers as well. Whether your project's big or small, simple or complex, Parts Badger can get it done. See if we can help your company at PartsBadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. On board with the Rad Air Racing team here. We'll go ahead and pull that picture-in-picture out of the way as one of the Porsche goes by, and you can see Sabrin's Autosports back in the lead of this race over Nofu Racing. Of course, this is all unofficial information. Nosy and Mazda behind them, followed by Sent from the Gourds, TCR, Hero Time Racing, Hurry Trade Racing, and 90racing.com, and Junk Player Special, rounding out the top 10. TR Motorsports behind them, the Tire Rack team. Now, all of this information, again, is not official. This is just, we're just getting this third party, so just keep that in mind, please.
So let's go over our class leaders real quick. Velocity Motorsports Club still continues to lead EC. Sarburns Autosports leads the A class and is your overall leader, with Nofu Racing in A class as well, right behind them. B-Class is being led by There's No Z and Mazda, with Hero Time Racing behind them in B-Class and Hurry Trade Racing in the 727 behind them. C-Class leader is Sent from the Gourds. The Canadians have invaded the space here and are leading the C-Class right now, with TCR not too far behind those guys in C. And down looking for the F-Class guys, Tag Racing has worked themselves up almost to about midway through the field, and they have a pretty healthy gap on Loose Lugs Racing in the F-Class. So, and then as far as our D-Class guys, looks like the Legitimate Racing guys are out front in the D-Class over American Express, the Grand Funk Prix, not too far behind, still in striking distance.
Both Fickle Bitch and Red Baron Black Flag for pit lane infringements. And the 90racing.com also no flag, but contact side to side over in corner 9 with the Corvette. What a shock. Those two guys are racing hard today.
Back on board here with 90racing.com. Nice move here. Going to try to get in behind Cargo Racing.
Nobody's fast enough.
Trying to find the hole. Cargo didn't get the run out of the corner, and 90 Racing had to pull an audible and take it 3 wide right on the exit there. Good heads-up driving as the driver can breathe again.
Yeah, that really hurt him, but he got the undercut, but that really hurt his time coming out of the keyhole and down this stretch. That's a critical corner, so you don't want to get held up right there, but you can see the Corvette up ahead now. It's managed to get away. But, they're not really racing for this. They're not really even the same race, those two cars, the Corvette in EC and 90 Racing, I believe in an A-Class or B-Class with that. I got the B-Class with the swap. But, heading down the hill here towards turn 9. Stab of the brakes, turn in.
Working on dispensing of the EC car right here. That's Goldie from Open Throttle.
And the nice thing about Thunder Valley, there's multiple lines through here, so you don't really need to be on line. What they really want is turn 11 lined up, and you got that. Now back to the carousel.
Just hear him just stabbing the throttle a little bit, just try to get that thing pointed. Now you notice the Corvette got held up a little bit there with it looks like might be one of the Miatas. So that allowed 90 Racing to gain a little bit on him. Again, like Paulie said, they're not in the same class, but knowing as fast as that Corvette is, it's going to make its way to the front at some point today. So, it's good that 90 Racing should keep them in striking distance, because they may have to race them later in the day or something. You never know.
And if you're wondering what happened to the Salins team, those guys were leading the race earlier. Well, they went into the pits under green, and so that's caused them to tumble back into 8th and 9th place respectively. That's the 90racing.com team. They too have cycled back. The Salins team's back in 16th and 17th with a couple of EC cars in the mix there. Looks like 3 EC cars in the mix, so puts them on the knocking on the door to the top 10 again. But of course, with that those pit stops done and out of the way, we'll see how things cycle out. That is, we were talking about Parts Badger and things haven't been going very well for them today. That's one of the nice things about Champ Car races, with these double races, where you can have a lousy Saturday and then come back Saturday and or Sunday, you kind of reset, and have a better race of it Sunday. So that's one of the things I love about Champ Cars. You have 2 races in a weekend.
It really allows you kind of a reprieve and second chance. Tried to get a run there. Hurry had to slow up for one of the cars in front. It looked like that was a 944. But yeah, it allows you that opportunity. Looks like Hurry and Trade's headed into the pits. So, and 90 Racing, Corvette had to make an evasive, they had to make their own funk move right there around the Grand Prix.
Yeah.
But yeah, it really allows for different strategies, but it allows you to, Corvette got held up by Rat Air.
Such a great run, boy. If he can get him at the keyhole.
He might try here, knowing the Corvette's going to get held up.
Yep.
Look at that. Nice job.
Down
Look at that move. See, he saw the Focus get hold up the BMW. Look at that. And it just made it easy for him to pick. I mean, he just picked off 5 cars in 2 corners.
And he just, such beautiful placement. He had such the advantage. It is so frustrating when you're outside of that. You see that guy go whistling through there. It's like,
that experience level, Paulie, we talk about this time and time again, every broadcast. Experience makes a difference as they're trying to get around the 77. That's the Animal Speedworks guys.
Yep.
I did get a note from those guys. They wanted me to pass this along as we're watching 90 Racing continue to dispense of the lap traffic. Let me see if I can find this here. They wanted me to pass along, if I can find it. Here we go. The Backhand Blue. It is a rock group based out of Nashville, Tennessee that is one of their big partners and sponsors for the weekend. So thank you guys for supporting them and keeping them coming back to the racetrack. And if you guys want to check them out, Backhand Blue, make sure you follow them on any type of social media handle.
On board with the Brew Crew Racing team. They've brought 2 cars out here this weekend. Catching up with the Pontiac here. Got the fancy helmet there. In the suit. Mark P. at the wheel behind number 244. As he heads down through Thunder Valley.
Brew Crew Racing always comes to the track. They've had quite an experienced group that always comes and runs with these guys, so I'm sure they've got another. Whoop, looks like he was trying to get a gear there.
We don't have audio on that car.
See him working off of turn 13 there, just grabbing 4th gear. May try to outbrake the Neon here. Looked like the Neon saw him coming. I think that's Andy Piffick in the car, who's the CEO of Rad Air. I believe I recognized him on an onboard shot. So Andy's pretty courteous and very heads up. So Andy may have seen him coming, might have dragged the brake a little bit to let him go to not hold him up. So nice move right there. And that's just a lot of what you see here in Champ Cars. A lot of guys, there's a lot of respect between competitors and teams, but a lot of experience in heads-up racing as we're back on board with the Bavarian Mustache Works guys, Evan Horner, Ben, and company.
Yep, Ben Schott. We got Shonen 17th overall, and they've got 3 EC cars up ahead.
I always get so gun-shy to say his last name because I feel like I'm just going to butcher it every time. But as usual, those guys are putting on a pretty good show and giving us some good entertainment here for you guys on ChampCar.Live. Thank you to AutoZone for continuing to let us talk and entertain people all weekend long and bring you some great road racing.
A little bit of sun peeking out from the clouds now, beginning to bathe the racetrack over here in turn number 13 as the cars come back onto the front straightaway. There's a look at the front straight, the flag stand where they started the race today, and they will checker from there as well.
That was a big topic too. There were a few people that were asking about that yesterday. Where are we going to get the green flag at for today's race or this weekend? As it looks like one of the cars is headed to pit road. I wasn't sure who that was. But the IndyCar and the IMSA guys, some of them tend to start on the back straightaway at the flag stand. But I know when NASCAR and Champ Car and other series have run, they'll start on the front stretch. So it's always kind of a crapshoot to figure out where they're going to take the green. As we see Salen's dispensing of open throttle right there, Rad Air in tow, the sister Salen's car taking a little bit of the long way around.
Yeah.
And you really are downhill, folks. I mean, that corner, when you're watching it from a long shot, you really just think, oh, it's a real easy 90 degree, 180 degree, but you're actually downhill about the apex. And I mean, as you can see there with Ben's car, how much it's leaned over. I mean, that car's always leaned over, but just how much you lean into that corner, then you come up out of it, and the track goes away from you on exit, which invites you to want to use up all that pavement on the exit.
Yeah, those E36s are scraping the door handles as they go through the corners. It's the E36 lean.
I think those guys have more lean than the Moto America guys when they race the bikes here. They have to.
Look at all that car.
They have to.
You don't know how I wonder how they don't just pop the windshields when they drive those things around.
It's getting to a point where they've got to have something where eventually they'll have where they can rub their knees on the curves as they go through the corner.
Put the skids on their knees.
Yeah. Although knowing me, I just said that, and I know a lot of the engineering minds that we have here in the garage. Somebody's going to try to come up with something now. So Yep, that's correct, Bernie. I know the IndyCar guys typically start on the back straightaway when they run here, so it's different when they do that. Instead of turn 1 being the madness, it makes China Beach possibly get an early victim. So we see the sister Rad Air entry. I think that's John in the 974. That was the 999 entry if you watched last year's race. 976 kind of got a workout at VIR, and that motor wasn't done by the time they got it here, so they pulled another neon out. We joke that Rad Air is keeping the last 20-30% of neons that are still alive and living running outside of what Hurry and Trade and the RF class buddies have.
Yeah, it's not something you see on the roads too much anymore. There's some older cars, and so it's always great to see them out here. Surprisingly fast how they can make those neons quick.
Yeah, there's a lot of tricks. I know the Rad Air guys have Jim Kidd down there who's with them this weekend, and Jim and his buddy Sean Grogan, they race neons and doing autocross and stuff. And Jim's pretty crafty guy and knows some tricks with those cars. But let's as we're still back on board with 90 Racing as they're in the overall lead, and they've got a pretty decent gap on Brew Crew Racing, it looks like, at this point. So let's kind of go back through. It looks like one of the Miatas have got a little agricultural racing. Let's look through here. Parts Badger has gained 48 spots. The 414, which is your B-class leader, and 4th overall, 48 spots on the day. Team Salem, the Mustard Cars, 26 spots gained. Nosy and Mazda has gained 39, now 38 spots, as they lost a position to Cone Crushers. They've gained that many spots. It's incredible to see how much these guys have dived through the field. The Good, Bad, and Ugly, which is the Riley Technologies car, that's EC, that EC class leader, they've gained 10 spots in class already, and that's wild. Just how much you've seen it. Hero Time Racing, the third in B class, 31 spots overall, 2 in their class respectively. Hurry and Trade Racing, I mean, we've gone through a cycle of pit stops. They're up 28 spots on the day already. So, I mean, it's just crazy. Stroke and Checks Racing, 34 spots. Junk Players up 28 from the start. Unfortunately, it hasn't been a very good day so far for our buddies from Fat Boy Racing. They're showing 37 overall with some EC cars mixed in there, but they've fallen down the order a little bit. But they actually started on pole today by the luck of the pit draw. But again, I talked to those guys yesterday. They're another fun, unique group that runs with us. Their goal today was just be competitive in class, keep the thing going at the finish. So we want to wish those guys a good race.
Bavarian Mustache Works heading up the hill.
Trying to work around race right.
Nice stats and facts coming from Bernie Myers over in the chat.
Yeah, Dale Coyne always brought some good pieces to Mid-Ohio, and ironically, not one of the IndyCar teams based out of Indianapolis. Dale's operation is based out of Illinois, and right in the heart of Chicago.
The leader has pitted as well as TCR. So Sabrin's, it's Sabrin's that's pitted. They're down in 11th, not the leader. Right now we're showing 90racing.com as leading the race over Brew Crew Racing and Parts Badger and Team Salem Ketchup and Mustard now working their way up through the field again.
So the 97, the TCR entry that we saw that was very competitive at at VIR, and here this weekend at Mid-Ohio with 2 entries, they've snuck up into the top 10. They were up a little farther up through the cycle of pit stops, but they have slowly worked themselves up there, and now we're starting to see 901 Motorsport, Frank Reynolds guys up into the top 10, running 8th overall right now. That car was really, really good at VIR. They had both their cars there, and I know Frank was disappointed that the 903 didn't have the finish that they wanted, but he was very optimistic about this weekend and seemed very excited to have another good run.
Car 98's been, I guess, some tire rubbing is concerned. They've been flagged in. It's the legitimate racing team. They're going to be looking at that.
As we see Fetterhun Motorsports, as we're on board with them as they're coming in. So we'll walk you through this really quick. So you come, again, if you're new to Champ Cars, so you come to this pit, it's right there, you stop, you get your timer. Now, Flagtronics has it, but they're still putting egg timers on the cars. And then you have to move over to the drive line, which is all the way on the right. And then in the middle lane is the transition where you smoothly transition into your pit stall as he's easing in. You'll come to a complete stop. They're probably going to take fuel, so the driver will come in. You'll see him put the car in gear just so it doesn't roll, because the pits here at Mid-Ohio are a little bit uphill. He'll shut the car off, and you see him taking the belts off. Everybody head-to-toe gear right there. There's your fire bottle individual over to the right.
Yeah, and right now the fire bottle guys, just their job is just to guard the fueler, that if a fire breaks out, he's going to put out the fueler and then start putting out the rest of the fire. So fire pin pulled on the bottle, and he's just ready to go. Just going to focus on that alone as to do a driver change here.
So the driver that just got out, what he's going to do is he's going to work with the driver getting into the car, and they're going to work to get the belts exactly placed where he needs it, to get his seat placement, make sure the driver's not cramped in there, and then they'll work on getting the belts loosened up so he can get everything situated with the harnesses. Want to make sure that his Hans device is there locked in, make sure that the shoulder harnesses are over top of the Hans device. That's a big thing where teams get in a hurry, especially as we get to the end of the day. You always want to make sure you're making sure that those belts go over top that Hans device, because if something happens, that's how that device works, and it's the only way it'll protect your driver. So right there, he's making sure he's trying to get that old notorious lap belt. Get that thing full. Looks like he got the thumbs up. He's tightened up, ready to go. Driver will put the wheel on the car.
Yeah, and you saw when he got in the car, his head was bumping into that inside rear view mirror. And Will Nonamaker just did a video on mirror placement inside the cars, and he was talking about pushing that mirror forward. He had some ideas about that. And one of the reasons is just for that, though, is that I've broken one of those mirrors with my helmet just getting into the car. You're same thing that he was doing. You're looking down, you're looking at your belts, and your helmet hits that, and you don't even know it's happening. And those are like eggshells. They break pretty easily. So having those mirrors pushed forward has multiple advantages. Go back onto the racetrack here and catch some of the racing action as 90racing.com leads the way over the field for the first time today. And again, this is pit cycling and strategy, and we'll see how this advantage works out for them. If they can catch more of these cautions for their pit stops, this is going to help them over the Salins team. As they head down towards the keyhole again.
Heavy on the brakes right there. Going to try to get inside. The BMW thought better of it.
He was going to get it.
You can try, but it's, sometimes it's better. Discretion's a better part of valor right there. He made the smart move. Knew he wasn't going to get it because that hole closes up. Because Paulie mentioned this early in the broadcast. You want to diamond that. It looks like he's waving off. Looks like we got a caution or something on the backside. I'll have to check.
He's catching it from Junk Player Special. There is a caution over there, Kyle, as they're heading down the back. Oh, there's a car spun and way off track left beyond the pea gravel up near the barrier there.
Looks like the 132 car from what I'm seeing. I think that is the Focus. Yes. I'll have to look up what team that is, facing the wrong direction.
Drat.
That is our buddies at Keek Racing in their 2004 Ford Focus SVT.
Yeah, it's car 132 has been shown in the logs as stopped off track, turn 4, local yellow for that Ford Focus. So we're going to be watching this. This might send us to the field to go to caution here, as they have yellowed that section of track. And actually the whole backstretch is once again under caution. So anybody coming through the keyhole, all from the keyhole entry all the way through turn 4 has been yellowed.
Now, we have seen, again, the hot pull situation. So what that means is, folks, is the race will stay under a green condition, and you'll see if you're following our marching ants on YouTube, you'll see the yellow in different sections. What it does is it gives the officials and track team time to slow the field down. They'll pull this car off. He's far enough away from the racing line where they can pull him into one of the openings, but it lets us stay under green and lets guys continue to race in other portions of the track. Once they dispense of turn 4 here at China Beach, as you see him go by.
He's in Kentucky. He is way out there.
He is in Kentucky. I think he's down there in Paducah, where my wife's family's from.
I don't know how he got all the way out there. It must have been a lot. It must have been a journey.
Well, he might have Dukes of Hazzard it down there and just,
How he ended up so deep to the left,
but
that's
know.
why they put gravel over there.
You can just hear that Honda screaming. I love those Hondas. I love those things screaming. It sounds so good, too.
Around the inside here.
Beat the crap out of them all day long, and they sound so good. Oh, got in there hot.
Ended up a little wide. Not sure if he needed to yield a little room to the car, but no, the car's squarely behind him now.
I think he wanted to give himself a little more room, just knowing, because they've raced here before, knowing guys tend to go a little wide through 11 if they're offline right there. So probably was just trying to protect himself, and I think he had a mini Code Brown there.
Well, so many guys try to sneak down the inside of that 11, and it's such a high commitment corner. It's nice to leave a little bit of room there. Yeah. Sometimes some of these cars you can't see very well outside that rear view mirror, so just a little cushion for caution.
And smart play. I mean, they're leading the race. Why not run a little offline and save yourself? Why do something foolish that ruins your race? I mean, we still have 5 hours and 46 minutes to go this is our turn 4 camera here facing there just to the left is China Beach, headed up to turn 5-6 combination. They're working on trying to get that Focus Toad out of there.
Yeah, they should be able to hook up with him and get him out of there. So with that, we're going to take a quick commercial break. Be back in just a few minutes. Stick around, folks. We got a special guest up in the booth you're going to want to hear from. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires.
We have so many tires.
And help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Junior are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped them find a deal on the right parts.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone here, the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Middlehouse Sports Car Course, presented by Parts Badger. And got some heavy equipment out there. There must be some work need to be done at the barrier over there, so they must have gotten into the barrier, Kyle.
Well, that's a heavy braking zone, Paulie. We've talked about that quite a bit today already on the broadcast, and you got to wonder if something happened. And, I mean, they were sitting pretty far, not in your typical trouble area, so I wonder if they got into something down there and just maybe they got to do a little repair work. Well, it looks like they're going back behind the wall, so maybe they got it repaired. So, and then we do have a stall. Well, we do still have a stalled Ford Focus over at turn 12. We were seeing a lot of smoke coming out of the car at that point. We're not sure exactly what happened, so we'll wait to get further confirmation on that. But we are under code 35 here at Mid-Ohio. 90racing.com continues to lead this race overall, and your A-class leader, EC, Good, Bad, and Ugly, Bill Riley and his technology team lead that division. Brew Crew Racing leads your C-class and is second overall in the race right now. Parts Badger Fast Lane leads your B-class. And scrolling down here, your D-class leader is still, now is American Express. So the Grand Funk Prix is leading in the D-class. And in our F-class, we have Tag Racing in their 1993 Mazda Miata leading there. Paulie, we have our first guest of the day. And actually a sponsor and partner of mine, along with all of our friends at Rad Air Racing, Mr. Fred Pronko from Maria's House-Made Salsa. And Pronko, is it packaging?
Pronko Enterprises co-packing.
Okay. So welcome to ChampCar.Live. How you doing this morning?
Excellent. Thank you, Kyle, for having me here.
Absolutely. You have been a car guy for a long time. It's kind of been in your blood. I know it's something you've shared with your family, with your wife, Lindsay. You're working on trying to get to a point where you want to get out here and race with us down the line. I know you and I did a couple track days, and we've been working on getting you coached up. We did something at Nelson with your Volkswagen. So how's the experience been of being part of Champ Car?
Love it. Didn't even know, honestly, this series existed until I met Bill. It's phenomenal. I really want to get a couple cars together and actually maybe add some cars to the team.
Nice. Well, I'm sure Bill can help you if you're interested in neons. He's very good at finding neons, and we all contribute to the sickness of helping him find neons to add to that operation. So, surprisingly, his wife Sheila has not killed him or any of the others, but we continue to find them. So, hopefully, some racing for you, maybe jumping in that car at some point in the future.
Yeah, definitely. That's the goal. Sometimes business takes precedent to my enjoyment, but, anybody that owns a business can understand that.
Now, you talk about business. So your company with, your dad's heavily involved, you're heavily involved, your whole family. So when I met you, the Maria's House-Made Salsa is kind of how you and I got hooked up, and with Bill Snow and those guys and with Andy. So can you explain to our viewers a little bit about the salsa and where they can find it and just how that whole good thing got started?
So in 2008, we opened a restaurant called Maria's Comida in Hamtramck, Michigan. We started out strictly as Mexican. Me and Dad we got bored with the menu, to be honest. My dad was a chef for P.F. Chang's for 12 years. I am mixed, half white and Hispanic. And we had a discussion. We changed the menu. We created a Mexican Asian fusion menu, which went over very well. But in the restaurant game, the only issue was we became a destination spot, and you can't just survive only on the weekends. So when we started trying to get the salsa into a jar, figuring out that process, it was only because of certain customers that were coming every weekend to the restaurant that's, when are you going to put it in a jar? When are you going to put it in a jar? So we didn't have anybody help us. It took us 2 years. We worked with Michigan State and Cornell University on the process that we use to make our salsa to get the shelf life we get without having to add any preservatives.
So you guys are very big on making sure that it's good and has flavor, but you want to keep it healthy for people, especially those that are trying to be conscious, but you also want to make it where it's something just that you don't have to worry about any of those risks.
Right. Yeah, we like to, as a family, we like to promote, clean products. I know in the food game, not everybody is going to go for that because, yes, going that route to have a clean product and in manufacturing, it costs more money to make. Better ingredients, all that is a factor. At the same time, because of the salsa.
Well, hold on 1 second there, Fred. We just had a little bit of action on our camera here on board with 90 Racing, a little bit of 3 wide, trying to get through race right there, but we saw looked like the Camaro in front, got a big lockup, almost got sideways off the corner. That's a lot of action going on in front of your race leader. So sorry about that, Fred. So what you were saying is you guys are big on clean health, and you focus on quality over quantity by keeping those preservatives out of there. Well, as he finally dispenses to that Camaro, I think those guys are going to need some new shorts after that.
Yes, Kyle. That is pretty much what I was summing up to. So out of the salsa came the co-packing end. People found out we were making our own stuff. We had other small Michigan businesses started to reach out to us. Hey, can you put my product in a jar? Can you make my stuff, along that lines? And now we work with 30 other small Michigan businesses supporting their products, making their products, putting in packaging and everything. And we're looking to grow that and do more and even break into, I now have a client that's from Colorado. We're just trying to grow and help maybe change the food industry. So,
Right.
you know, we're just, I love it. And be able to marry my love for the family business and the salsa with my passion for racing, that's, to me, would be the ultimate dream.
Absolutely. And it's been nice because it's a family business, so that allows you to stay close with your mom and dad. Your wife Lindsay's heavily involved in it. It's something that you guys can share and something you can be proud of. And you guys have said, even as you continue to grow, you want to keep the family aspect of it because you know that's a selling point to consumers, to families, to where it doesn't get the big corporate, let's say, backlash that it gets. You want it to be where it's family friendly, easy to communicate with, good relationships, good B2B, things of that nature, correct?
Yes. Yeah, we this year we actually added doing farmers markets again in the Michigan area. And my wife's cousin, JJ, who works for us now in the facility, he runs one of the markets for us on Saturdays. So he's currently in Rochester, Michigan, running the farmers market. Luckily for me, I had the weekend off. There's a festival in Plymouth, and plus, you know, it's not every day that
you get to come to Mid-Ohio and play.
Exactly.
So you've been partnered with Bill Snow and Andy Fifick for a while with Rad Air Racing. That partnership kind of worked out through Track First with Tim Wadsworth and his team over there in Akron is how that kind of worked. Where can folks find the salsa, and where can they find out about the packing company if they want to potentially get involved with you?
If you're looking for the salsa, we do sell online at mariashousemade.salsa.com. We also, if they happen to own a store or something like that, we also sell wholesale on Fair. But you can also reach out to me, Fred Pronko, at ProncoEnterprises.com. And if you have interest in us sitting down discussing maybe a potential product that we might be able to package for you, we will do that. And if it's something that's not in our wheelhouse, we definitely support other people, and we will always point people in the right direction.
Well, absolutely. Well, I threw that in the chat for all of our viewers. So coming off of VIR, how does it feel to finally be a winning partner and sponsor after that 24-hour victory about 3 weeks ago at VIR?
I mean, I'm amazed, excited. Honestly, more excited for the team, the guys, because that's a huge effort that they have to put in, and I'm just a guy with a name on the car. The team did all the work, and those guys, I know how hard they work at what they do, and they deserve it. And honestly, they deserve it again this weekend at Mid-Ohio, and I hope that happens.
Well, they're had a little bit of a rough go of it first, but we got a long way to go, and they've also got tomorrow. That's the beauty of a doubleheader weekend. But Fred, we'll let you go. We know you got to get down there and shake the hands and kiss the babies of everybody in the pits. But thank you so much for coming up. Please tell Lindsay, your wife, we said hello. Please tell your mom and dad I said hello. And if you get a chance, drop some salsa by. I'm fat and I like food, so I'll take it.
I will definitely. Thank you, Kyle, for
Absolutely.
having me.
Thank you guys so much. Fred Pronko, everybody. Maria's House Made Salsa. I threw the link in there. Make sure you guys go and check it out. It's a great product. But we'll get back to some great racing here with 90racing.com still out front over Brew Crew Racing, Parts Badger Fast Lane. That's your A-Class car, leading car, your C-Class leading car, and your B-Class leading car holding down your top three right now. And as we see, 90 Racing just completed a lap and working down toward the keyhole to work on another one.
Yeah, right now, 90 Racing leading the way, GBU leading EC behind them, Brew Crew back in third place right now. So similar to what we had at VIR, Brew Crew up at the front of the field and early in the race. Let's see if they can hold on to it.
Yeah, they've had good runs over the course of the summer. The year started out a little rough for them, especially at Road Atlanta, but they ran well at Daytona. They fell victim to some issues mechanically. They actually won a race this year. They won in the C class, and they won the overall at the Saturday CMP event down at Kershaw and had a good showing. I was going to try to, looks like Mark's trying to get it up into third gear. That car is hard to get into gear when it's under load. I've driven those cars that Arjun and his guys have, and sometimes it's hard to get that thing into gear. I don't know what it is about it. Maybe it's just the load and force that it takes, but sometimes it is hard to find that slot. But they've had a really good year so far. I tried to get a little bit of a word with them yesterday, just a follow-up on CMP. I didn't get a chance to see him at VIR, but he was seemed very excited about it from what I could tell body language-wise. They were doing some media stuff with some vendors and sponsors they had on site, so I didn't get a chance to sit down with them. So maybe this evening I can catch up and get a word. But congratulations to those guys. They continue to put on good shows, and hopefully they'll stay away from the mechanical gremlins again today.
Now, if they winning a race, that's the first I've heard them win an overall. So that could be their best race in the history of the team. So
I
that's
believe
a
so.
big accomplishment.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Arjun and his wife Kate and everybody with Brew Crew Racing, the fact that they're now trying to run 2 cars full time again. I know when his friend Samuel Getachew, we ran the 75 a few years ago in 2022. That was quite an effort, and I think a lot of times the 2-car effort would take away from some of the wins and thoughts that we could have had, but I think they've rebounded, and I think they've just found a good combination that works for them. So good luck to those guys the rest of the race, and they seem to have a good crew of drivers too.
The Pontiac.
Gotta love that thing. And it's not slow either. That's a fast car.
Yeah.
But it just looks cool too. I mean,
I hope they bring it to Road America, because that'd be a hoot.
Yeah.
Somebody always does bring something like that to Road America. The Enterprise or something shows up, and it's a lot of fun.
Well, it just complements them so well. Looks like we got 90 Racing here. They're in a fight with one of the Salins cars. 90 Racing has a 2-lap lead over Brew Crew Racing right now. So they're working on putting those guys another lap down.
Yeah.
They've kind of walked away a little bit from some of the field, but they've just, look at that split in the middle right here. I mean, these guys from 90 Racing have just been on it this weekend so far.
Oh, yeah.
But that's typical. We see this from them every time they come out. They really put on a good show. They have a solid driver lineup. If the car doesn't break, it's usually up front. So can't really say anything other than status quo. So while we know that 90 Racing's kind of got a little bit of a gap here, the Good, Bad, and Ugly has a pretty substantial gap in the EC class there. They have a pretty substantial gap on the car chasing them down. Let me take a look here in the order. Yeah, they're up by about 31 seconds over Open Throttle in the 769, which is Goldie. So a little bit there, but they're working on trying to get there.
Sennhauser team behind the still running Parts Badger car, and Les was thinking that maybe the 630 car was behind the wall. They were working on it, so he was going back to check on that.
Yeah, it's been a tough weekend for those guys, but we want to first of all make sure we thank Roy and all of his guys from Parts Badger for sponsoring the Fast Parts Grand Prix here at Mid-Ohio, presented by Parts Badger. Thank you guys for being so dedicated to the series and sponsoring the race, and hopefully they can get the 630 Gremlins out and get back out there.
Yeah, and Les is down in the pits right now with 90 Racing, so he's going to be talking to them.
Right now. You
guys for that CRX. I personally love it because Honda. What more could you want, right? I don't even know where you guys are shifting that, but that thing sounds great.
Yeah, I love it too, since it spends most of the time in my garage, and I spend probably 20 hours a week working on it. Yeah, it's running great today. So far, the race has been nice and clean. A lot of good driving out there. The weather's.
Oh, looks like we might have lost Les there for a second. Little technical difficulty. So we'll have to have him get back to that. But still on board here with 90. Nice move there on one of the BMWs. Might get him back here. It's pretty windy out there, folks, so that's a little bit of interference we're getting with some of our signal.
Yeah, we were having a little bit of trouble. See if I can recycle
The race has been nice and clean. A lot of good driving out there. The weather's to our favor a little bit. Our Maxxis VR2 tires are absolutely loving this cool weather. The wear rate has been great. The grip has been good. Be a close race for sure. Yeah, that's what we're here for.
Heck yeah, man. That's awesome. Well, hope to see you guys at the top step. I brought some champagne for you, so B Series is best, right?
Hopefully we see you there. B is best.
I love it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Les.
Back to you guys in the booth.
All righty.
Les is more Cam, just always doing his thing. Just good quality content. And thank you to Les. Works his butt off down there trying to get interviews and access and everything. Oh, got him a little hot there, but got that CRX to stick. It's incredible that grip he's got.
Yeah.
So, as we know they're up there, let's take a look again back here in the pack a little bit and see what's going on. Red Baron Racing is back with us this weekend. They've got their BMW entry, but it's EC this weekend. They are right now 5th in EC. There's a few open throttle cars this weekend that are here, 3 of them, in fact. And so it's Good, Bad, and Ugly and Red Baron that are kind of sandwiching the open throttle cars. Oh, got a BMW, got big loose right there. Good catch. Looked like was it the 44 car maybe? Nice job getting around that one. Gonna try the long way around possibly. Yep, getting around another one of those BMWs.
Yeah, nice heads-up driving by our Champ Car competitors. As Andrew was saying, good driving out there. They're just trying to stay out of the way. They see them coming and hold the line. That's the tried and true way.
Absolutely. Especially if you're a driver and you're in situations like that and you're in a car that's not always the fastest. The best thing you can do is be predictable and, like Paulie said, hold your line. Don't try to... If you have an opportunity to get moved over, you can, but in some instances it's better to just stay there and let the faster car work his way around you. He knows where he can and can't do it, and it just is safer and a little easier to navigate.
Yeah, so 90 Racing still holding the lead of the race, and it looks like they've got the fastest lap time of the day with that 137.513. Can you imagine we started out today turning 140s, and they've cut 3 seconds off the lap. It's as the track has warmed up a little bit. The sun trying to peek through those clouds, still on the front straightaway here, and but still a lot of cloud cover up above. Brew Crew Racing in second, Parts Badger in third. The 2 Team Salem cars are behind them, followed by Bavarian Mustache Works in their BMW. Thanks for tuning in, everybody, and hitting those likes and subscribes. I like to see that. Appreciate over 1,000 people have signed in already and watched the show today, and we're just getting started this weekend. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. We appreciate all of our continued supporters and everybody that just continues to make ChampCar.Live what it's become, and we really appreciate it. And I was looking up some fun stats, Paulie. I like to do that. It's just interesting. As we're getting into the latter part of the season, we're already over halfway on our broadcast schedule. And I was looking at class wins for A, B, C, and D, who are the 4 winners that have won on the overall this year. And as far as cars that have won, right now, the C-Class guys lead the way with 9 overall victories this year, and we have an A-Class car out front with 90racing.com. A-Class has 6 overall victories this year. If 90 Racing pulls this off, that'll pull them within 2 of most by that class of car. B-Class has 3 wins, and D-Class has 2, both by Eddie Vedder, who's not here this weekend, but I'm sure we'll see them at least some point before the year's out. So it's definitely been interesting to see. Whoa, a little bit of close racing right there with TLM and 90 Racing. But it's been interesting to just see the repeat winners that we've had, which Team Salem lead the way with 3 wins overall on the year. Eddie Vedder, Rockwell Development, or Autosport Development, there's No Z in Mazda, and Black Flag Sarcoma all have 2 overall wins on the year.
Yeah. Just enjoying this onboard footage here, this coverage of the 90racing.com car as they work their way around Mid-Ohio. And some smoke getting kicked up in some parts of the racetrack here. Not sure if that's a car that might be smoking or if they were just getting into a little bit of the dirt, as it's both Parts Badger and GBU coming through there. The AI car. There's our Pontiac and Speed Right.
See Brew Crew Racing working through there. One of the Camaros. That looks like Goldie from Open Throttle. Rad Air. You see those guys come down there. You just see the speed, and then they have to scrub it off on the brakes. And then you try to, for the smaller cars, you want to try to carry that up the hill a little bit to get over the top of the hill.
They head down the hill into Thunder Valley. With that, we're going to take another commercial break and be back in just a few minutes, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and we'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, presented by Parts Badger. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And it's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. I think I got all the advertisements out of the way I could there, Kyle, for us.
I know. We got to keep paying those bills. It is a long one this weekend, but again, we appreciate Parts Badger and Roy and his team for sponsoring. So if we have to get tongue-tied, we'll get tongue-tied. So.
And we have another special guest in the booth with us.
We do.
Kyle?
Mr. Chris Stifler, welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Thank you so much for coming to join us. You have been part of racing for a long, long time. You are a jack of all trades individual in the sport. You've done everything from driving to broadcasting. You do marketing, sponsorship. I mean, if it's part of racing, you do it.
Yeah, that's correct. Thanks for having me on, guys. And hello to everybody watching there live on YouTube this morning. Happy to be here and spend a little time with the guys in the booth here, maybe give their throats a little bit of a break, just due to the amount of talking during an 8-hour. I've done it. I know what it's like. So, but I'm happy to be here. And, yeah, I've been involved in anything and everything. I just love motorsport that much, and nothing really made me as happy as being involved in whether it was driving, coaching, marketing, and building relationships. I mean, it's just all part of it, right? I mean, if you want a well-rounded resume, then you have to dabble in everything, and I just happen to love it all and don't have enough time to do everything, but it's fun to be involved. It's great to be here at Mid-Ohio, my home track this weekend, and I appreciate you guys for having me on.
No, not a problem. Now, racing has been a big part of you and your family. How did it get started for you? Where did all this insanity come get rolling?
Well, my dad was a police officer, and he would get numerous phone calls that there's some kid ripping down the street on a big wheel and he's in the road. So they're like, get that kid to a track or he's going to get killed. So that's kind of how it started. And then my older brother, Steve, yes, I have a brother named Steve Stifler, so let the giggles continue. But he used to bungee cord me onto my big wheel with an Evel Knievel helmet and pillows and shove me down the driveway. And I would actually spin and roll and try to make it out of the driveway onto the sidewalk, and it just became an adrenaline fetish at that point. Little did I know it was such a lifelong drug, but that's kind of how it really began. And then some people in the neighborhood, Bobby Rahall's grandmother lived right down the street from me, so I used to go over to her place, and then she'd say, hey, you need to go down to the track. So I started here in the 70s and came down to watch Bobby and his dad race back in the old SCCA days, and that's kind of where it manifested.
So from there, you started, and you got to IndyCar, correct? You were a test driver at one point?
Yeah. Well, I did get to the Indy 500 in 93, but got rained out for rookie orientation and didn't get enough laps in. But Willie T. Ribbs and, of course, Nigel Mansell, F1 world champion in 92 comes. Press is all around him, and then Lynn St. James. So I was at the bottom of the order for that. And for the first time in 13 years, it got rained out, and it just happened to be I got 4 laps in, and then it started pouring, and then there was no other track time available for me to complete it. So they had to put another driver in the car in order to qualify the car, and I said, okay, but I didn't read the contract well enough because that driver wrecked the car, and I was out of a seat. So,
oh, man.
Yeah, I drove home pretty much in tears. So, but yeah, bad memory, but great lesson in business, and that's kind of what got me interested on the business side of the sport at that point.
So you've been doing everything, again, IndyCar, you're a driver. So what is it that you like about the business side of it? What do you feel like what you knew then that you know now? What's made the difference, and where do you feel like that's helped you and other drivers you represent?
Great question. It's definitely the people, the stories, the businesses, and building those relationships. And everybody's got a story, right? So it just fascinates me when I hear people talk about how they became successful in business and why do you want to get involved with motorsport, and why is this a great marketing vehicle? And that really intrigued me because not only was I had to seek my own sponsorship to get to Indy and raised all that money myself the hard way, pretty much like the way Robbie Gordon came up. His dad didn't give him a dime, and my dad didn't give me a dime. I had to go earn it. So throughout that whole career, though, the people really make the difference. And I got the opportunity actually here at this track back in the early IndyCar days. I got to sit down with Paul Newman, and he said, I want to give you one tip, and I hope you never forget it. He said, each person knows at least 100 people, and you don't know who's going to write you a check. So treat everybody with dignity and respect and love and admiration, and you'll go far. And man, that advice was the best I was ever given to help propel my career from amateur into pro ranks. So
it's a good person to learn from right there.
Yeah. God rest his soul. I mean, PLN was a great man.
Yeah, he definitely had a big influence. I mean, he was a phenomenal actor, so many different roles, but just his influence on motorsports and the charity he does with Serious Fun Camps and just trying to give back to the children and working in conjunction with Victory Junction, because that's a Serious Fun related camp, and a lot of the different outlets that Paul had. It was an incredible person and definitely some good advice. So you've been on the business side, some good racing down the front straightaway, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
3 wide there. TCR made a very gutsy move coming out of 13, and it paid off as they cleared them going into 1. So, Chris, we see so much of this business anymore is getting started and figuring out a place to start. Champ Car is an amateur series, but we have such a flavor of amateur, of drivers that have never done this before that are just looking to get started, whether it's for fun or we have drivers that are looking to move up and want to go places with this, but we've got drivers that have been to the show and still come back and play in our sandbox every once in a while. What is it about series like Champ Car that make it so appealing to the road racers?
Well, for one, I would say it's the availability of seat time. I mean, you've got an 8-hour race today, 7 hours tomorrow. That's a great opportunity to get, in a good enough car and learn. Plus you can do data, plus you meet team members, you got some engineers, and these guys know what they're doing. This is no longer a beginning series. I mean, a lot of guys have been here for many, many years, and I can see why. I mean, the racing is competitive. You get to learn a lot about setup and, 8 hours, that's a lot of seat time if you can get in, 2 hours at a time, or, if you get 3 drivers, you get even more opportunity. So not many series can you get into a car that's competitive and really learn. You're at a world-class facility this weekend, as well as some of the other tracks at this series, nationwide. It's a great way to learn tracks, and I don't call it an in-between series anymore. I don't call it part of a ladder. I would call it a place to be. I mean, Champ Car is doing good things. I mean, the schedule's active. People tune in. I mean, you've got a great following on social media and YouTube. So, I mean, it would teach a beginning driver that, hey, I need to have a social media presence. I need to, promote and work with partners. And it's just a great environment to learn in.
I mean, it's definitely done me a lot of good for what I've attempted to do in my career, but there's a lot of drivers. I mean, up and down the paddock, the stories of drivers that they do this for fun, they do this for sport, or we have a lot of drivers that have aspirations of going on to IMSA, NASCAR, or IndyCar, or whatever they want to do, or somewhere in that realm. Sure. So as from the business standpoint, you talked about the important thing. We know it's a business, having to cut a check, having to write a check. We know money is it's very influential, and it pretty much dictates whether you have a ride or not. What are some of the ways, since you've been doing the business and representation, what advice could you give some of our viewers and some of our folks listening that may want to find ways to market potential B2B? How can they make their programs better?
Well, for one, you got to do your research. You got to decide what kind of partner you want to align with. I mean, what kind of an image are you trying to create? What kind of a brand are you trying to create for your own self as a driver or as a team? And where do you race? Look at your markets nationally. Look at where some of these companies distribute, and where do you want your placement to be? It's not about how much you can get. It's about how much you can return first and foremost. So a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1 ROI is critical to turn any C-suite's head when you sit down with them and they're like, why do we want to be involved here? Show me why. It's not about your resume. It's not about what you race or where you win. It's where you compete and how do you win off the track, not on the track. So first and foremost is you have to understand that part of the business is it's about them, not about you. And, as a driver, that took me a long time to swallow when I was young because I was so egotistically stuck on myself that I'm like, well, you guys go do that. I just want to drive. Well, I was in that early 90s transition where when the Brazilian money started coming in from South America, the Fittipaldis and they started taking seats away from American drivers, we did not know why we were losing seats. It wasn't because of talent. It was because of relationships. And we really, it was a baptism by fire, if you will, because we had to wake up really quick to realize, hey, we need to get in on the business side, and this is why. So it was quite the eye-opener, and it's a lesson you don't ever lose. Once you lose a seat to somebody that brings money and you thought it was on talent, guess what?
Yeah,
it's time to go get educated on something.
It's become such a different world with the way the business model has changed over the last 20 to 30 years, and the costs have skyrocketed no matter what division it is. I mean, we know the series do a great job of trying to cost control as we're back on board here with 90 Racing, another excellent move, negotiating traffic right there, working through. I want to get to that with you in a second with your coaching, but just to close out on the representation and that kind of thing. So with as many years as you've been doing this, where do you see places or organizations like ChampCar falling in? Do you continue to see them? You don't see them as a middle ground anymore. Do you see this as an opportunity where Pro Series will look at this seriously for consideration of getting drivers cleared, let's say, to potentially go play in their sandbox?
If they don't, they're really missing the mark, I'll be honest. Just because of the opportunity. You've got trackside hospitality available here where you can bring a company and clients trackside and entertain them. For a long time, I did them as a sales reward. So if they had a sales staff, we would offer race tickets and hospitality, and it would, bump up their sales. They would see a spike in sales because people wanted to come be entertained and meet the drivers and have a great day at the track and bring their wife and kids and family, and it was a great environment to do B2B in. So, and it still is. But when you've got an 8-hour race, you got plenty of time to walk around, meet teams, go down pit lane, look at cars on pit stops, because the access is so good here. You can walk right up and watch a car during a pit stop, and you're like, wow, I didn't know that they did that. It's very entertaining and eye-opening to maybe a non-race competitor or to a new spectator. And I think this environment is perfect to come learn in, not only as a spectator, but as a driver or a team. And it's a great melting pot for everybody to come together, and there's something in it for everybody. If you just play your cards right, you could end up in a car if you want to drive someday too.
No, absolutely. I mean, it really does pay dividends. So let's kind of shift gears a little bit, Chris.
Sure.
As we're watching the field come to us here, as we're the entrance to the keyhole, you do a lot of coaching. You're a driver yourself. I'm a driver. Paulie, Les, Epps, the Less is More came on pit road. We're all drivers, and we have some type of instructing background. So coming to a place like Mid-Ohio, I know some guys are making their first start here this weekend. What advice would you give to young drivers or drivers that are looking to get rolling about Mid-Ohio, and how would you help them get faster to make the weekend come together by Sunday?
Patience. In one word, patience. If you're new here and there's this much traffic, you're in a car for a long period of time. So I had heard earlier on the broadcast, because I was listening as I drove in, you have to keep your body in shape. You got to keep your mind fresh throughout your whole stint, whether you're double stinting, if you're in the car 2 hours or you're doing 1 hour, depending on how, tires and fuel and the pit stop strategy is. But the main thing for somebody new is patience. Let people by. Just focus on your line. Keep the car underneath you. It's 8 hours. You got to hand the car off to somebody. You don't want to burn it to the ground. Unless you're in the last stint, well, that's a different conversation, depending on if you're in standing or what kind of time you need to make up. But patience above all. I mean, keep the car clean, no accidents. Keep it on track, no 4-offs. Just focus on where you need to be, keep your eyes up, and always be aware. And, of course, listen to what they're telling you on the radio, because they can coach you through. So that's the biggest thing for new drivers here. Just have some patience. Don't try to shove the car into a hole that doesn't exist, because they close very quickly, as you guys know. So, yeah, just, be methodical, drive your stint, learn what you can, and then, debrief when you get out, and they can tell you, hey, you could have done this better, could have done that better, you could have saved more fuel, whatever your role is before you get in the car would be the best question you can ask as a new driver. Okay, what do you want me to accomplish during my stint?
And it's always a learning opportunity when you go out there. You're always learning something new, whether you've got 1 year of experience or 10 years of experience. There's always data, mental data that a driver can take that's not necessarily tracked on S&T and other things like this. So we're on board here with Bavarian Mustache Works, and we're just coming across the start-finish line. We're coming down the front straightaway here. He's close enough. He may try to make a move. The BMW saw him. In that instance, if you're the driver in that white BMW, good call right there. Crack the throttle a little bit, let him go, fall in behind him, right?
Correct, yeah. Well, first of all, he showed his nose early enough, so he saw him in the mirror. Anytime you come to a corner, you should always check your mirrors. I always checked at least 5 seconds before I got to a corner to see if I was being set up. And then that white BMW did an excellent job as you're going into turn 1 there, because he was being overtaken, cracked the throttle, like you said, pulled a little bit offline, took the secondary outside line, and gave the faster car a way through, that's part of the patience. You want to save the car, but you don't want to have contact either.
Down the back straightaway, high-speed brake zone right here, going downhill a little bit. They've taken the 2 degrees away right here. You notice cars are pushing a little more wide. What would you tell a driver, as we see, obviously, the closing rate there was a little much. What would you tell a driver? That was a good catch right there,
Absolutely.
Trying to catch it. What would you tell a driver to set up through 4 to get through headed to madness with that in those type of situations?
Well, like I said, you got to have a goal when you're in the car. What's your job during this stint? Is it to go make up the most places you can because you're the fastest driver on the team? Or are you the beginning guy who you just need to make laps? Keep the car clean, be patient, don't burn it down. You don't want to wear out wheel bearings, burn the tires off the car, use up all the brakes. So it comes down to what role you're coached into. If I was on the radio with a driver during a stint like this, or I had a spotter out there, I just make sure that they're staying on point, keep the car on track, stay clear, or, hey, what's my gap? Where are we at in the overall standings? What's our goal before the next pit stop? So it is a huge mental game. You got to know what your role is.
Right here, anticipation. Would you say anticipation is key? When the rubber band stretches out, you get a little time to decompress, but then when it closes back in, you got to anticipate, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's pretty much that's why you're always taught, keep your eyes up. You need to see what's coming. Are you getting closed in on from behind as part of the accordion effect, or are you closing in on another car ahead of you? So you always have to have situational awareness, and the situation I refer to isn't where you're at in the race overall, it's where you're at that lap. what am I maximizing? It's the air gap for drafting, like here we are on the back straightaway, or in the corners. Do I have a better car in the corners, like you were saying earlier? The CRX has got the advantage in a corner, but not necessarily on the straight. So am I drafting? Am I closing? Am I trying to pull away? There's just so many things to consider in how you want to drive the car and how aggressive you want to be. Ooh,
like
that's
right
tight.
like right here, you're trying to anticipate the traffic. We're back on board with 90 Racing. He's trying to find the hole. There's the 993, the no foo guys right there. He's trying to
be patient.
He's trying to figure out which one will go, because it looks like the 944 is going to go, but then the Miata stalls out. So you kind of have to as to Chris's point, you have to play that patience game to find out where the hole opens, and you don't want to make the wrong move, because then also other cars can use you as a pick.
Absolutely. And it depends on what he's trying to accomplish here. Is he just trying to run as hard as he can and gain as much, or is he trying to build a gap to the car behind? It depends on where you're at overall, and that's where your crew comes into play for you, is they can help you understand where you're at. And it never hurts to ask questions. I always ask a lot of questions on the radio. When I get in the car, I don't pretend to run the race. I let the race run me. And by that, I mean I let the crew tell me, spotters tell me, engineer gets on the radio and says, okay, I need you to do this. But you drive to what the car's potential is, and you always save a little bit. But by save a little bit, you always want to keep a little bit of space, because if you need to suddenly divert, you don't know what that car ahead of you is going to do. So absolutely, all the awareness you can have and understand what your next move is going to be at least 2 corners ahead is the way I thought.
Absolutely. So like right here, you can see him offline, giving himself a little bit of a room. Knew he wasn't sure if he was going to get to that BMW in front, thought better of it, hanging about a half a car length back, may get the run here off of 5, probably knows he's not going to get there, but what he might do, to the point of anticipation, well, it just blew my theory out of the water. I was going to say he was probably going to go with him in line to get by the Focus, but that CRX turned so well, and again here he goes by the 44, he anticipated the run, backed off a little bit, got to the throttle a little quicker, which allowed him to navigate madness better.
It's all timing, too. Once you understand the car you have underneath you, now mind you, the car does change quite a bit during a stint. As the fuel load burns off, the brake pads start to wear, you get a longer brake pedal, the tires start to wear, especially in front-wheel drive. I've driven a ton of CRXs, used to build them, and you have to be really patient. Now, this has a B18 in it, which is quite a bit of horsepower, and you can really fry the front tires off if you're not gentle. So being smooth is always the key to speed, is you have to be very, very gentle. But that anticipation that he showed back going into Thunder Valley was he had to pick and choose. I don't think he was too much worried about who was behind him, because he knows what kind of horsepower he has. Now he's going to thread the needle, splits the two, the door closes as he enters the keyhole. I would be out wider. I would set up way wider because I can get to throttle sooner. And if you go a car width wider entering the keyhole here, it's worth about 6 miles an hour at the end of the back stretch, not counting the draft that he's going to get here either. So it's all how you set up the car and know what it likes, and you just feed it continually what it likes to eat.
And he's actually, as we're discussing this into the break zone, that's Brew Crew Racing. That's the second place car right there. Whoa. Tried to dive in there. Probably he knows that's a second place car. I'll guarantee you that team's telling him what he's trying to do is put them a third lap down. But if that's Mark or whoever's in the car at this point, he knows, and I know Arjun and Kate are telling him that's the leader. Do not let him put you another lap down. So this battle's going to get very intense here, because I saw Brew Crew Racing try to make a big move into the keyhole to get and put another car of a gap to him in 90 Racing, and the reason being is you don't want to keep letting them put you more laps down, because later in the race then you don't have to play catch up as much if something or the strategy changes.
Absolutely. Well, the other thing to consider here, he's waving in the mirror, whether he's saying thanks for a pass or he's coming into the pit, which is a pit signal. Okay, that's why he didn't get aggressive for that pass, because he knew he was coming in. He would have just had to give it right back. But what I was about to add to the broadcast here was that in that whole setup with 4 cars all going into tight corners and being patient, was he knew he was coming in. He knew the car was very light on fuel, probably needs tires as well, might be a driver change, but that's where you got to depend on your crew. And that's where, when you drive in the car, what I coach everybody is, if you're in an endurance race, you've got to do what they tell you. You go drive to the best of your ability, but drive the way they tell you, meaning, hey, I need 30 good solid laps out of this stint or whatever. So based on that pit stop for your overall leader here, let's see what happens.
Absolutely. And I was going to actually kind of counter that a little bit, because you noticed Brew Crew, I noticed, was making some moves, like I said, trying to keep the gap. They may not have known that they were coming in, but knowing who that was, they wanted to make sure that they were giving themselves as much advantage and not have to make that up. If they did get inkling they were coming in, at this point, you tell Mark, go get it, go as hard as you can, because at this point, if something hiccups on 90 Racing's pit stop, that allows them to play a little bit of catch-up. Yes, Brew Crew's going to have to come in, but then it's that ebb and flow of the pit stop cycle of how much can you be good on your in versus your out lap, or even both, and make up some time, correct?
Correct, yeah. And the other thing I'm going to counter with as well that I wanted to throw in here, and it just happened to fall into our lap here for broadcasting, was that there was no need, if he was already 2 laps down, there was no need to put him a third when you're coming to pit lane, because my crew, probably the strategist, would have said, hey, we've raced these guys all year. We know the length of the circuit. We can kind of figure out what kind of gas mileage all these teams get, right? When you're continually in competition against these. And that's one of your aces in the hole, is if you know that that car can only do, let's say, 45 minutes on a load of fuel here, and you're at the 40-minute mark, it's like, hey, they're going to be coming to pit lane. No need to get on that third lap and push the car, because they're going to be coming. We're going to get a lap back automatically. So be patient. Let them come to pit lane. Then they're going to exit with a full load of fuel, so the car's not going to be as fast, of course, because of all the extra mass added, correct? But if they come out on fresh tires, that could be a 1.5 second advantage. But you got to know where you stand. But that's the job of the crew in the pits. Let you know where you stand. Just go do your job behind the wheel. Focus, save the car, and that's the team. That's the whole team philosophy.
So we're coming up on 11:30, folks. We've been out there for just a little over our 3 hours now. So real quick, let's do a rundown of our overall top 10, and let's get you caught up on the class leaders here. 90racing.com continues to lead the A-class. They're in the pits right now for their pit stop. They are also leading the overall. And then to round out your top 5, it's Brew Crew Racing in second in the 244. The Team Salins with Ketchup leading Mustard. And then Bavarian Mustache Works, that is a mouthful sometimes, rounding out your top 5. But see what's going on here.
Yeah, we missed it with the bandwidth issues down there.
Oh, hood's open. Maybe just
might have said something about brakes.
You might want to do a replay on that one. That was beautiful.
So we're trying to talk to Les. He's communicating. Apparently, we're hearing word of potentially. Apparently, something about possibly brakes with the car. But anyway, let me finish rounding out your top 10 here. Hero Time Racing leads your B class and is 6th in the overall, followed by TCR in the 97, their 96 BMW. 901 Motorsport continues to sit around the bottom half of the top 10. And then there's No Z and Mazda has just worked themselves up into the top 10, and Cone Crushers rounds out your top 10. It's again dominated by C-class cars, and then your EC class continues to be led by Good, Bad, and Ugly, which is the Riley team, Bill Riley and his guys, with 2 open throttle entries following them to round out your EC podium. The only A car right now, again, up in the top 10 is 90 Racing, but No Foo Racing and Sarburns Autosport are just outside the top 10 right there. Les getting some fun interviews and talking to folks. And then scrolling down a little bit farther, American Express, the Grand Funk Prix, continues to lead in about somewhere, I want to say in the high 30s overall, but leads D class. And then Tag Racing continues to lead your F class.
You want to give him a few words about that?
Oh no, he's down some flyers. So.
All right. Well, I'm gonna start doing an interview. How about that? All right. So we're here with Charlie from Hero Time Racing. Right now, you got Andy Smedegard in the car right now.
Yeah, we got Andy from ASM in the car. He's helping us. A lot of the wiring, PDM. He's been a good mentor to us with motorsports and endurance. So and he's in the car right now, putting down some wires. And then up next we got Brian going in. So hopefully we can close the
like a lot of people out there don't know you guys. So Hero Time Racing, you guys are a new group. You guys are AutoZone and a few other races this year. You got the TSX, so it's the gray and green TSX.
Yeah. So this is a 1.5-year car build from the ground up, and we did probably 3 NASA Trek 4-hour races. We did 1 ChampCar, one AER, and this will be our 3rd ChampCar. So we're a new team trying to figure it out, trying to get as much tips and advice from experienced folks as possible to kind of make the learning path least painful. But yeah, like it's racing. We still had challenges. Yesterday we lost our transmission, so we threw in a mystery transmission.
Yeah, before I left, I think you had a transmission on the ground doing a rebuild, so.
Yeah, so we put a total up, so that's all we can do, and drive well, and hopefully stay out of any contact issues, so yeah.
Heck yeah, so with that said though, so, I mean, from rebuilding a transmission to first place B-Class, seems pretty good, man.
Yeah.
Seems pretty good.
I mean, we love Middo, and the TSX is running really well here.
A little bit of bandwidth issues, folks. We apologize for that. Just a little bit of that low ceiling that we're dealing with gets a bit of interference, and then with some of the S&T and data and telemetry stuff that some of the teams run, it sometimes get in the way of our broadcast. So we'll try to make sure we get back down to less and hear more from the guys from Hero Time. It sounds like they're well-rounded, and we're glad to have them.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to take a quick commercial break and be back in a few minutes, though, first, guys. So Chris Stifler in the booth with us today. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone. where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race. It is the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Paul Veltum along with Kyle Lockbrough, Les Epps, and Chris Stifler in the booth with us now as we're just talking through this race at this beautiful racetrack in Mansfield, Ohio. It is Mid-Ohio, and born in 1962, I think I saw on the stats, Chris. Does that sound about right to you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Little town of just outside the little town of Lexington, but the nearest adjacent is Mansfield. Yes, so centrally located here.
Hasn't really changed much over the years. It's been pretty much the same layout, hasn't it?
Well, there used to be, in the back, there was a big tree, and they had a little bit of a kink. The track used to actually come inside, coming into Thunder Valley. It used to turn to the right.
Okay.
And if you go out there to spectate, you'll wonder why there's a big section of pavement right through this huge, deep hill about 50 feet away from the current edge of the track. And
yeah.
There used to be a tree there, which ended up being a problem. So instead of cutting the tree down, they changed the track layout.
Yeah, just drive around it.
Yeah. Well, for a long time, we had lobbied for more straightaways because there is so many corners. I mean, it is a 13-turn course and 2 miles. So, they wanted a little more passing. So that's how Thunder Valley was pretty much created, was the drivers all lobbied together and said, hey, give us another straightaway.
Uh-huh. Now, when did that happen?
Ooh. You're challenging my trivia mind. I want to say it was early 60s.
Okay, yeah.
So it was early on in the history of the track, and then it's been pretty much status quo since they made that change. It hasn't really changed much after that, right?
Correct. Other than some repaves and, they changed coming out of the carousel here. They put a little bit more of a straightaway into the last corner here coming onto the front stretch, which is only a couple of years old, but that was more for the IndyCar guys and the Moto guys so that they didn't have to lean so much.
Yeah.
And this is Cone Crushers getting their fuel service right now. Yeah, they do the Moto. I brought my wife here to watch both IndyCar and Moto. Actually, I don't think I brought her to watch the Moto. That was just me and my dad that did that. A lot of fun, a lot of interesting racing, and to see the way those motorcycles handle this racetrack, their ability to decelerate, to brake from such a high rate of speed and then accelerate is just mind-boggling.
Those guys are nuts. It's phenomenal to watch, but those guys are like 50 shades of crazy. They've got to be to do that, and the control you have to have. absolutely. But they're good at it, and it's incredible to see what they can do with those bikes.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a street bike, but it's not like that. It's more of a cruiser. I mean, if I don't lean enough in a corner on my bike to even spill a glass of water. So I like to stay upright.
So as we see them here, Cone Crusher's just getting fueled up, and they got a little of the Jackie X paint scheme this weekend. I noticed that with their box there.
Yeah.
Kind of a takeoff on the old golf livery, too.
Yep.
Yeah, it's always nice to see that somebody in the field has that livery. It's just it's like it's appropriate. It should be done, and I'm glad to see it.
Absolutely.
Les checking out some of the interior of the Miatas, creative wiring that's been going on, but yep, topping off the Miata here.
So I believe the 57, that should be Silver Martini Racing.
Oh, okay.
I believe. Let me just verify. Yep, Silver Martini Racing. Right now, they are in 6th in class. Mind you, they're in the pits right now. But they've been top 5, top 7 all day in class so far. Running about inside. I'd say they're running about 18th, right? About 8. Let me see here. 3 EC cars. About 21st at the moment. So they're having a solid run.
Yeah, now as the pit stops have taken place and 90 Racing came in and pitted, Team Salem Ketchup took over the lead of the race from 90racing.com, who's now in 2nd place and not clear on the gap exactly. Then we've got Team Salem Mustard in 3rd behind them. Then it's Hero Time Racing, TCR. Then there's No Z in Mazda is shown in 6th place. And then it's Parts Badger, Sabrins Autosports, and Nofu Racing rounding out the top 10.
As we see, it looks like there's a lot of guys, even though there's not cars there, it looks like there's a lot of teams right to the wall. So it looks like we may be getting into that next round of pit stops because we're just about 4.5 hours to go. So we're going to have to start thinking about some fuel mileage here because with an 8-hour race, can you go the full 2-hour distance? Can you not? And can you also catch a code 35 at the right time to where maybe you can put it on full tilt for that final stint to go potentially after a victory or a class win?
That's what I'd be thinking.
We've had some car-to-car contact over the last, I would say, half an hour or so, but mild. And other than that, not much to speak of as far as cautions or black flags, a 4-off here, spin and continue there. But for the most part, a lot of green flag racing out here this weekend at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, that was one thing I know they wanted to get rolling, and I know the competitors were very adamant about wanting it. So I know Jackie and everybody at Race Control are working very diligently as we see the Grand Funk Prix on pit road for their next pit stop. They wanted the green flag racing, so I know Jackie's lobbying for the hot pulls. But again, that comes down to the competitors. It looks like they're slowly integrating it a little bit, and it looks like the respect from the competitors in the field has been really good so far. So an attaboy to the guys, and let's keep it up, and let's keep this clean and green the rest of the day if possible.
You mean somebody listened in the driver's meeting? That never happens.
We had a few people that kind of had their heads up, but it seemed like. But
toothpicks under the eyelids?
We talk slowly. So they were, yes, we're all racers. We spoke slowly, and it seemed like everybody understood pretty well. So,
well, just a reminder for all the listeners out there, I've had a good time being on air here, and the guys have been very gracious to let me be here, and I've appreciated it. But hey, if you like the broadcast and all the work that Kyle and Paul do here, be sure to hit that like button and share it with some people. We want to get the word out that this is a really good organization to come run with. You can get involved as a crew member. You can get involved as a driver. Just requires a little bigger wallet sometimes. But either way, get out here to one of these races, especially beautiful sunny day here, Mid-Ohio, not too hot, gorgeous weather. Bring the family. Come enjoy it. Have a picnic. But, go meet some people. Come here. and experience what motorsports is all about and why we love it so much is because it's about the people and the relationships you build. So,
and there is a membership for the weekend. If you don't have the membership for the year, you can get a weekend membership to come be a part of it. And if you're interested in learning about the series, you can check it out at ChampCar.org. You can also come out and volunteer for a race. I know they're always looking for volunteers, ways to help out and get involved and immerse yourself in it. It's a great way to do it, and we greatly appreciate that. And I know the series does. And Chris, we've definitely enjoyed having you up here today. And thank you for just adding so much to the broadcast and for your contributions to racing. We greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, not a problem. I'll stick around as long as you like. I know there's some other people that need to get on air with you here, and I'd appreciate hanging out and watching with you guys and
That'd be
see
great.
what happens. I'll be happy to stick around.
That'd be great. That'd be great. Thanks,
Super,
Chris.
fantastic. And thanks for all the listeners out there for your comments and participating in the thread. That definitely helps us. And it's been great being here. And maybe I'll get back on here in a bit. But enjoy the rest of the action from these two up here. They do a great job, and so does Race Control. And I've enjoyed being here and seeing some of the cars and some people this weekend. But get out here. Have a good time.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
so as
Chris.
we see a gaggle of cars coming down the front straightaway here, so just to get you updated on where we're at, Paulie just did it a moment ago. So Team Sale and Ketchup has worked themselves into the lead, and it looks like Hero Time Racing, the leading B-Class car, has snuck up into second in the overall. These guys have definitely made their presence known here this weekend. 90 Racing working on recovery after their pit stop. They are back up to third, and they continue to lead the A-Class here as we're on board with them. You can see the guys in the car now really fighting the wheel.
Overall leaders on pit lane.
Yep, looks like they're Rad Air Racing, and Paul is on pit road as well. So pit road speed here in Champ Car at every facility we go to is 20 miles an hour. So that's something that has to be adhered to all the way, everywhere we go. And Champ Car is very adamant about it, and they will put a radar gun on you. So you got to make sure that you're adhering to that, or that will get you a nice visit and an uncomfortable conversation with Jimmy and others.
As I like to say, they'll congratulate you on your driving style.
They will. And then they'll make you sit for a little bit and think about how you can improve your driving style. And then they'll send you back out there, and then you get to play a beautiful game of what we call catch-up.
This was the first place I ever got called in, black flagged, and got a talking to. And it was because I violated the blend line. I didn't know that was a thing. My first race. Hadn't heard of that before.
We had talked about that this weekend, and we did talk about that this morning. The blend line is a big thing here at Mid-Ohio, and the reason is because when you enter the track, when you come off of pit road, the only thing separating you is the rumble strip where the cars are at speed in turn one. You have to be very, very careful. You don't want to jump over that if you're on the race line, but if you're coming off pit road, you want to stay left, and you want to make sure you try to keep your car out of the racing line as much as you can. And it's kind of a balance between the cars at speed and the cars off pit road. And I mean, you can get in trouble. You want to use that curb, but I mean, it was explained this morning that if you overstep that curb and you're on the other side of the track, or you end up on the other side of the track, you may get to come sit for a little bit.
90racing.com has slipped down another spot, now behind Hero Time Racing, who's overtaken them for second place. So it's Team Salem, Hero Time, 90racing.com, Team Salem Mustard, TCR, there's no Z in Mazda, Parts Badger Fastlane in 7th place, Sabrins Autosports in 8th, and it's No Foo Racing and Brew Crew, the top 10.
And if I can throw in a little comment for you here, that curb when you exit pit lane is not as tall as it used to be. I had to use pit lane at the start of a race once because turn one was pretty much blocked from cars ahead that got sideways and spun, and I did not lift. And I can tell you that curb was a lot taller than I thought. I ended up using pit lane as the exit, and there was zero grip in it. So I almost became a casualty of their casualty. So, yeah, you want to watch pit lane exit all the time. But that's good coaching. You know, if you come out and do a test day, that's something that should be covered. Team should make you aware of that. So I'm sorry you got a black flag there, Paul. That's quite unfortunate.
It's okay.
It happens to the best of us. As we saw 90 Racing thread the needle down the back straightaway there and kind of go through the middle. These guys have been making some really good moves and really done a great job anticipating traffic as they set themselves up to come into 4, and it really let them gap some of the cars as they came through 6, 7, and Madness.
I find it really impressive that the top 5, even though there's a blend of classes here, they're all on the same lap.
It's been fun to watch over the last few seasons. They've really done a good job with ChampCar of evening up the playing field, and I think the tire rule next year, pending how teams get adjusted to it, I think that's going to add us. Hero Time Racing has now worked themselves up into the lead. I believe TCR is on pit road, or I forget who was up front. It might have been Salins, but they surpassed somebody, and they are now up front. So,
yep. Yeah. Well, Salins was in the pits, so that's why. So, yeah, for the first time today, Hero Time Racing takes the lead of the race.
Big gaggle of cars come through turn 9 right here.
1.69 seconds the gap from 90 Racing to the leader.
Camaro used the grass for that pass up the front stretch on the outside. That was gutsy.
Yeah, those guys at K2 Autosport are pretty gutsy guys. I've had a few conversations with them, and they play for keeps when they come to run Champ Car.
Well, he was getting his money's worth.
Absolutely.
Use all the track and a little more.
Saves tire wear if you use grass, too.
Yeah, and the folks at Mid-Ohio don't have to mow as much, so they might appreciate that a little bit. We see we're back on board here with your second place car. Only a short distance behind those guys here. Actually, this is your battle for the lead, fellas. Here we go. It was showing 1.6 last time by, but as fast as that CRX is, here we go. 1 car length back.
He's got to run for sure.
Now we got to watch because there
takes him on the inside.
There is some traffic in front with it. Looks like one of the Parts Badger Miatas.
Yeah.
We'll have to see how he navigates
kicked up there.
You got to wonder if he threw that up intentionally a little bit.
Did you see the puff of smoke on that downshift? That's not healthy. Okay, so here he's going to have to set him up here going up the front stretch. He's going to need to get a run, so this pass will probably happen at the end of the back stretch based on the gap that he's got and the way that he's setting up. He's using every inch of track he should. Great turn-in, great throttle application. Car looks really balanced based on the camera. And, every
I don't
bit
know,
of the
Chris.
exit.
The 651, I noticed out of 13, he gets a good run with the torque out of there. I don't think the 90 Racing got the run down there that they wanted either. And it looks like the 651 is really doing a good job of getting back on the power. Look at that right there. Great run out of there. Anticipated well. Now, down here, this may be where, but he's trying to draft. You see him trying to use that Miata there to get pulled. I think he knows he's going to be a little.
This is risky right here at the kink.
The braking zone
He's
is
going to
where
be on
it's
the
all gonna
outside.
happen. He better pinch
Let's see if he clears him.
This is not going to be advantageous here. He's just got too much traffic on the inside. There's Parts Badger getting through.
It looks like, I believe he took the lead on that one. But let's see what happens here, guys, because they're navigating a host of traffic right here. 414 poked the hole on the 614, the other Miata there. 90 Racing went with them. The racing we've seen today is incredible, guys. Yep, looks like he has taken the lead, but he's not letting him get away. Now let's see if 90 Racing, shoots the gap right there. He's letting the 414 poke the holes. He's trying to go with him.
So he gets the pass done. This time by, they should show a change of position. Yep, there it is. 90racing.com retakes the lead of the race. And 0.4 seconds that time by.
And then a lap behind these guys is the mustard entry with Team Salem. TCR, Paulie and Chris, has worked themselves up into 4th spot, and they're about a minute and change behind. Actually, Salem is now on the same lap, and they are only 20 and change behind these top two. So we may have a 3-way fight for the lead here very soon.
So I have a question here. Is there only one timing loop for the track? Is that start-finish or backstretch, or is there multiple?
We only have the timing loop at the start-finish.
Okay, so it updates just once a lap.
Yeah, we don't have scoring loops around the racetrack like some of the Pro Series do.
Okay.
So it just gets updated when the transponders hit the line.
Okay. Just wanted to know, because as you look at timing and scoring and you watch the marching ants,
we actually get that a lot.
You look at the gap and it's like, ooh, I look out the window because I'm trackside and I can see a little difference, and just knowing how it's closing or growing is of key importance. So,
oh, absolutely.
We've never had that.
Oh, look here, guys, coming into 10. Looked like one of the Hondas or somebody was trying to go 3 wide. Didn't exactly get the run out of 9 that they wanted. It's hard to get up over that hill. If you get any type of wheel spin, your run is shot.
Yeah, there is a thing that I coach back there. Depending on front wheel drive or rear wheel drive and the amount of horsepower, you can diamond
got a car
that.
off in the grass right there at the carousel. Have to see what's going on there. Might have just
go ahead.
See him
Yep,
now.
looks like one of the 944s.
Yeah.
Little agricultural racing, but no harm,
by.
no foul. He's running again.
Team Toro. So yeah, you can diamond that in the back. There's several lines to get through there to get into Thunder Valley, but Turn 11 is actually the second fastest corner on the course next to Turn 1 here. So you can carry a lot more momentum, and there is some camber in 11 that you don't really see on the camera angle, but you can definitely feel it in the car. So it pretty much sets up on the entry, and if you don't turn in too early, you can catch it. But if you turn early, it pancakes out, and then it'll dump you off the outside with the reverse negative. So, and then it turns into a positive camber. But turn 11 is very fast here, and I use that to my advantage as a home track quite often.
All right, so we've reached the top of the hour, so we'll go ahead and take a quick break and be back here in just a couple minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and it's 90racing.com leading the way. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone Hero Time Racing. Looks like they are at pit out and getting ready to roll back onto the racetrack momentarily. Led this race here at Mid-Ohio over 90racing.com, but 90 Racing now reclaims the lead with TCR in second, and there's no Z in Mazda. And we have another guest in the booth with us.
We do. Real quick before we talk to Mr. Scott here from HPT Autosport, let me, just as our viewership likes to know, let's do a quick round of the top 10, hit our classes real quick. So 90 Racing in the A class continues to lead that division and then also leads the overall. TCR in the 97 leads your C class and is in second. There's no B in Mazda, no Z in Mazda. Couldn't muff that up any better. Leading the B class in third overall. Team Salem Ketchup in fourth, second in C class, and then 2 B class cars, the Parts Badger 414, and then Hero Time Racing, who we now have a camera on board with. They're fifth and sixth. Team Salem Mustard in seventh. Sauerburns Autosports in 8th, No Foo Racing in 9th, and Brew Crew Racing round out your top 10. Your leading EC class car is Good, Bad, and Ugly from Bill Riley and his technologies team. Bill will actually be up here with us in a little bit. He wanted to come say a few words. A lot of people know who Bill Riley is and his history with sports cars. And then a little farther down in the order, Tag Racing has worked themselves up into the top 35 overall with a bunch of ECs mixed in, and they're leading the F class by a pretty substantial margin. And then American Express, the Grand Funk Grand Prix, that Pontiac continues to hold down the D class lead. So we do have a guest in the booth, Scott from HPT Autosport. How do you pronounce your last name? Because I have messed it up every time this weekend.
That's fine. It's Robotham.
Robotham, okay.
Robotham, yep.
Okay, you make it sound so much more elegant than I said. I was like Robotha something. So anyway, welcome to Champ Car Live. Thank you for coming and joining us. We appreciate it. Now, this is your first Champ Car race with us this year?
It is my first Champ Car race.
How's the experience been so far?
It's been great. Great group of people, great racing. Just got done with my first stint this morning, about an hour and a half. It was great. It was fun.
Now, you're with Open Throttle Racing in Goldie, correct?
Yes, racing with Open this weekend in Goldie, the number 69 car.
Okay.
EC class, yep.
What do you think of Mid-Ohio so far?
I love it. I love this place. It's fun. So I raced here years ago, probably about 20 years ago, with the SCCA, mainly ITA Honda class. I was looking at old pictures, trying to figure out when the last time I was here. It was about 16 years ago.
Okay.
So first time back racing, 16 years.
Nice. Well, welcome back. And what do you think? You like the repave?
It's great. Yeah.
A little more grip now?
A little more grip. Surface is good. It's fun. Yeah.
That's good. So you are a big Autosport guy. You love cars, big into the automotive industry. HPT Autosport is your baby. So tell us how that got started.
That got started basically as a hobby. I was working a full-time job, and back in the day I was working on engines, mainly Hondas, engines and transmissions. I started to get into racing and was quickly realizing that you couldn't last very long on a stock engine. So taught myself, had some good friends that showed me some tips and tricks, and fast forward to a couple years into that as a hobby, working a full-time job and then working at night doing repair. At one point I think I had probably over a year's worth of work, in the garage, and I went to my day job and I said, man, I really don't like working here anymore, and I sent out an email at lunch and I left and never looked back, and that was 2008.
And almost 17 years later, it's grown, blossomed.
It's grown a lot, yeah. So we've kind of switched business models over the years. We don't do any service work anymore. It's all e-commerce, parts sales. So we specialize in Honda Acura, but we sell parts for just about everything.
So I'm guessing it's got to do, as much as you want to, I know you're winning the E-Class or EC Class, it's got to do your heart a little good to see that CRX out front, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. I got some love for the CRX, and he's quick, too. He's cooking.
Those guys, 90 Racing, Robin Banks and those guys, every time they come to the track, they're not going down without a fight. Let's put it that way. If that car doesn't break, it's a fast piece. So
yeah.
So coming back, you're slowly getting back into Champ Car. I know you're working with one of the drivers that we represent with KLR Management with Camp Teague, who ran in Goldie. You guys are teamed up this weekend, and they finished third at VIR. Whoa, a little sideways there for that car in front. Looks like good catch. So it seems like you've really enjoyed coming back. You're talking about possibly wanting to get your own team started at some point in Champ Car, correct?
Yeah, we're thinking about it. For now, I've been enjoying just the arrive and drive and paying for the seats, but I think at some point we're gonna look at putting together a team, just finding the right people and right mechanics. Camp is a great driver. I'd like to get him some more seat time and see how it goes.
Do you feel like, I know Chris Stifler, who was just on with us a short time ago, we've been talking about this off and on throughout the broadcast. Do you feel like Champ Car is a great place for somebody like Camp, and then for yourself who's getting reacclimated, you've got experience, but knocking that rust off, do you feel like this is a good sandbox for people to play in, to learn, who have aspirations of moving on to IMSA or other forms of motorsport?
Absolutely too. So, and that's for me, that's why this is my first year back racing. But I've done a decent amount of stuff this year with different organizations. But this is great to learn situational awareness, car control, all that. So it's like absolutely come out, get your feet wet doing this. This is great. Great group of people. No incidents today so far. But yeah, very very knock on wood. Yeah, very very.
I was gonna say, don't jinx yourself.
Yeah, very close racing. And it's excellent. Like I said, as far as amateurs wanting to get their feet wet, come out and do some amateur racing. No licensing requirements, which is nice too. So
it's such a good mix of the amateurs versus the pro experience we have in this field. So there's so much you can learn from and be around. So you guys did some prep as we're back on board with Brew Crew. Arjun's at the wheel. I'm sure he's going to lay some laps down for us. They're fourth in their class and 10th in the overall position there. So it's got to be fun to do this, but it's also got to be fun to know that you're helping somebody else's career at the same time.
Absolutely, yeah. So back. It was, when I first started racing, it was, 300-hour junkyard motors, and hopefully we make it through the weekend. So I know what it's like to fund it yourself and to start with nothing and race with nothing. So at this level in my career, I'm just happy to be able to jump back in a seat, and if I can provide that opportunity to young aspiring drivers like Camp or friends and myself, and go out and race and have fun on the weekend. That's what it's all about. So.
Absolutely. Real quick, we'll get back to you in a second. It looks like we got a debris flag, Paulie, down in 9 and 10 through Madness, coming out of it, and then headed into Thunder Valley. So not sure if it's dirt, debris, fluid. We'll have to keep an eye on that and see what they say in the race logs. Have we seen anything to this point?
They're not saying anything in the logs. I'm just seeing it on marching in, so that's why I wanted to bring it up. And looking over at that part of the racetrack, it's actually we got a pretty good visual on it from our position here in the booth, and I don't see anything, but so it must be just outside of our view. But they have shown the debris flag over in that part of the racetrack, and typically if it's not something that's right on the racing line that creates a hazard, they'll just leave that out there for a while, let everybody know. Once you've made a couple circuits, you know that it's there, and then you don't really think about it too much. You just avoid it.
Yeah, it's a precautionary thing where they'll put that out there, and they want to make sure that everybody's aware, because the last thing you want to do is guys aren't aware, and then something happened, and then next thing you know, we have a bigger issue. So, Scott, since you're just kind of getting reacclimated to everything and trying to figure it out, where have been your trouble points this weekend? Where, as that not new driver, but kind of putting yourself back in that rookie status a little bit, what have been the trouble points that you're trying to work on to figure out where you can find speed?
Yeah, just like I said, it's been 16 years since I've been here. So Friday was the first time I was in this car. So getting acclimated to the car, learning how it brakes, how it turns, the level of grip with the tires, and just learning relearning the line of the track too. So and then just trying to hit your points and your turn in and incrementally push it harder and harder, and trying to find the absolute limit of it.
Did you feel that once the sun came out and the temp started to go up a little bit, did you feel the track get a little greasier? Did you feel the difference?
I did, yeah. So towards the end of the session, it's starting to warm up. The tires are, I've been out there for an hour plus, so they're getting, more pressure, more temperature. So we're sliding around a little bit more. So that's something you got to be mindful as of a driver too. Your level of grip is going to change as the tires get hotter, the track gets hotter. But yeah, just all types of different management you have to do as a driver.
Yeah, absolutely. So as far as the company, we'll get back to that a little bit. So if anybody's interested in parts that you guys have, where can they find you?
So the website is www.hptautosport.com. Like I said, we're primarily focused on Honda Acura, but we sell parts for Nissan, Toyota, Subaru, you name it. So
you guys, pretty much have all kinds of different manufacturers and OEMs that you support.
Yeah. So we have like over 200 brands. A lot of emphasis on racing parts. Brake pads, brake lines, fluids, you name it, pistons, rods, camshafts. Anything Honda. B series, K series, H series, D series. You name some of the top brands like Skunk 2. Syncrotech, M Factory, K-Tuned, Hybrid Racing. We stock all that stuff. We have a 7,500 square foot warehouse in Arden, North Carolina that we ship parts out of every day all over the world. So.
That's near Asheville, right?
It is. It's South Asheville.
Yeah, south of Asheville.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Well, when will we see you back in the car?
ChampCar, hoping possibly for December, Sebring.
Okay.
We'll see how it goes. So
possibly looking at yourself, or are you looking to maybe drive for Mike again?
There's so many moving parts right now. It's hard to say, but yeah, I would love to come back and drive for Open Throttle. Mike's great, the team's great, crew's great. It's such a great group of guys. Just show up, everybody's friendly. It's like a small little family. So.
Yeah. Looks like one of the Rad Air guys has had some contact there.
Yeah, I see a hammer.
That is quite the door.
Crunched it a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. So those guys have had a rough day, man. But that just tells you you're on a high one week, and then the next time you go to the track, it's not the day that you wanted. So, and it's unfortunate.
Yeah, Les just called me, said it's like Miataville down here. We've got a lot of Miatas in the pits.
Neon too.
Or
Neon and
not Miata, Neon.
Well, both of them. It's a bunch of them in there. It's wild to think. Yeah, it's definitely feeding time at the zoo. So, Scott, so they can find you on the website or any kind of social media they can find you on?
Yeah, we also have a Facebook page, Instagram, HPT Autosport. You can look us up, message us on there. We do part quotes via Facebook and Instagram all day long too. So
awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming
awesome.
and joining and being part of Champ Car, and we'll look forward to hopefully seeing you at Sebring. So I'm sure if you mention it to Mike, I'm sure he'd sign you up right now.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, thank you, Kyle, and thank you to Open Throttle Racing for having me this weekend, and to Champ Car, put on a great race. But yeah, been a great weekend so far.
Well, we wish you the best. Glad you were able to get back into it. Thank you for choosing us, and we can't wait to see you at Sebring.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Yeah, take care.
All right, guys. So make sure you guys check it out. I threw it into the chat there as we're approaching lunchtime here on the East Coast, just after 12:15 Eastern. And we will make sure you guys, if you have any needs for anything, go visit Scott and his folks at HPT Autosport. So, Paulie, let's get back to the race here.
Let's get back to the race.
Let's get back to the race. I know we've had quite a few folks here that have come to join us and be part of it, but what we got going on here?
I think he just tried to get the camera inside there, and it got stuck. The frames got stuck, but so yeah, 90racing.com still leads this race. Car-to-car contact between some cars out there, so we're seeing a few more calls coming in from the corner workers about that. This time it was car 165, which is the Fickle Bitch team, along with the 262 of Fat Boy Racing, and they're saying it was the Fickle Bitch car's fault. And then we had earlier, we had the 975, and that would have been the Rat Air Racing Paul car, which is had quite a day, and the 132 car, the KEK Racing Team, the Keck Racing Team. They've been in the news before as well today. So
they were off at one point, I believe. That's that Ford Focus, if I'm not mistaken.
So they've had car-to-car contact as well. So it was deemed a racing incident. But that's the latest dramas that's been going on at Race Control. But a lot of teams on this racetrack, and it does get a little tight in the speed. So we can see there's the less is more cam as he's again covering that pit road happenings down there.
So I'm scrolling back as we're watching Race Right get some service here. We're just under the 4-hour mark. Paulie, I'm looking back in the field, and I'm seeing about 22nd, MP Racing in their 93 Honda Civic. They just moved into 20th spot. There's a small gap between them and Stroke and Checks, less than half a second. We'll have to keep an eye on that battle and see what continues to happen, because that's a good competitive B car and then a good competitive C car with Stroke and Checks. So we'll have to monitor some of those battles back in the pack. So looking back a little bit farther, Hill House Racing. We haven't said much about those guys. They haven't exactly had the day they've wanted. They're about 40, well, they're probably in the 30s about right now, based on some EC cars mixed in. But they've gained 20 spots on the day so far. The 758, their 1989 BMW, and they've moved up 5 spots in the C class. So I want to give those guys a shout out and appreciate them continuing to be part of Champ Car. So we'll do a quick rundown here. So 90 Racing continues to lead this race. TCR is in second, followed by Team Salem, which they're on the same, there's a lap gap between the two of them. Parts Badger Fast Lane in the B class, leading B class car in fourth. Good, Bad, and Ugly is mixed in there in the EC class. They continue to lead that from Bill Riley's guys. Ironically, Bill is in the booth with us, and he'll be joining us here in just a couple minutes. Hero Time Racing is in sixth. We just saw Les pop the camera in there. Unfortunately, Parts Badger, one of their cars, is not having the day that they anticipated, so the Hero Time was kind enough to let us put a camera in the car and get you some top 10 action. Team Salem Mustard, the sister entry for Team Salem, is 7th, or excuse me, in 7th. Really would be 6th with the EC mixed in. The A-Class car, Sarburns Racing, in 7th. Brew Crew 8th. Bavarian Mustache Works in 9th. And 901 Motorsport, Frank Reynolds guys, continue to round out the top 10. As we said, EC being led by Bill Riley's guys. F-Class still being led by Tag Racing. And American Express has worked themselves up into the top 40 overall. They're just funking their way to the front. I know that's horrible.
Go, guys. Go.
There you go, man.
You got this.
Really see these guys just leaning on these things as they come through 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, so far still a lot of green flag racing here at the track. It's 90racing.com leading over Team Salem. Catch up now in the 942 in second place. Parts Badgers in third, TCR in fourth, and it says 20 is fourth. I'm not sure that's quite right. I think we've got a little bit of a, what do we have here?
Are you saying
TCR Hero Time? It's getting shifted around here.
So that we're in a big cycle of pit stops right now, guys. So that's a little what's going on. Just a lot of up and down the order. But Mr. Bill Riley has joined us on the broadcast, sir. Thank you for coming up.
No problem.
You just got out of the car a little bit ago, right?
Yeah, about 45 minutes ago. Got out.
How'd the stint go for you?
It went pretty good. We're having some gearbox issues. You can hear the car going down the front straightaway, having an issue. Third gear is giving us some issues. It was giving us a little bit of issues yesterday. We thought we fixed it, but obviously we did not. So.
Is it popping out of gear on you guys?
No, it's just hard to get into the gear.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So, but knowing you guys and your experience level, you're just knowing a way to drive around it.
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to, hopefully go through. Jim Matthews is getting in next, and then I'll get in after that. And then Russ Rudicelli, who's in the car now, will probably get back into the finish if everything goes well.
So 3-man lineup, yourself, Jim Matthews, and then Russ, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And then obviously same rinse and repeat tomorrow.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously, I think same thing except for a new gearbox. So
okay. Now, everybody who's been around IMSA and sports car, Grand Am, American Le Mans, they know you've been around racing for a long time.
Yeah.
You had a lot of influence in the Daytona prototype era back in the day.
Right. Yep.
A lot of wins. What is it that keeps bringing you back to Champ Car with the fact that you, and I mean, Jim Matthews, another one who was very prominent in the Grand Am days, many Rolex 24s. What is it about Champ Car that keeps bringing you guys back?
Well, I think that for me, I always kind of drove a little bit, nothing super fast. And this is kind of the right level for me to be driving. And so I enjoy it. I enjoy being around Jim Matthews, and the guys enjoy it that come here. So it's a little less pressure. I don't hunt or fish, so this is kind of how I, spend my off weekends.
Okay. And you and Jim have been kind of partnered together for a while because he was with a lot of the factory teams that you supported in the day, right?
We started working together in '98.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been, I know you've been in a number of projects. So you're currently working. What's going on with you on the other side of the coin? We know you continue to do stuff here with us in Champ Car, but what do you have going on outside of that?
We're a service provider for Lamborghini, so we run the GTP program for them.
Okay.
So we have 2 more races left. We have Indianapolis and Petit. They're actually testing today and tomorrow at Indy for that event. Then we run the LMP2 program for Gar Robinson, a 74 Ranch car. And we have same thing, they're testing at Indy today also. So if we have a bad day for whatever reason, I got to go to Indy right away. So we have those 2 programs. We run an AMG in SRO. And then we also build and restore race cars.
So, and then you've got your shop is based down in Mooresville, North Carolina, right?
Okay. Right. Yeah, we have 50 employees, 50,000 square feet, and kind of can do a little bit of everything.
So what's on tap for your program for the rest of the year as far as Champ Car side of things?
Well, if we get through here okay, then we'll enter, and we have a horrible tendency of entering races and backing out. It's really bad. So because something comes up, a test comes up or what have you. So we're going to, hopefully we have everything's okay here except for the gearbox. Then we'll enter in Road America. Okay. And then we'll look at what comes up in the off season. Okay. I have a big We also do some side-by-side stuff. So I have a side-by-side event at on New Year's Eve in Texas. So that kind of prevents us from getting involved in Sebring. We were there last year. I wasn't there, but the team was there. And then we built a new Corvette a couple of years ago, or a year ago, and it unfortunately got destroyed testing at Sebring last year.
Now, what is it you guys like about running the Corvette? I've known since I've been running Champ Car and seen you guys around, you guys just tend to love to run that Corvette. What is it about that car that you guys like?
Well, when we started, the points were 150, and then we started winning and went to 300. Then we started winning again and went to 400. So right now it might not be the right car to get, just because it kept moving up on the points. But before that, we had a Camaro. Before that, for the people who've been here a long time, we had a Ford Probe.
Okay.
So we used to race in Champ Car like in the mid 2000s, when it was early, and when that's in the very very early stages of Champ Car, I was on the board on that first round when they started the board and all that. I was on that board.
So what's it been like to see as we are under code 35 here? We'll get back to you in a second. Bill, Paulie, what are we seeing here?
We're still waiting on a report. As soon as I get anything, I'll just mention it. But right now we've got some emergency vehicles on the track, and we are code 35, so the field's been slowed down to 35 miles an hour while they take care of that issue.
And 90 Racing still continues to lead. Team Salem catch up in second. Two B-class cars, Parts Badger, Fast Lane, and Hero Time Racing third and fourth. And Team Salem Mustard round out your overall top five as we're here for the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio, presented by Parts Badger. We are talking. Looks like we got a
parked track right, heading up the hill there to 5.
Looks like one of our Miata entries, possibly, Paulie.
So he's pulled off there, and looks like he's in a safe spot. But they're gonna obviously not for green racing, so they'll take care of him, and we'll get back to racing here soon.
Yep. So we got Mr. Bill Riley in the booth with us, and we've been talking about a few different things. So you were on that early board, those first early years during the Chump days, now Champ, as we've progressed over the years. What has it been like to see the progression of the series from those first few years to what it looks like now?
Oh, it's been great. I mean, definitely it's, a lot more serious, a lot more teams that are dedicating a lot of time to this. And in their car show and their lap time show and their reliabilities are showing. Before, it was a bit, I don't want to say easier, because it's never easy to win, but, it wasn't the competition wasn't as stiff, but, like that CRX, I was out there and we had a pretty good battle going for a while, and it just drove by me. And here, that's a good car for it. So teams are really putting in effort and energy, to run up front here, and it's showing. So it's harder, a lot harder.
Let me ask you this, because you've been heavily involved in the pro stuff for a long time. You have a lot of experience, a lot of development. Do you feel that for drivers that are trying to pave their way and get seat time, do you feel that Champ Car is a good proving ground to then move up and do the higher end stuff?
I think for the cost of what it costs per weekend, there's really nothing better right now than this. It blows everything away for the amount of seat time you get to moving up. But then you kind of have to work. We have to work on the transition of this being seen more, of a young driver coming in, faster than all his co-drivers. We need to see that transition happen, which I haven't really seen yet. But that would probably be the next step for Champ Car to do. And this is kind of me just thinking this out loud. I haven't had any talks with Champ Car at all.
Now, when you mean faster than can you, just for some of our viewership that may not kind of know how some of the approval processes work with, having to go through, Bo Barfield and those folks that have to, and the committees that have to really scrutinize you as you get to those levels. Can you kind of elaborate on that and maybe explain? I know where you're going, but just to let them understand it a little better.
Yeah, like let's say if there's a driver here that's young and has budget and he's excelling, his next step would be whether it's MX-5 Cup or GR86 and SRO, then they would, or I don't know if they could go straight to Michelin Pilot, but they could go to VP Challenge in IMSA. Then do VP, then do Michelin Pilot Challenge, then go to WeatherTech.
So Champ Car, it's figuring out where they would fall in the balance of the ladder, let's say, right?
Yeah, so it'd be like the entry level, my son or whatever this driver is good enough he's excelling, it's obvious he's excelling, and he has budget, unfortunately. That's the way the world works. And now we can move up.
But what you're saying is you would, working with Champ Car, having those discussions,
No, I mean, we should.
We should, right.
We haven't had anything like that.
Right.
It's the first time I've been asked.
And the reason I say that is because of the amount of teams of stature like yours and others that are coming and playing in this sandbox. And we're seeing a lot of drivers. I remember early in the year, we had a young lady who's working on a deal with Mazda, and she was looking to move up, and she ran Road Atlanta for Open Throttle and was looking to go up there. So that was one of the reasons why I wanted to bring it to your attention, would be more so, do you see that as this could be that proving ground that we need to use it as?
I think it could be. I mean, I think you're going to have both sides. But you're going to have people that really just enjoy, a group of people that enjoy racing, that show up and race, and that's kind of the core. But
Absolutely.
then, there could be the part of it where, okay, this is an entry-level point to get to move on up for the cost and for everything involved.
But it is a nice stress reliever. But it is fun to see the family side of it and to see these guys that bring it on an open trailer. And it's amazing what they can do. And it really brings the engineering and just the ingenuity side into it as well, which I know you respect with what you've done.
Yeah, when you see the CRX running around here, I mean, they work on that pretty hard. They work on that harder than we work on the Corvette for sure. I mean, we kind of this is kind of the fun thing for us to do. So unfortunately, Corvette doesn't get all the love that it should. But it just helps us. It just kind of is a good stress reliever for us, and keeps you a bit more engaged with Jim Matthews, which is always good.
And it just continues to make that bond and friendship you guys have had.
Yeah,
for
we
years.
all had a team dinner last night, and there's a lot of fun stories and all that kind of stuff. So same thing everybody else is doing here.
No, absolutely, and that's what we like about it. And we've been saying this, and everybody's been reiterating. It's just a good mix of your family teams to the guys that maybe want to go further.
Yeah, I mean, for us, we're just doing this for pure enjoyment. Obviously, winning's enjoyable to us too, running up front. So that's always good. And so, if we were just going to run around, mid-pack, we'd look at a different avenue. But we like running up front, and hopefully we'll have an EC win today, which is good as best we can do with the car we have, and go from there.
Well, I mean, it looks like you guys are well on your way. Things, knock on wood, everything's been going well so far. I'm not trying to give you the announcer's jinx. I'm just
It's never done till it's done, as we all know.
Exactly. So we really appreciate you coming up. I don't want to take up too much of your time,
no problem at all.
Thank you so much. Thank you too. I want to say, I've watched you over the years as I have grown up and watched racing. Thank you for what you've done for motorsports. For just being part of the pro stuff. I appreciate it. You care about racing, and we need more people like you in the sport. So thank you.
I mean, I really like the whole Champ Car thing, and not trying to toot my own horn or anything, but I was fairly heavily involved with getting them into Daytona, and which opened up all the other doors. And I can say that for a fact because the person I had to convince at the time was my girlfriend, now my wife. So. Because she was a director of events at Daytona, so that's how we met. So I really enjoyed doing that for Champ Car, getting all these people to be able to race at Daytona. And on top of that, I wanted to race at Daytona. So it was a bit selfish. 51% me, 49% the rest of the competitors.
We'll take it.
But that was probably my biggest contribution, I think.
All right, now to a real quick fun side. Any fun internal bets between you and Jim and Russ? Fastest lap? Who's
no, we're not doing that.
Oh, we're not doing that.
Although I think I'm fastest right now. But
that was exactly what I was waiting for.
There are no internal bets, but I do make sure that
nobody has to buy a steak dinner tonight.
Yeah, if I get to turn 5 and I have a good predictive, I'm gonna kind of stick my head down and finish it, which is nice because there's no BOP here. So, you get a good lap going, you can finish it, which is nice.
Absolutely. Well, we'll let you get back to it.
Thank you very much.
You, sir.
Great
we
being
appreciate
here
the time.
Okay, thank you, guys. All right, have a great day.
Thanks.
Bill Riley, everybody. So, all right, well, let's get back to a great Champ Car race that we have going on. Really appreciate his time coming up and joining us and being a part of it, and just his insight and his contributions to motorsports. 90racing.com continues to lead in their CRX. Team Sale and Ketchup is about 2 laps behind. 90 Racing, Paulie, starting to stretch that lead back out. They've kind of recovered after that little bit of a extended pit stop there, as they're actually behind Bill's car, the Corvette, as we speak.
As they came across the start-finish line there, Kyle, shows they are a full lap out on the field with Parts Badger behind them in 3rd place. So there's your top 3 cars, 3 different classes, 3 different class leaders.
It's amazing to see just how close it is with the cars. I mean, some people always say, oh, you don't want to be in this, you don't want to be in this class.
Yeah.
But the close racing we have in Champ Car with it is crazy. And Mid-Ohio allows that opportunity.
And it makes it a lot of fun, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
All right, so stay with us, folks. We're going to take another commercial break and be back in a few minutes. And you're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone with 90racing.com and their Honda CRX leading the race. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Welcome to Parts Badger, where we want to be your online machine shop. Through our online platform, we connect our global manufacturing capacity to your fingertips. You can request a quote, place an order, manage your parts, and even share that information with a colleague right online. If you prefer, you can work with our experienced team of sales representatives who are supported by our design engineers and project managers as well. Whether your project's big or small, simple or complex, Parts Badger can get it done. See if we can help your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's Zero 360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio, presented by Parts Badger. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Paul Velton with Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps calling the race for you all weekend long. Hope you folks are having a fantastic weekend. As 90racing.com claims the lead of the race now, up about a lap over the rest of the competition, with Team Salem now in second place in the catch-up car, Parts Badger Fast Lane in third, Hero Time Racing in fourth, who we're on board with right now. Then it's Team Salem Mustard in fifth, Crew Racing, TCR, Bavarian Mustache Works, 901 Motorsport, and there's Nosy and Mazda, rounding out the top 10. It looks like that camera's a little stuck right now, so we'll get that loosened up and class if you let us know what you're working on this weekend, what you guys have going, and any races you're planning on attending this year, so we can just kind of bring it all into the family. This is a camera we put up right down on the grass line just to pick them up coming under the bridge. Give you kind of a low line view, be kind of fun. A beauty shot.
It was really cool when we spent a lot of time prepping this yesterday, trying to figure it out and make it work, because we just wanted to give you. We were thinking about doing it at a little higher level, but it doesn't give you really how far they have to dive downhill and just what they have to do as far as, really the car's breaking loose and just keeping it under control. And like right there, you see one of the Miatas go really wide, and it just the elevation change here at Mid-Ohio that you don't realize, and simulators don't really paint that light either, which makes it a little bit more of a challenge when you get here if you're not used to something like that.
Yeah, it's probably the most sketchy corner out here, especially for the high horsepower cars. And we get the Indy cars come out here, they'll get a little loose there if they're not careful. So most of our cars don't have a problem with that corner, but in the wet, you do need to watch it.
Yeah, it gets very, very slick. And I know a lot of guys have said that with the repave, I know we haven't had a ton of rain, thankfully, since then, and it just seems like everybody's very happy with the repave job. They did a good job of ensuring that there was a lot of grip and that they were able to do what they needed to do to make it competitive. So at least on that side of things, I think that we've got a great surface to run on now. And I mean, kudos to everybody with Green Savory and their team for, getting it done right.
Yeah, I think, sometimes when you increase the grip, you end up with also a lot of tire wear, but I haven't heard any complaints about that. Have you? No,
I haven't heard anything about big tire degradation or anything. I ran here last year on the fresh or a year or so ago on the pavement. It didn't seem too bad. It seems like it. I mean, the only thing you'll hear is the tires screaming a little more, but that's just because there's so much grip because the pavement isn't that old. But I think another winter on it, I think that'll start to go away a little bit, and I think some of the character will come back in. But I mean, it's been really good to see just how well the pavement settled in, and it was time for a repave here.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't Sebring, but it was rough, and it was definitely, you didn't have the grip that you wanted in some sections, and it made it a little sketchy at times, even in the dry.
And they went a lot further than just repaving. I mean, they've obviously done work on the curbs. They've done a lot of work on the guardrails. A lot of the fencing's been replaced. They've done a lot of work here, and so hats off to the Mid-Ohio for the improvements they've made out here at the facility.
Yeah. You can see as we're back on board with 90 Racing, you could hear a little bit of that wheel spin as he was coming through turn 4 right there. Now, a lot of that is a lot of torque in that car, but as the ambient is going up, it is supposed to get close to 70 today. So you may get a little bit of wheel spin from a slick track because, while the ambient's in the 70s, the track probably add about 10 to 15 degrees to that, plus with the rubber getting laid down, if there's any type of patch of rubber, it'll spin those tires pretty quick, and you want to be careful. You want to make sure you don't snap an axle or something in that drivetrain.
Yeah, that's definitely the Achilles heel for the CRX, and they've had their fair share of axles and blowed up engines, so they got to be careful with those CV axles, and really what breaks them is those hard impacts, so they have to be careful with it. And they're familiar with it, and
nice move by TCR
right.
there. As we were talking there, Paulie, TCR, that anticipation we talked about with Chris Stifler when he was in the booth, he anticipated 90 Racing kind of he looked like he was going to choose the right line, but just caught in a circumstance there, and TCR worked their way by him. It wasn't for a position, but, I mean, that is now one less lap that, they're down to 90 Racing. So, and that's a lot of times you get a guy at this point in the day at less than 3.5 hours to go. You really want to start making up ground where you can.
Yeah, Timothy, if you're going to put the Turtle back on the track at Road America, I definitely got to put a camera in there for you. So you got it, my man.
Yeah, we'll get you hooked up there, Timothy. Now you got to put on some fun action shots for us there with Turtle. You got to do some spectacular stuff.
Oh, he does.
Oh, I know he does. We're just reminding him. You signed.
Just go out there and have fun.
Yeah, absolutely. You signed that waiver of the Champ Car camera. Plus, remember, 10 horsepower.
Yeah, pit race just around the corner. Looking forward to that event too. So we'll be there.
Yep. Looking forward to that. That'll be a good one. We called a great race there last year, Paulie. I ended up coming up and doing a little bit of the broadcast with you. It was either last year or the year before.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, I've only been to pit race once.
Yeah,
so.
we were up there, and I called one of the races with you. Ended up staying for a little while, and there was a heck of a battle between a couple cars at the end of the day.
Bavarian Mustache Works put on a heck of a show there. I can't remember who they were fighting with. I don't think they got the better of it, but
was it Salins maybe? Might have been Salins. I know they had a battle. I know if we go back at it, they had a heck of a battle. They were trying to chase them down at Nelson last year, and I mean Bavarian about ran the wheels off of it trying to catch them.
It was a very exciting race. We had a lot of fun that weekend. Hopefully they got the bug infestation taken care of.
Yeah, that was
the whole tower was overtaken.
You just see the cars coming down the hill here, and then you see them coming down the back straightaway. You just don't realize the speed you carry.
Yeah, they're making fifth gear typically at the kink there, so, and then you make that turn. It's a relatively hard turn. It's a more aggressive turn than VIR. You really do have to keep your eyes up.
Oh,
Fortunately, I've never driven off the racetrack there. I just would never want to. It would be terrifying.
That would definitely be a code brown.
Yeah, there's not much grass out there to gather it up, and the track keeps turning. So you're pointing at the guardrail.
Absolutely. And it's been such a competitive race so far today. 90 Racing holds a 1-lap lead right now over catch-up for Team Salem. But let's kind of go back in the pack a little bit here. No Fu Racing, the 993, the A-Class car, they were up in the top 5 first hour or so of the race, hour or two. Yeah. They've kind of fallen down the order a little bit, but they're still in 13th overall, having a pretty good day. Team Oversteer, C-Class car, started toward the front, not having the day they might have wanted, but they're still top 15 overall, and I believe they're top 10. They're in the top 10 in the C-Class, so good day for those guys. Sent from the Gourds, the Canadians continue to move up the pylon here in the C-Class, so good run for those guys. What I've liked about this, Paulie, is where the last couple races it's been kind of domination by C-Class, we're seeing the B-Class cars and the A-Class cars, and especially with Sarburns as well, the competitive portion makes it very very interesting, let's say. And it doesn't look like it's just going to be a bloodbath by the C-Class cars.
Yeah, no, there's just the parity that Champ Car's been able to put together. I still haven't figured out how they've done it. It's really amazing, and it's hard to dominate. One of the things my dad loved about Mid-Ohio, he told me, is that this track is just so well balanced. You have to really bring the whole package to be successful. If you come here with a big motor and that's all you got, it's not going to happen. If you come here with all handling, it's not going to happen. If you come here without being a really good driver, you're just not going to be able to win races. You really have to bring the whole package. So it's a really well-balanced racetrack. It's a driver's track for sure.
Very much.
It's very technical, not stupidly technical.
It's kind of a middle-of-the-road technical.
It's very technical. Yeah, you've got 3 brows, as they call it, 3 blind corners that require you to, again and again, make sure you place the car properly, get to the brakes correctly. You don't really have much for reference because you're looking at the sky. And so all of that makes it just a really kind of a challenging racetrack. I would say the one thing that it doesn't really have that is even more difficult, they don't have much in the way of decreasing radius turns or a lot of off-camber stuff. So in that regard, which those things can be annoying more than anything else.
Well, they make you learn the racetrack, and that's something that I've always tried to do in my career, and I emphasize to anybody I'm coaching and anybody that is doing this. I always emphasize learn the track, figure it out, watch what is happening. Oh, looks like Arjun's up on the curb here a little. Yeah, he's all the way up on the curb. He didn't really have much of a choice there. He was trying to stay off the Camaro, had a heck of a run. It was almost 3 wide there. He, discretion, better part of valor. He decided to put the car up on the curb to make sure there was no contact. Smart move. They're running 3rd in the class right now. 6th overall in the race. There's the EC car. Bill Riley's guys are mixed in there. So,
Timothy, there's no camera curse. He's clicking his heels.
Yeah.
There's no camera curse. There's no camera curse.
There's no camera curse.
I assure you,
Are you
Timothy,
trying to convince yourself, or are you trying to convince us?
There is no camera curse.
There is no.
I'm telling you.
It's 10 horsepower.
The statistics prove that an in-car camera increases the likelihood that you're going to have a successful and a great race.
But whether it's good or bad, we're going to talk about you. That's all that matters.
Probably not for Timothy.
Well, no. I mean, think about what they said.
It's all that matters to us.
It's not about your talent, but if you can sell. But if you look good on camera, you'll get sponsors and you can go racing. So it's the business model. You're golden.
There's no camera curse. I will put a 10+ horsepower sticker on your camera, Timothy, just to help you out. So you may not last the race, but by golly, your hair's gonna be on fire.
You'll get FTD. You'll get fast time of the day. We'll make Turtle look like she's never been that fast before.
Yeah.
So we'll get you some MPI orange gloves too. We know you got the yellow ones, but we'll get you some MPI orange, and that'll give you an extra 5 on top of that.
I need all the help I can get.
So, but let's keep scrolling back through here, Paulie. So, seeing Cone Crushers is only 44.5 seconds behind. There's an EC car mixed in there, and they're not too far behind No Z and Mazda, and that's for the back half of the top 10 here. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. TR Motorsport, the Tire Rack guys, they're in their BMW. They're up 16 spots on the day. They are in 17th overall, having a solid showing today. Tag Racing has absolutely worked themselves up into the fight.
Ooh.
That was
a catch. Trying to get GBU into gear is what we're talking about. Coming down the front straightaway, we noticed he's been very slow getting into fourth gear or third gear, whatever it is. And Bill Riley was saying, we're having some trouble getting into third, I believe he said.
Yes.
So they're having to grab for it, and so I'm not sure they may be changing that transmission this evening, and that'll give them another shot at it tomorrow.
He said they're planning on changing it to make another run at it, obviously, as long as there's nothing else major. He did mention he has some other interests that he's running and other things that he does that he's monitoring very carefully. But he's planning on, as of right now, changing that transmission so they can be competitive tomorrow. But, I mean, even with what they're dealing with, like I stated, they've got the experience between himself and Jim Matthews and with Russ. I mean, they know how to drive around something like that. It's not fun listening to try to find third gear, but they'll find a way to get around it.
I usually tell people that when they're getting started racing on a track they haven't been to before, maybe they haven't driven the car before, just to start out in fourth gear and just drive the whole track in fourth gear. There's some place you probably have to go up to fifth gear, but cut down on the shifting and just focus on braking, turning, accelerating, learn the racetrack. And it's kind of a pro tip, actually. I've run with some of the fastest teams in Champ Car, and actually one of the pro tips is cut down on the shifting. Just drive in fourth gear more than you would think you would want to, and you'd be surprised at how much faster you are.
Well, I mean, sometimes those shifts, while using that gearbox is beneficial because it gives you what you need to get off the corner, sometimes it can be a disadvantage, because how many times have we seen a missed shift, something happen that ends up being catastrophic and taking you out of your weekend or making your race harder than it needs to be.
Yeah, well, a lot of the speed, the lap to lap thing is that you're having to downshift, and to do that you have to brake. And so what a lot of guys do, and to get that downshift done, they're braking a little early.
Right.
Whereas if they're not thinking about that, they'll find, actually, I could brake later. I don't even have to think about downshifting. And that's where they pick up the advantage.
Yeah, it just takes something else out of the equation that you don't have to worry about. And it just makes it a little easier for you to navigate the racetrack and focus on the task at hand. And to what Paulie said, just being consistent. A lot of times in races like this, being consistent is the biggest thing, and just trying to keep the car on the racetrack. It's not always about, it's great to have the fastest lap, but what I always tell everybody is anybody can run one fast lap. It takes a special trained, disciplined driver to run a certain gap in a certain amount in lap time over and over and over and over, to where you can do this for 2 hours at a time. I mean, this isn't sprint racing, this is endurance racing. And especially like at the 24 hours, we see it looks like Brew Crew's on pit road for one of their stops, might be their second to last stop of the day. But you want to be consistent because the goal is, depending on where you're at in the order, you either want to start off strong and hand the car off, or you want to get the car and take it to the finish and, end the day on a good note. So it really just, like what Chris said, really depends on what your task at hand is.
Yeah, so with that, we're going to take another commercial break and bring you more broadcasting excellence and impeccable opinions. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Welcome to Parts Badger, where we want to be your online machine shop. Through our online platform, we connect our global manufacturing capacity to your fingertips. You can request a quote, place an order, manage your parts, and even share that information with a colleague right online. If you prefer, you can work with our experienced team of sales representatives who are supported by our design engineers and project managers as well. Whether your project's big or small, simple or complex, Parts Badger can get it done. See if we can help your company at PartsBadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's Zero 360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Still waiting on the sunshine. We just keep having these really heavy clouds. Now wait, over there it looks pretty good, but
we
over
had
the
it
track,
earlier.
It's, I don't know.
It's afternoon delight. It's afternoon delight. It's just nice and easy. Well,
I'm dissatisfied, Kyle.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're kicking up some dust there at the exit of 1 again.
At least it's cooler, though. At least it's not just beaten down and it's 900 degrees. So we'll take that as a win.
This is true because I definitely feel sorry for Les having to deal with some of the weather we've had to endure this year and probably will when we get to Florida. I'm hoping that the Florida weather in December is going to be mild for...
Actually, probably after us freezing in the tundras that we live in, I'm sure we'll probably thaw out and it'll feel like an amazing thing.
Oh, yeah, I'll be fine with it. I mean, I'm always fine with it, but I'm not outside.
True. And neither am I, yeah.
But, yeah. Yeah, we race at Sebring as well at the end of the year. We visit Sebring twice per year. We have a race in the summer, which the last 2 visits we've done it in the evening, and that seemed to have been popular. And then we'll be at the end of the year, just off of Christmas. We'll be racing there too.
That's always fun to go down there. I mean, it stinks sometimes you got to leave on Christmas, but you know what? It's never a horrible thing to ring in the New Year in sunny Florida.
Yeah.
There's a lot worse places.
Good time.
There's always worse places we could do this.
It is fun to get away, and that's getting away.
Oh, absolutely.
For me, it is. For Kyle, I know it is for you too.
Oh, it is. Hopefully one of these days maybe we'll be living down there full time, the wife and I, but not there yet. So, whoa, the Grand Prix went way wide there, but trying to stay out of the way. That car is, it'll be I hope they do Road America. That thing will be fun to see come flying down the front straightaway.
Yeah. Let's go back on board and see how our leader's doing. They just turned in a 140, and a lot of these teams, Parts Badgers just pitted 2 out of the top 3. A lot of teams up at the front running these 140s, 141s, a 139 from Team Salem Mustard. So lap times not really dropping very much. We saw them sort of peak earlier in the race, these 137s and 138s, and now they've added a couple seconds. But so very consistent lap times, really, for amateur race car drivers. Very good. And you have to take into consideration all the traffic and it starts getting close to lunch. You get hangry, and so you just want to get out of the car and eat.
You also never know too if they've had a nice encounter with somebody that didn't go the way they wanted to, and emotion sometimes can play into it a little bit as well. And I know I've been in that instance a time or two, and
well, maybe you had an off, maybe you put some wheels off, and it kind of scares you straight. Like, okay, I can ease up a little bit through here, and I don't need to go that hard through this section. I need to keep the car together.
Well, and as the track changes too, I mean, with the ambient as it gets warmer. I mean, we talked to Scott from HPT Autosport a little bit ago, and he even said that it was getting warmer, and he noticed from the beginning of his stint to the end of his stint just the way the track changed and how much he had to adjust his driving. So it looks like Hero Time Racing has worked themselves back up into fourth. Parts Badger with the 414 is still hanging on strong. Not such a good day for their flagship car, the 630. But this 414 car that they've got, that is a strong piece. And they're only 4 laps off of 90 Racing. If 90 Racing has a hiccup, there's some cars that can take advantage of it. So it'll be interesting to see how the last 3 hours of this race goes. So as we're back on board here with the Bavarian Mustache Works, guys, we've had some cars kind of fall out. You're noticing there's getting a few more. There's getting to be some more running room out there. So it's allowing guys an opportunity to get into consistent laps and be able to just turn and not necessarily have to negotiate all the chaos. I mean, there's still little gaggles when the cars catch, just like what's coming down the front straightaway here. Here's a 2x2 battle here that's coming by us, led by the 383 car, the Nozian Mazda car that's 9th in the overall right now and 3rd in the B class.
Yeah, the Corvette coming through this time was able to make that upshift, but we have been noticing that they were upshifting slowly. It was just taking a while to get the car into gear, and then it seems to hang on to it.
Yeah, it's been, and that's something you got to think about with the amount of shifts you make here at Mid-Ohio. You really want to make sure you're not speed shifting the car. If you can heel and toe and you have the ability to do that, but also if you can't do that, just be real easy on it. Just let off that accelerator, roll into the clutch, get the shift done. You don't have to slam it into gear and be wild about it. Just set the car into gear, roll off the clutch nice and smooth, and just be predictable with your downshifts and under braking. And the less stress you cause that transmission, the better it'll drive for you and respond.
Yeah, I think, I went by Mario Andretti's philosophy in many things, and this is one of them as well. He was talking about fingertip shifting, and I typically shift with my fingers. If you see me shift with the palm, I'm shifting with the effort of the fingers, because it's just trying to take it easy on those shift forks. There's just roll pins that are holding those things in place, the shift forks to the bars, so it doesn't take much to shear those off. And now you could go to hardened roll pins, but this stuff, when I see guys just ham-fisting the gear shift lever into place, it's just like, come on, man, what are you thinking? This is not what you want to do to a transmission. It's really unnecessary.
Well, you want to make sure. See, I always emphasize wrap your hand around the shifter and use the palm of your hand to set it so you don't take your fingertips and slip off and go to the wrong gear. I always try to kind of cup the shifter and make sure it sets into gear, but then also for fourth gear, I always recommend, and I try to backhand the shifter as we're on board with Matt here. He was
so you're disagreeing with Mario Andretti?
A little bit, honestly, a little bit. And the reason I say
it's not actual fingertips, Kyle.
I know, but it's
using your fingers to shift instead of shifting with your whole hand.
Yeah, but I know some guys that actually use the finger that do this with the shifter, with the fingertips, and I've watched so many of them. I've been in a car coaching them, and the car will slip out of gear, or it won't go all the way in because they didn't do it properly.
Just the experience,
right? And that's where you tell them, just use your whole hand, but don't slam it. Just just take the shifter and set it where you need it to go and really take care of it, like to your point there, Paulie.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a transmission that breaks a roll pin, what happens is it just stays in gear, or it hangs in between two gears, and that's what goes back to that is some guy is overstressing that transmission when they're shifting it.
So Eric said, pretend the shifter is a prickly cactus. And that's a good way to put it.
Treat it good, and it'll treat you good. That's Alancer Sr. said that. I remember the quote. You take care of the car, and it'll take care of you.
Yep, and that's a lot of endurance racing. It's just taking care of these cars, making sure you don't do anything to cause yourself unnecessary time in the garage, in the pits. And how many times do we see it? The fastest car may win, but guys that take care of it tend to finish in the top 10 more often than not.
What would cause an insect to be like all excited about your microphone, the little foamy part? I mean,
Did you get a little bit of mustard or ketchup on it from your hamburger, maybe?
I don't know.
From lunch?
Let me look at this.
Maybe that might have been what it was.
No, I didn't have anything like that.
Maybe you're just that sweet. You never know. You'll have to get Jenny to. You'll just have to get Jenny to confirm it for us. Are you just that sweet, Paulie?
I confirm on her behalf.
There you go. Can you tell we're getting to the end of the broadcast, folks, and we're running out of stuff to talk about?
This is my favorite part of the show.
And all the puns are coming out.
This is my favorite part.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Bernie. You definitely want to use the brakes. Use a combination of both. So, but back on that popping, that must some severe backfire in that thing, or something's rocking around. But so far, it's still going.
Must be that turbocharger. So we'll go through the standings here. 90racing.com leading Team Salem 2 and 3. So Hero Time Racing has slipped to 4th place. They were leading the race earlier. TCR's in 5th. Parts Badger in 6th place in the fast lane car. That's the number 414. They've I don't know if they've retired the 630. I'm looking through the standings here and see.
I haven't seen it on track in a while, so I wonder if maybe they're just giving her a rest. It looks like it's still in the garage area, so I wonder if maybe they're just saving it for tomorrow, planning on fixing it.
Yeah, it's down in 63rd place. I mean, the car is not being put back on the track, so they seem to have retired the car for the day. Now we're going to check her at 4:15 today. Had an unusual race time start that was scheduled for 8:15. So the checker is going to be unusual also.
Yeah, it's a little different, but hey, throw some curveballs and the guys are still there.
I agree with you, Bernie. And we got a little bit of dust kicked up there as one of the cars are coming through turn number 9, headed down the hill. There's a wooden, I don't know what you'd call that thing. It's like a tower that we crawled up and put these cameras up, and so we got over the fence line. And the crawl up into it is, it's like a treehouse. They aren't really steps. They're like rungs. I mean, it's really.
And there's not really much to grab onto when you get to the top. You're like, oh, well, you just climb it like a ladder. Then you get to the top, and it's like, well, where do you wrap your hand to grab it to pull yourself up? And it's like, okay, well, I'm just going to try to not end up in Splinterville on all the wood and pull myself up there. But no, we got up there and we found a good spot. So what it really is, from what we found, is there's an announcer that can be out there. So usually when other series are here, if they have a broadcasting crew that they spread around the racetrack, there's electricity that's run out there, and that's usually where one of the broadcasters runs and can catch Madness and over 9 and then down into Thunder Valley. So, because there was a plug-in for mics and things like that. So it was kind of cool. It's kind of cool to see the fun hidden spots at a road course where some of the bigger broadcasts will put, some of their roaming reporters, I guess let's say.
Yeah, I threatened to put Nolan up there with an active camera that he could pan, and
Doc would approve of that. He is smiling as we're talking about that. He would absolutely approve of that.
It's the first camera location I've ever gone to where I had to carry a backpack to bring my stuff up there to it, because they have an old rope that they've slung over the banister down to the ground. You could tell they were using that to hoist equipment up and down out of it. That's fun.
Yeah, but it's always an adventure. But if you didn't have a story, it wouldn't make it race worthy.
Mm-hmm.
So, still got some good racing here as we're watching the cars come out of 8 down into 9 toward in the Madness section. Saw the BMW there just kick real hard. It looked like we got somebody dropping some wheels off there. That's normal.
That's what happens when you downshift instead of brake.
Yeah,
it'll release the clutch in him.
It kicked pretty good on him. I wonder if he made a late downshift getting in there. And a lot of guys do, because they'll try to get into that section hard, and for good reason, because you want to get up over that hill, and you start to come down, and you want to just haul the mail there. But you don't realize how tight that turn is up the hill into 9, and how early you actually have to make that turn.
The earliness is probably the biggest trick. That it's deceiving, and you end up late, you're in big trouble at the exit. So you want to be early, and it's uphill, so you actually have more grip than you might think. And this is one of those there's a lot of finesse there for turn 9. Once you get it, it's a piece of cake.
And for drivers that have never been here, Paulie, the ones that I talked to, like I said, a number of drivers in the garage area yesterday that said, I've never been here. And I said, well, how'd you prep? And they said, iRacing. Good. And I said, what was the biggest adjustment once you got here? And they said, the elevation change and knowing where the grip levels are at in different parts of the racetrack, because they can't feel it. Because even the best motion sims in the world can't give you the car feel of what you have.
A simulator is a simulator.
Right.
It's not the real thing.
No.
So it's close. I know for me it was great to work on different break points and things like that, and I carried that forward into racing here, but it's not the same thing.
Yeah.
And that elevation change and understanding, the corners are blind and I got to get the car pointed correctly. How does the car feel down there at that part of the track? And so many differences. So, but iRacing's great for getting you some familiarity with the track and getting the rough idea.
Yeah, it really does. And if you guys are interested, we plugged it a little bit earlier, but we kind of got tied up with some other stuff. While we've got, actually, our race leader, Paulie, is on pit road right now.
Oh, yep.
So, Les, if you can hear us,
well, his camera's not on, so
might want to head down to see what we got going on there in the 90racing.com, because there's not a huge gap between them and Salem. So we'll have to see what's going down with that. But real quick, I want to give a shout out to Dipstick Racing, the 44 BMW. We've seen them on and off camera today doing some cool stuff and in the middle of some fights. They are up 27 spots on the day and up 9 spots in the C class. So great job, guys, doing a phenomenal job staying out there, up in the top 30 overall. You guys are putting on a good show. Keep it up, and we appreciate you continuing to come play in Champ Car.
Yeah, Marathon TLM showed number 3 car shows they are in the pits. And we're showing that the Rad Air John car's in the pits. We're showing Autosport 2000, Rolling Roadblock in the pits, as well as Fat Boy Racing. Now they might, one or two of those might be behind the wall, but that's what we're showing. So we had some car-to-car contact, it looks like. moments ago.
244 in the 69. That's Brew Crew, and got into the 69. That's the open throttle car that Scott from HTP Autosport was in. That's not good.
Looks like 244, the Brew Crew car, they said lost control and had contact with them. So
looks like we're on board with Matt here in the 244. It looks like everything is still. Whoop! Got a big catch there. He's getting deep into those brake zones, pushing that thing really, really hard.
Now this is the exit of the keyhole, so you really do want to be aggressive there and get everything out of it. And I see he was enjoying that red part, the new curbing they put in down there at the exit of turn 2.
Definitely making some fast shifts right there. Looks like he's a heel and tower. Oh, I see him making quick shifts. That's a finesse move, but it can also get you in trouble, folks. Because the problem, like he's fighting that thing hard. Now, I know they don't have the wing on it that they used to with this new build, so I wonder if they're just getting, and plus late in the day, under 3 hours to go, he's fighting the wheel hard. Remember, we saw, I think it was, I don't know if it was Matt, there was another driver in the car when it broke at VIR, and it had that horrific runoff there into 14, or 13 there at Roller Coaster.
Yeah, looks like he's coming down the inside of 3, just beautifully set up for that corner.
Did a good job right there with it, straight line out of 13. Probably not close enough to get a run on that BMW in front, but if he can get set up here into 1, he doesn't overshoot it. Yep, there he is. He'll be right to the bumper off the corner, and then he should be able to have the right side, which will give him the inside line into the corner. Looks like that other BMW's got a little bit of legs there, but I'll guarantee you, yep, he'll outbrake him getting into the corner.
Yeah, he really gave him that corner.
Think you saw him coming, honestly.
Nice diamond run through the keyhole there.
Yeah. So looking back in the pack a little bit, 90 Racing is in the pits for their pit stop. That has handed the lead to Team Salem Ketchup, who are up 34 spots on the day and 12 in class. So it definitely has not been a start from the front and takeoff for those guys. They have definitely put some time in. The sister car is up 29 spots on the day and 9 spots in the class. TCR's gained 12 spots on the day in the 97, 3 spots in the C class. Parts Badger still leading the charge with 47 spots gained, all in the overall, 7 in the B class. They're second right now. Look a little farther back down the order. Hurry Trade Racing, the B class car, 27 spots overall, and right now they are fifth in the, fifth in B class. We haven't said a whole lot about Team Oversteer today. We have seen them on camera quite a bit. They've definitely had a few moments, but they're 22nd in the overall right now, so they're having a solid day.
166 laps turned so far by the leader of the race. Now it's been overtaken by 90racing.com's been overtaken by Team Salem Ketchup. And their camera on the 90 Racing car is not refreshed yet. I'm still showing them in the pits, as well as our log file information here showing them in the pits. I can't really see down that far clearly to see if they actually are in the pits right now.
Bavarian Mustache Works is in the pits, Paulie, so... So with about, as we're talking about some of our leaders here and some of our top 10, anybody that's pitting now with about 2:45 to go, you can't get to the end from here, but you're setting yourself up to get inside of an hour and a half, or to possibly, I would say maybe even in an hour, potentially, depending on what your fuel load is and how much you're burning, you could look at coming in at a different point and trying to get to the end. Usually the 8-hour races, we tend to play a little bit with fuel mileage depending on code 35s and other factors. And then the 7-hour races on Sunday tend to be not necessarily a sprint race, but fuel's not necessarily something you're as concerned about. On board here with the 614, our buddies with MMR, CJ Miller in the car. Thanks to our friends at My Races Live for the readouts here. 9th in the class overall, and they are 45th in the running order. Now, mind you, that is with some of the, it's showing them in that spot right now, but there's a host of EC cars mixed in there. So I would say put them closer to the 35th to 38th range in the running order due to the ECs mixed in.
Yep.
As far as the EC, Paulie, I noticed this a little bit ago. The Good, Bad, and Ugly, they've got there's a 769 car mixed in there. I think that's from Open Throttle. Showing 3 laps. I don't know if that's a hiccup in our scoring. I don't remember if that's what it is, but there is only a short gap in between. But if it's not that, there's the 65 car, which is the EC entry for Open Throttle with Foe. They're about 4 laps back. So right now, Bill and the guys tend to have a little bit of a gap there in that EC division. Let's kind of run back a little bit and look farther back.
Well, let me just point out that 90racing.com has rejoined the race, but they've dropped down to 4th place from that pit stop. I'm doing some checking now, trying to get an idea on how long they spent in the pits. Go ahead, Kyle.
No problem. I appreciate that update there. It was definitely need to keep an eye on those guys. They've been fast all day, and I know they want to close that out. So
they had a 6.5 minute pit stop. They added a minute to their pit in. So I don't know that that's all that. Let's see, they had a 3 and a 2 before that, a 6 and a 2. So it looks about right, Kyle, for their pit stops. They had a 3 and a 3. They may have spent just a little more time in the pits than they wanted to. Some of their pit stops, they're not quite, accumulating from the in lap to the pit stop time. That was 6, 7, 8, about 8.5 minutes. Some of their pit stops are quicker than that. So, we know they were having some issues maybe with brakes. We might be able to get some more from Les on that later on.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what Team Salem, Hero Time, TCR, and some of the others do when they come to pit road next time by to kind of figure it out.
All right, so with that, we'll take a quick break and be back in a few minutes. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course as the track is seeing a waving yellow flag from the flag stand out front, so we may have an issue. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Junior are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps them find a deal on the right parts.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
In the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody. ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. So, Team Salem, the catch-up car is in 4th place right now. So it's Team Salem, Hero Time, 90 Racing in 3rd. The catch-up car, and that's because they have pitted in the catch-up car. TCR is 5th right now. Parts Badger Fastlane is 6th. And one of the things that has not happened here, we'd had a local yellow with a 4-off and continue over there in 1. So we stayed green. We just aren't getting those regular full course cautions like you see at some of the other events like Daytona, Watkins Glen, where it seems like every 30 minutes you've got a caution. We're really not seeing that here today. We have had some cautions early on, but I think this is going to hurt some of these teams that are really, for this 8-hour race, wanting those cautions to slow the field down, take us down to that purple 35, get those pit stops in, sneak in a pit stop where they can. We're just not seeing them. They're throwing local yellows, and a lot of that's just 4-off and continue. We had a car have touch the wall. It looks like it says impact with the wall. Driver's left over in turn 11. And it was the
the 414 car, which was the Parts Badger Fast Lane machine. So, but they're out there still turning laps. So apparently it didn't cause them to pit. Or if it did, it was just a stop and go. Let me look through their history here and see. Yeah, not really. Let's see, that was recorded at 1:38, which is just moments ago. And they did have the lap time was a 1:56 to their 140s and 141. So yeah, it cost them about 16 seconds. There they just turned in a 1:43, so they're almost right back up to the same lap times that they were turning prior to the incident. And that's Parts Badger. So if you folks are just signing in, I want to recommend you scroll back through the earlier part of the show today. We had two pro drivers, two pro professional racing hot shots on the show. We had, speaking of hot shots, another one just came in the booth. We had Bill Riley here. We had Chris Stifler here. And it's just always fascinating to me. Once we get a pro in the booth and have time to talk with them, the things that they tell us, it's always really interesting. So, but yeah, we've got another guest here. He's still getting settled in as we're just getting back from break.
So I had to go grab him there, folks. That's why, thankfully, Paulie, you've been saving my butt today. I'm coming back from commercials, but I went to go get our guest. And yeah, I know, but I appreciate it though. So it looks like we got one of the BMWs headed onto pit road here. Not sure what car number it is, but I'm sure we'll find out here in just a moment.
Yeah, the very Mustache Works apparently is not it, as they are still at full song out there on the racetrack.
No, they came in a little bit. It's the 240 car. So the Bavarian guys came in a little bit ago, and they're actually going to be something we're going to talk about here in a minute, so we'll get to that. It's the EC car. It's the EAD Racing guys and their 92 BMW. They're coming in. Looks pretty normal. Doesn't seem to be anything.
Oh, 90 Racing coming back into the pits. Uh-oh. This is unscheduled. They just made a pit stop not long ago. They should not need to be pitting again. This is huge. 90racing.com is coming back down pit road.
Any penalty or anything, Paulie, in race control? Or?
No, there's nothing shown in race control from race control regarding their pit stop. There were some concerns about mechanical issues earlier, so we will see, but this is going to be a game changer for the race today.
And that's going to, with that, they were running third after their pit stop and working on trying to catch back up. That's going to bring both the Salins cars up into the top three, but that's also going to put our B-class leader, Hero Time Racing, into a podium position, but it's also going to bring them into the fray to contend for an overall win today.
Yeah, there would be no advantage for them pitting at this time. We're not under caution. Now, they're being forced into the pits for some reason, and it doesn't look like it has anything to do with a penalty. They have brought that car into the pits.
So we'll just have to continue to monitor that situation a little bit, and hopefully we can get the Less is More cam. Our buddy Les Epps down there can probably get some information, and we'll see if we can figure something out. But while Paulie is working with that and we'll figure out, I am bringing in our next guest, Mr. John Wu from Maxxis Tire. Sir, welcome to the party, I guess, what you can call it. How you doing today?
Doing good. Thanks for having me.
Anytime, man. Well, we appreciate it. Well, Maxxis has been part of ChampCar and associated in different forms and fashions with ChampCar for a long time. But the biggest thing is you guys with your tires. Time and time again, we see ChampCar competitors using Maxxis tires. Our race leader, 90racing.com, for example, Maxxis, based car. We know Bavarian Mustache Works uses Maxxis tires. It seems like more and more folks are going to the Maxxis tires. What is it about you guys? What makes you guys just be the tire of choice for Champ Car?
You know, I think because we're involved in so many grassroots racing series, we kind of understand we understand the value. I think a lot of racers, whether it be mountain bikers and everything in between, I think we understand what they're looking for, and we really just try to deliver it. And we watch the pricing as well. We really want to try to bring as much value as possible to the teams. So I think that's something that the racers like, and they also like a brand that supports them. So yeah, Maxxis, we're not known to to be on, we're not on any super major series at the moment. We're kind of starting from the grassroots, and I think all the grassroots racers love that.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that we've seen yourself and some other reps from Maxxis in the pits. I know one of your counterparts, I can't think of his name, but he was, and I should know this, but I remember we interviewed him at Watkins Glen, and he was walking around talking with different teams here in the garage, and I know you've been actively here since yesterday, talking to the competitors, just getting feedback, and especially since we're going to that new tire rule next year that'll be implemented with the 200 tread wear. Do you feel that your grassroots connection and your presence is something to where Champ Car competitors and teams trust you guys?
Yeah, I think so. And, there's been, I think we got involved back in maybe 2016. I don't exactly remember, but, ever since then, there's been a lot of competitors that have joined the field. So, my coworker Walter and I, we were always talking about how to make some changes to our tires to see if we can be more competitive, and that's exactly what we're doing out here this weekend. Trying to talk to the racers, get some feedback. Hopefully we can bring more value in the future.
Without giving too much of your secret sauce, I don't want to do that. What is it that the competitors, as we're on board, ironically, with Bavarian Mustache Works, we'll kind of get into this in a minute, and there's a reason we're on board with them, folks. We'll get to that here shortly as they're getting ready to navigate a little bit of traffic here. Just hold tight, John. Let's see if he can make this out-braking maneuver on this Miata. He may try to play two here. Not close enough, but got him from the apex on and follows Brew Crew out of the corner. So anyway, everything's good. Back to single file. Team Salem Mustard still your leader over Hero Time Racing Pauly. 33-second gap separation, and the lap time within 5/100ths of a second. That's crazy. Anyway, John, we'll get back to you.
That's
Sorry
without
about
throwing a banana peel.
Exactly.
Out the window.
We should do some more. We should throw some leader shells and banana peels and Mario Kart it up or something.
I want a banana peel racing team. I think that would be fantastic.
Okay, well,
banana peel racing.
Would you could you supply us with tires for our banana peel racing team?
Oh man, I can provide some. So rubber. Engineering rubber is actually quite funny. We have all sorts of rubber. I can provide some rubber that have absolutely no traction properties, and then you can use that as a banana peel.
Do you have anything where we could pop it out of the tires and we could drop banana peels to help our competitors?
I'll have to talk to the R&D guys to see if we can engineer something like that.
We probably have some guys in the field that would tell you they already own tires that have no traction properties.
Well, I'm pretty sure I can have something that's similar to a banana peel.
Awesome. So, all right. So I know we got back to that for a second. I apologize for getting off track there. I just wanted to. That was getting a little dicey. Anyway, so without giving away your secret sauce, what is it that you've heard? What are the top three things when you've talked to the competitors that you've heard that they want emphasis on or help with, or where they feel you guys could come into play?
Well, I think some of the improvement points that I've heard so far is our currently the VR1 is a little bit dated compared to some of our competitors' products out there, but I think they're looking for three of the most difficult things. They want something affordable, that lasts a long time, and is fast.
Okay.
So that's kind of the magic triangle. If you want something to last, typically it's really not that fast. So. And then also they want it to heat cycle well. So it's just one of the challenges where, I can lay out all these requirements to our engineers, but the engineers are always, kind of asking me, well, we can start playing with the different ingredients if you want, but how much are we selling this for? Because, anytime you start driving, there's so many things into there's so many ingredients in the tire. Once you mess with the compound, you want to introduce new stuff that you want to put in there, then the cost goes up. And also when you introduce something new, it may take us a little while to figure out how to really mix it properly. You know, if you think, you know, rubber mixing, you're looking at this big mixture and you just see people just dump bags of chemicals into it. We have to make sure that the mixing is actually really good and the dispersion is really, really even. So whenever we introduce something new, you know, we throw it in there, you know, we mix it. Oh man, you know, some of the parameters are off. It's not very even. So now we just wasted a batch. So all that goes into the cost. So now the engineers are a little bit nervous. Can we go up on price on this, or are you still trying to make it, you know, still affordable for the Champ Car guys? And of course, you know, I don't want to go up on price. I just want to improve the tire. But
so it's walking that tightrope.
Yeah,
It's always a sketchy walk. So
yes.
All right. So next year we go into a tire rule where it has to be the 200 tread wear. What I know we talked about it briefly. What tire, for those that may not have listened at Watkins Glen, what tire is going to be comparable that'll work for the guys next year if they want to use Maxxis?
Oh, it will have to, you know, the only tire on the list is the Maxxis VR1.
Okay.
So yeah, we updated the compound back in 2018 to make it a little bit faster, and I think we took a little hit on the wear, but you know, out here I think what I'm hearing, you know, the wear is still decent. It's just maybe not as long for some of the teams that wanted to last 20 hours plus. It's not a tire like that. So I think you know, maybe they can talk to Andrew Johnson, and they can maybe figure out how to use the VR1s to their advantage out here. But yeah, I think I definitely see that there's a room for improvement on the VR1 for you know, in the near future in order to make it a little bit more competitive. So many competitors have come out with new stuff in the past few years. So you know, the VR1's getting a little bit it's a little older. So yeah, we need to look for ways to make it competitive.
Do you ever, excuse me, Kyle, do you ever feel like you're just fighting the laws of physics? Like at some point, like, look, okay, there's only so much you can do with a rubber plant. Or is it like, no, we're always finding new technology, new chemicals, new mixes. It's really a chase of technology.
It really is technology. You know, so funny you mentioned the rubber plant. Actually, most race tires probably don't use a whole lot of natural rubber. Natural rubber is usually more used for something that has low heat. You know, it just doesn't generate a whole lot of heat and has good wear properties. So like a truck bus radial tire, or maybe a light truck tire, maybe that would use more natural rubber. But the synthetic rubber now and all the additives that we can use, oh, the sky's the limit. Constantly experimenting with different stuff. So yeah, so you know, that magic triangle with, you know, I think it's tread wear, speed, and cost. Yeah, that triangle can continue to be improved, but it's up to our engineering team to continue to try different ingredients, you know, and trying different ways to cure, different ways to mix to make things work. So it's you know, for the engineers, I think it's pretty exciting, but you know, there's still advancements to be made.
Gotcha.
Definitely.
Is there any new product that's coming out that would also fit within the confines of next year's rules that hasn't been, that maybe that Champ Car has something to look forward to?
Not at the moment. I think VR1 will have to be it for a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So outside of that, you guys also do trailer like truck tires as well too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, Maxxis, we manufacture, for those of you that don't know, we manufacture go-kart tires too. So we make, you know, go-kart tires, lawn and garden, power sports, downhill mountain bike. That's what we're really known for. We make, you know, road bike tires, basically anything black and round, except aviation tires and Formula One level slicks. But we pretty much, if it's black and round, we pretty much make it. And so, yeah, I don't know. We also make that a pretty famous trailer tire called the M8008, and it was around for 10, 15 years. It was really reliable. We were one of the first to not skimp on the details. I think a lot of our competitors, they start seeing, because a trailer tire only has to carry load. It doesn't really brake a whole lot, doesn't turn, and doesn't accelerate. So it's really for most tire companies, I feel like they look at it as how can I save more from making this trailer tire? And we, at the time, the engineers decided, we're not going to cheap out on the trailer tire. We understand what you're hauling, probably a pretty expensive trailer.
Exactly.
And you have your race cars in it and stuff. We really don't want something like this to fail and potentially cause a serious accident. So we were one of the first ones to still retain a cat ply, which is a top layer on the belt to ensure high-speed stability and also ensure endurance. And while everybody else kind of did the cost-cutting thing, and then we made a name for ourselves in the 8008, and then we just recently updated it to the 8008 Plus, and we made some improvements because we know, even though we preach it to a lot of the trailer owners, you're supposed to cover your tires when you leave it out in the sun. Otherwise, the UV and the ozone just breaks down the rubber.
Okay.
There's really no way around it. But I know a lot of times it's an afterthought. After you get home, you're tired, man. You're unpacking, you park the thing, and you don't really want to touch it anymore. And so we made improvements in in resistance to ozone cracking. We also updated the inner liner to improve air retention over some people get in their trailer, they don't measure their air pressure. Well, we have a new inner liner that retains air a little bit better than before. So we made some changes.
Okay.
So anybody can go online and just Google Max's trailer tires, and you'll see how popular we are.
And they can find you. It's www.maxis.com.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to throw that in the chat. I know a lot of our people have it, but I'm going to throw that in there just so those that may not know can go and check it out and find out more.
That thing with the trailer tires is interesting because I was just talking to Andrew Johnson. It was yesterday. We were at the hotel, and he said it's a record for us to make it to the racetrack without an incident with the trailer.
Yes.
Because that's the one thing that gets abused the most: wheel bearings and it's tires.
Yes.
And I don't know what it is about the tires with trailers, but for some reason, that's the thing we always forget about. And I noticed some of the people that, we got a car that's spun off and it looks like it might have had some contact, and it's in the bus stop, actually, deep into the bus stop.
That is not an unusual place. But anyway, sorry, Paul, go ahead.
But I do notice some of my neighbors covering their tires on their trailers and their RTVs. And so RTV? No, not RTV. What's the camper thing? Oh, we got another car stopped over here. Oh. I'm seeing at Pit Inn.
That looks like one of the 944s.
Yeah, so we've got a couple cars that are suddenly stranded right now.
So the one over there is the 944 that's right there at Pit Inn. That should be a pretty easy, if the car's not locked up, that should be a pretty easy, just grab them and go. It looks like there's another one down at Pit Inn. Paulie.
So Misco Motorsports, the Miata 770 has been indicated. Turn 2, so that would be the car that we had cameraed here. We got 3 cars off at the same time.
All right, we need Timothy. Cameras are not a curse. Cameras are not a curse.
And well, then the whole track would be trouble because we've got every inch of it covered. Okay. Now the 944 is on its way. It was kind of at Pit Inn. I'm kind of surprised he didn't just take the road, but the 944 now back up to 35 miles an hour.
Doesn't appear to have any damage on it or anything. I wonder if maybe something cut off on it.
But back to you, John, on this thing with the trailer tires. So where can we buy? Can we get these at Tire Rack?
Yes. So it is available on Tire Rack.
So we can go to Tire Rack and get this stuff shipped to us, and it's free shipping. And
And if you ever, Tire Rack does a great job of inventory. But if you ever are in a bit of a pinch and you can't really get tires fast enough from the Tire Rack, you can also check out eStore. We have it. We do sell on our eStore, but obviously we're not trying to take business from our customers. It's for emergency use only. If you need it, if you need something real quick and nobody has it in stock, or they don't have it, they can't deliver it to you fast enough, then you can go on our e-store as well.
Okay.
Okay. No, absolutely. I mean, so between guys right there, between Maxxis and Tire Rack, they should have you guys covered with all of our Champ Car competitors. Make sure your trailers, take care of those. I think of a lot of it with that is just, like you said, you get home, you don't want to think about it. You already know you got work ahead of you to get the car prepped and ready to go. And I think you just don't think about the trailer a lot of times, or the truck necessarily that's pulling the trailer. And it looks like that is the junk player special.
Oh yeah, Les is down there. It is the junk player special car. That, oh man, that's a shame.
Stinks for those guys. They were having a decent day too, but yeah, I think we just don't think about it, and I think that's why a lot of them have so many problems with it too. Plus, when you don't race if you don't race every weekend, it's not something you're thinking about. You're like, okay, I got to get the car ready, and hi Troy, Troy Trulio.
Yeah, so you're right, because I think we don't do an inspection. We've seen where there's just tire separation, that the tread separates. We've seen delamination, and but you don't notice it until you're 100 miles down the road. It starts to come apart on you.
Yeah, so we really recommend, I think a lot of the trailer manufacturers, or even a lot of tire shops, will recommend that before you go on the trip, please check the air pressure. Please check the condition of your tires.
Yeah.
You may have picked up a nasty cut on the inside. You don't know, and
right.
You really got I can't preach it enough, because most of the times people are towing these things in the middle of nowhere, and then in the heat of summer, something pops.
What is it about the air pressure then? Why is it that's often preached? Air pressure, to be checking that.
Yeah, because air. Let me explain this properly. But so air really, without air, the tire really can't support any load. So the air is kind of like an air spring you're sitting on.
Okay.
So not having enough, you really overwork where the sidewall connects to the tread area. That's where most of the stress is accumulated, and then once you overheat, a tire is made by gluing a bunch of stuff together, and then we vulcanize it.
Okay.
We vulcanize it with heat, but then now you add a lot more heat into it, and eventually things start breaking down, and you have a tire failure.
So you're saying when the pressures are low, this causes an increase of heat in the tire, which overheats the tire, and then you have a failure.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay,
gotcha.
Is overinflation a problem with just maybe they've got it pumped up too much, but then going down the road, the lean on it, the heat and all that, does that possibly play into effect too, where you see those blowouts?
Yes. I mean, it depends on how much overinflation you do. If it's only a little bit overinflated, it might be fine. But if you if you're like somebody's trying to be really safe, I'm gonna double the PSI to make sure I have enough air. Oh, that's also not very good. So now your contact patch on the road is only one tiny little strip, and that part can really
just
heat up
like
now.
you fight on the racetrack. It's you want to take care of your trailer tires and your truck tires that get the stuff here, just like you take care of your race tires.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So what do you think of we have our new schedule that'll be coming out here, so play race fan with us here for a second. So should have an announcement coming out here, 1st of October, Paulie, I believe schedule comes out. So what?
I actually don't know. I just say
we speculate. We just start stuff. So
no, it is.
So what tracks? We've heard there's some rumblings of some changes next year. Where would you like to see Champ Car race? If John Woo had his way, where would you like to see Champ Car?
I live on the West Coast, so I would love for you guys to come out here. I was talking to Bill yesterday, and he's just like, the West Coast is a bit of a challenge. I'd love to see him. Maybe Laguna Seca is something. Maybe that the track rental is too expensive, but coming out, to maybe one of the. I guess more grassroots.
Sonoma?
Yeah, Sonoma's expensive. But if you do Buttonwillow, if you do Chuckwalla, hopefully Chuckwalla's not that expensive, but something like that would be cool. So I can maybe convince my wife to allow me to buy a seat and
maybe Utah one day. Never know.
Yeah. Utah's close enough, or even Vegas. Vegas has they have that Spring Mountain course. I know it's a private course, but I don't know if they'll open it up to host one of these. They have 2 courses there now. So I'd love to see that.
are there any tracks that we go to that you haven't been to on the East Coast that you're possibly looking to come and hanging out with us next year?
Oh, I think Watkins Glen. I finally discovered it on the sim, and man, that is one fun.
It's
track.
life changing, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Oh, I love that track. The elevation changes and just how challenging it is. I love to go. I mean, it's a little bit far from California, unfortunately, but
they got flights to ride.
They have flights that arrive there all the time. And Watkins Glen doesn't take years off your life; it adds years to your life. It's that awesome. So hope you can make it. I mean,
absolutely,
you should do it.
Yeah, I wanted to make it. I think Walter went to the last
Walter, that was
Glen.
the gentleman that we were okay.
Yeah, and I really wanted to go, but I had to entertain some overseas guests, and I was really gutted. I told them, hey, you're going to the track that
Can you meet me at Watkins Glen?
Yeah, well,
you can do some courting, and
I know.
You could have taken them to the wineries, take them to the lodge. And,
I can give you the email to our upper management. You can email them, and maybe you can convince them.
There you go. I don't know how much pull I've got, but we could try. Yes. So
we're very trying.
Absolutely, we'll try anything at least once.
But I did think about the VR1. Something that's really truly unique. After talking to a lot of these racers, they told me that they may not use the VR1 in the dry, but they really do love the VR1 in the wet. And maybe I can elaborate on that for the rest of the racers. The VR1 was developed obviously a few years ago, so the tread depth is 930 seconds. I think most of the fast street tires now are 730 seconds. So, water dispersion, performance-wise, I think we probably have the best water dispersion. And also, looking at racing compounds, our tire actually has a little bit of silica. I don't know if that's giving away too much, but typically most racing compounds have a lot of carbon black, for traction and all that. But we do add a little bit of silica in there to retain some of that street driving performance, wet performance. So if going into next year, I feel like the VR1, if the weather is looking maybe a little bit gloomy and you're unsure, I think the VR1 is a pretty good
set of rain tires.
Nice set of rain tires. Yes.
Okay. Because it never rains at Watkins Glen, or it never rains at Daytona where we go.
It just rained a few days ago.
Exactly.
I think,
right. So
it's one of the disadvantages of having an outdoor sport. You need to be prepared. You really don't know what's going to happen.
And even when they predict it.
And even when they predict it, so that's why I keep my raincoat. Completely different topic, but I always anyway.
Yes.
Back to tires. But so real quick, so while we're under caution,
code 35.
Yep, code 35 here. So you were talking to the Bavarian Mustache Works guys, Evan Horner and Ben, and those guys, and they had mentioned about snow too, Tim. When we go to Road America, we have to. It does snow up there, and Road Atlanta in February. But anyway, so. You were working with those guys yesterday, just having a conversation with them, and they had mentioned that they were looking at options for next year, and you were looking for some feedback to take back to the engineers, and it sounds like tomorrow they're going to be doing a little bit of, let's say, testing for you to give you some insight on a couple things?
Yeah, they unfortunately, they're running the VR2 tomorrow, and for those that don't know, the VR2 is kind of the continuation. It's the next generation, to the VR1, and unfortunately, the tire list came out for next year, and it's no longer legal. But Ben also races on the Nissan acceleration team, which we support. Mm-hmm. So he has pretty good experience on the VR2 under like an autocross setting. So he's trying out the VR2s on the road course setting. So hopefully we can get some in-car footage, and he can share with me how the tire behaves on the road course. So far, most of the feedback on the VR2 has been pretty good. So hopefully he doesn't run into any issues. And it looks like his car is running strong today.
Yeah, they're always good when they come here. I mean, currently those guys are here.
Fetterhunt's pulled it into the garage. The VR2 is legal this year. I mean, we still have a lot of racing to do.
We still have a lot of weekends left to go.
So you can get these tires and race them this year.
And so, with the VR2 versus the VR1, people often ask us, so what changes did you make? We really didn't Well, first of all, we wanted the tire to be faster. Most of our competitors have released something faster. So the VR2 has an updated construction. We basically tried something we've never tried before. The pattern is much more aggressive, and the tread depth is now 7.5 30 seconds versus 9 30 seconds on the VR1 because we still want to retain a little bit of that wet weather advantage. So it's 7.5. It's not a full 7. And I'm not going to name any names, but some of our competitors will have one groove at 730 seconds, and some of the other grooves are actually not at 730 seconds. So most of our grooves are pretty consistent. We want even hydroplaning resistance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so you're talking about the grooves in between the
groove depth. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome. Well, we appreciate you continuing to support us, and it sounds like you're gonna, between those guys and Andrew Johnson's team and everything going on, it sounds like you're gonna have a lot of information to take back to those engineers, and hopefully those VR1s are an option. But again, still a lot of room left this year for some VR2s to be sold. So if you guys are interested, make sure to reach out to Maxxis. Talk to our buddies at Tire Rack that support the series. You can get them through there, and they'll get you hooked up. And if you have any questions, John's here on site. Want to know something, you're interested, perfect time to get those questions answered and figure out your game plan for next year. So we'll let you get back down there to the competitors. Thank you so much for coming to visit.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming to Champ Car event and joining us, because it's really a privilege to have someone with a tire manufacturer come and give us information, but also not just a sales rep. You actually work with them, work for them, and you can just give us so much valuable information. You're ready to talk to us, so thank you for that.
The pleasure's all mine. I'm an automotive enthusiast myself, so even though this is work, it's not really work. This is exciting stuff.
Yeah.
So,
thanks again, John. Appreciate that.
Thanks, John. We appreciate the time, man.
Thank you.
So John Woo, everybody, from Maxxis Tire, like we said, as they're towing the 770 off there out of the keyhole.
Rat.
Yeah. Ooh, that was a vicious hit right there.
Yeah, it definitely got busted up there. So it must have taken a spin then to get off into the bus stop.
Yeah, we got word. So one of our sources down in the pits let us know the Junk Player Special had a shifter cable issue. So they
okay.
no more go-go on that one, unfortunately. So hopefully they can get that repaired and either get back out today or they can get it repaired and get out tomorrow. So
maybe they didn't hear my fourth gear idea.
They probably didn't.
Okay.
They don't listen to us.
They should.
They should, but they never listen to us.
Because we have all the answers.
I know, we do.
We have it all figured out.
But they don't listen to us. They just think you're like those goofy media guys.
We're always right.
They just talk about stuff. They don't know anything.
Yeah.
You know how it is.
You can lead a horse to water, folks.
And the race car driver will still do what you don't tell him to do.
We clearly have it all figured out. Oh, well.
We do. And that's why we're up here and not out there this weekend.
All right.
So, all righty, guys, let's give you a quick
Back
update
to green. Here we go.
Yep. So, Team Salem Ketchup has now taken the lead. 90 Racing is about 18 seconds back, almost 19 seconds back of those guys. So what happened with 90 Racing, Paulie threw it in the chat, it was an oil cap that popped off, and there was oil on the windshield, and Chris Stifler, who was up here with us earlier, was down hanging out in the pits, and he's kind of gotten us the inside scoop on a few things. So, Chris, if you're listening, thank you for the information. We appreciate it. So that was what happened. They replaced it. They, topped it off, made sure it had everything it needed, got a clean windshield, and they got back out on the racetrack. We just told you what happened to Junk Player Special. The 770 was involved in an incident. So they were stalled. They're off of turn one, off in the grass through one of the cutoffs for one of the other configurations. But 90 Racing is in second now, 9.3 seconds. So a little bit, they've closed the gap. TCR is in third, and that is your second in C class. Your B class leader, Parts Badger, in the 414 is fourth. C class, the sister car for Team Salem Mustard, and then Hero Time Racing, second in B class, is still hanging on there, and Paulie having a conversation with one of our volunteers and guys here in the pits this weekend helping out. Thank you guys for coming out.
That's less than
that's what I meant. The other Paulie.
And pit lane is busier than Black Friday at Walmart. It is busy. Everybody's jumping on these cautions because, as I said, he's just said the same thing.
Yep.
We just haven't had these repeated, consistent cautions. We've had this big gap of green flag racing, and so as soon as the yellow comes out, they're going to go charging in if they can get it.
Sorry. Because now I'm picturing, because it's already September, now I'm picturing Black Friday at Walmart near us.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's going to be a madhouse. I'm just waiting for an old lady to beat me with a purse over a TV.
Here come the walkers.
Yep, exactly.
You can hear them clanking in the distance.
The good, bad, and ugly continues to lead in the EC class. Bill Riley.
And the tennis balls are sold out. Not a single
I've
one
got
to be
images
found. All the sleeves are emptied on the floor.
Oh, God, I'm picturing my grandmother cursing somebody out and beating somebody with my grandfather's walker. Oh, God, and this is where the broadcast goes completely off the rails.
Well, the GBU Corvette is still out there turning laps with that sick transmission. They're hoping to get that fixed tonight so that they can be more competitive for tomorrow. Again, that's an EC car. And so somehow, I guess I don't know if it's against the rules or not, but one of the cars has been flagged or notified. The right rear is bouncing. So we may have an anti-bouncing rule
like a
for Fetterhund Motorsports. Oh, they brought the car into the garage because of the bouncing rear end.
Like a tennis ball?
Something. I don't know what that is.
All right. So where I was, I've still got that image in my head. So TCR is in 6th. There's the EC mixed in there. Bill Riley's guys leading that class. There's no Z and Mazda in 7th. Sarburns is in 8th in the 518. That's your second in A class. 901 Motorsport in 9th. And Bavarian Mustache Works in the 662 in 10th. And that rounds out your top 10 here at the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio. Presented by Parts Badger. Let's scroll down a little bit here. The D class is still being led by the American Express guys, the Grand Funk Prix, still chugging up into the top 40 overall. And then our F class is still being led by Tag Racing, and those guys have methodically worked their way up into the top 30. Nolan Feathers should be in that car at some point, if not in it now. We talked to him earlier in the broadcast, so those guys will have a good run today. And let's give a shout out to Hammerheads guys, the 275 BMW, up 22 spots on the day in the top 40 overall, 5 spots up in the C class from the start. So nice run today for those guys. I want to make sure we didn't let them forget about it. The should have bought a Civic guys, not having the day that they wanted, but they're up 6 spots from where they started and 1 spot in C. So they're having an okay day. Not what they wanted, but they have a shot to recover tomorrow. And unfortunately, it's been a bit of a rough weekend for the AOA guys. I don't know if they were able to they made a few laps today, but I think the mechanical issues have plagued their weekend. And they were a good contender at VIR in the B class. We raced against them with their 35 car for the victory there. So tough break for those guys, and I hope we'll get that fixed, and we'll see you tomorrow. As we see the cars coming down out of 5, now we shift back to our turn 10 camera here.
And then he goes to 2, and then he goes to 7. It's crisscross. You ever seen a broadcast where they do that? Like they flip all over the track. It's like, why are we in turn 2 now?
Ambiance. So we'll just call it that. So as we see the field still working through there. So Paulie, we were talking about consistency. That's kind of been one of our themes that we've talked about. So I had a few points in the race that I think you wanted to watch for this weekend. And just using your head. It goes with the consistency. It goes with the patience. Chris talked about it. A lot of people have talked about it. And it looks like that's kind of been the theme, is just keeping your head about you, being smooth, being consistent. Let's look through some of the times here.
Part of the feeder for consistency, which we haven't talked about, that I've thought about because it's something I think about, is really your ability to focus for long periods of time. And that's something that you either have the capacity to do it or you don't. And you see it even up in the pro ranks. You see guys that can be really fast for a short period of time in qualifying, but they don't seem to have it for the long haul when they're out in the race. So consistency is only going to happen if you have that gift of being able to focus for the long run.
So to give you an example of this, I know a car that's always pretty smooth as silk. Let's look at 901 Motorsport real quick. I'm pulling their lap times right here. And you want to talk about consistency. They're completing lap 184, or on lap 184. And I looked about 10 laps ago. I mean, mind you, before the yellow, they were consistent 143.6, 143.6, 143.60, 143.62, 143.50, 142.62. I mean, a tenth of a second difference in, in 4 laps.
Mm-hmm.
That is crucial, but that's always why we see those guys toward the front all the time when you run times like that. And then you'll notice since we went back green, a 142.0, 142.0, 144.16, probably fighting traffic, 143.14, probably fighting a little bit of traffic. But just the consistency that you've seen, that I'm looking back a little bit farther, 42, 42, 42, 43. I mean, that's just
really good.
Oh, yeah.
It's hard to be consistent like that, even with a clean track. And that's, we've said it before because it's true. It's a fact. You don't have to have the fastest car out there. Even if you're a mid-pack team, you can finish on the podium. We saw it at with Birmingham Racing at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, we did.
See, it's doable, and that's. I've talked to Frank. He said, we're not the fastest team. We just happen to always end up kind of towards the front, and we're just hoping that things fall our way someday and we can win it.
But how many times in racing, it's not always about being good. Sometimes it's just having luck go your way. I mean, look at Eddie Vedder.
You do suck. I just want you to know, but you have good luck,
right.
And so that balances out your suck. The suck
right.
value.
It balances out like the sucky portion of it. Then you're good. Or they always say, I'd rather be lucky than good any day.
Yeah.
So you admit you suck, and then
even if you don't admit it, I'll
take the horseshoe that I'm sitting on, and I'll go home. So absolutely, whatever you can get. So we're good with that. So top speed right there for 90 Racing, 106 at the end of the straightaway headed to turn 2. Back on board with Brew Crew. Matt back at the wheel. I took back over from Arjun. Last lap, a 142.7. So this is a good car. With the aggressive nature of some of the drivers and just how much they're fighting that car.
It's stuck.
Let's take a look at some of their lap times, just for the heck of it here. And so far, since the restart, it looks like Matt's been pretty good here. He's been in the car a little bit. Took over from Arjun, I want to say about 40 a bit ago. Not seeing anything. Yeah, he's been in the car for quite a while. So the last 4 laps, I'll give you the last 5 laps now. 140.90, 94. 140.82, 140.92, 140.72, and then 142.27. But as you can see on the camera, he's fighting traffic, and he's just coming through turn 1. 440 lap runs in a row right there. That is consistent. And that's coming in. There was right after the caution. Before that, he was 43s, 44s, 40, mixes in. I wonder if that cycle of cooling those tires off a little bit and giving him a chance to reset. Because if you look, he just monstered off big times in a row other than dealing with traffic.
Yeah, definitely. You can even get some of that. I noticed that in iRacing when I was going for fastest laps. I'd run 2 strong laps, and then the times would start to drop off. And if I just pull back on a little bit, let the tires cool and go back after it, that's like a real thing.
Yeah, and
that actually exists.
But you don't think about it. And
there's lots I don't think about.
Well, yeah.
TCR is off the track at the bottom of the keyhole.
That's that EC entry's had a rough day today.
Yeah, he backed it off at the at China Beach too. Probably
at least that one he can drive away though.
Yeah, probably a different driver, but they got it back going again.
So the scent from the gourds, Paulie. Here's another good example of lap times. We're talking about consistency. These guys aren't the fastest things out there, but the consistency, right?
Yeah.
So let's go back starting at lap 160, 142.75, and then 143.1, 43.0, 44.2, 44.2, 43.2, 43.1, 3.1, 44.1, 2.3, 2.0, 379, 341, 215. I mean, and this is consistently all the way up until we had the yellow. Their worst lap was a 144.1, and then there was a 148, but that was obviously slowing down for the yellow. But I mean, almost over 10 laps in a row of just consistency, and they're now 10th in the overall. What does that show you right there that we talk about?
It shows you that consistency is paying off, even though they're not the fastest car in the field. And I'm remarkably fast under code 35. I found that out.
We're all champions
last
under
year.
code 35. Yeah.
It's amazing. Back to green flag racing here. So a 4 off and continue garners a pit lane warning. A second 4 off and continue, I think, brings you in, doesn't it? Isn't that the way it's ruled?
It's either they're bringing you in,
you get a warning,
or a lap penalty. It depends on what. But it might bring you in. I wouldn't surprise me if they bring you in.
I think it's a drive-through, basically,
and have possibly have a conversation with you to make sure to see what's going. I think 3 they'll definitely have a conversation with you.
So, and we had a team come in that was black flagged for dropping fuel. This is becoming more and more of a thing. They were black flag in for a drive-through, must fix before going back out. I don't know how to fix this problem. It's so easy to overfill, and I just don't know how the teams are supposed to solve this problem. But you have to solve it. Whatever it is, you need to come up with some science so that you do not overfill that thing, so that it's not bouncing fuel when you go through the corners.
I think what it's going to come down to, and I know I'm going to sound the negative Nancy for this, it's going to come down to parking somebody for like 5 laps.
Well, no, I mean from like the scientific aspect, like how do I fix this as a mechanic, as you know, because we just fill it till it spills out.
Right.
How do we not fill it till it spills out, or how do we? I don't know. I'm sure that some people out there know. You know, it's like, oh well, we have like a sight tube, and so we can see it and blah blah blah. So we don't have that problem.
But I think it's gonna come down.
The drain is curled, and you got something going on there. Well, yeah, but I mean, at some point, it's by enforcement. You force people into we have to address this. We can't just take it and hope for the best. You're right.
But also, we can't. I mean, we've got to not damage the tracks, and also cause somebody to hit it and spill and spin out, to where then we're at risk of hurting the facility, but also, and then where we may not get invited back. We don't want that. But also, we don't want to ruin somebody else's race by trying to overfill it. I mean, we understand trying to get every drop of fuel in the thing. I mean, we've all been there. But there's got to be some type of way or something we can develop where they can check on it a little more thoroughly and know, like, okay, I'm pretty well up the gooseneck and we're good. So,
yeah. With that, I'm going to take a quick commercial break and be back in just a few. So, we're at Middle-Howe Sports Car Course. It's the Fast Parts Middle-Howe Grand Prix, presented by Parts Badger. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done. All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're going to caution here
Full course caution. Team Salem Ketchup leads this race now with 90racing.com in second place. Parts Badger is in third. Team Salem Mustard in fourth. And Hero Time Racing is in fifth in that B-class entry. It looks like it's the 832.
One of the MDR cars. That's their BMW entry, Paulie.
Okay, so that one had a 4 off and continue, but so that was at 226. Now we're at 234, so this would be a different condition. Oh, car number 3, that's the TLM Marathon car. Over in turn 2 is the accused.
Contact wall is what we just saw. Team pit lane warning. Uh-oh.
Okay, so they may have been off before, or maybe with just going off, they're going to get a warning. I guess that's probably standard issue there, Kyle.
Yeah, but good to keep track of.
They must have been off and continue, so I'm not sure what the major malfunction is here right now. But
anything on Flagtronics?
They said it was over in turn 2, but it looks like everything's moving over there.
Appears to be, yeah. Maybe they just caught a little bit and kept rolling.
Well, they've gone purple 35, and it looks like we had an emergency vehicle come through here. There it is down there. Maybe they sent the EVs, and then they're trying to bring them back in, and before they can call the track clear, they need to get those emergency vehicles parked back where they belong.
Maybe with the wall contact, they might also be checking for any debris, anything, metal pieces, anything, any fluid that might have come off the car, depending on whether they hit side, front, rear, just to be on the safe side, rather not have an issue. Err on the side of caution is never a bad thing.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea to go out and at least do an inspection to make sure that if there's anything they need to repair, they can do that before they put cars back up to speed in that area.
So feeding time once again at the zoo, but this is prime opportunity if you are looking to make your last pit stop.
Yeah.
This actually plays in your favor. And one of the Team Salen's cars, Paulie, is on pit road. This may be our race leader. I'm not sure which one it is. I know one of them has the wing on the back of it.
Yeah, and we're on board with the less is more cam. Check getting all the action on the Parts Badger 414. This team had so much hope and promise for these two cars, and Saturday just doesn't look like it's their day, but there's another race tomorrow.
It's the 942, I believe, Paulie. Looks like they're in for what was probably going to be their final pit stop of the day. Parts Badger is in, we just saw a second ago. Hero Time Racing's in, and then there's No Z and Mazda is in. So this may, and looks like Brew Crew's in. So I'll guarantee you this is it for them for the day. And Stroke and Checks is in as well. Brew Crew, Lay and Pipe Racing is in as well, the 696.
And Team Salem being smart here, splitting strategy, it looks like, with the 943 staying out.
I wonder if they're hoping to catch maybe another caution and then bring the 943 in at that point to try to lose the least amount of time on that as well.
Oh, here comes the other Salen's car, and 90 Racing is. I was just getting ready. 90's not going to pit. They were just in. But no, 90 Racing needs to pit. They actually have passed Salen's in the pits. Salen's pulled over almost like they had stopped in black flag and came to a stop. 90 Racing whipped around them at pit in.
This is going to get interesting.
After they picked up their timer, and now they're going down. They're both going down, following nose to tail to their pit boxes.
This is going to get interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on this. So, did you see the one of the driver that just got out of? I'm guessing that's one of the Nano makers, possibly Will or Wayne, that may have popped out of the car.
He's trying to get out of the way. So Les being quick to move out of the way there.
So we see 90 race. That might be what it is too. 90 Racing was ahead, but is pitted in front of them. Might have popped in front of them, thinking I don't want to get blocked in or slowed down. If they kind of stall getting into the pits there.
Yeah, well, they had kind of pulled to the left. They weren't in the typical lane, and slowed as though maybe they were going into black flag, and 90 Racing just went around them.
Anything on race control? Maybe do anything maybe we just don't know about yet, to what they're keeping an eye on? Looks
Well,
like business as usual here.
Yep.
Pit stop for
We have
90.
Yeah, we do actually, Kyle. There's a car that stopped on the racetrack with a broken wheel over in turn 11, and it's car number 318. That's the TR Motorsport, the tire rack guys, over there in 11.
It's a bummer for those guys. They were having a decent day so far. They were in sixth in the A class, and right now 23rd overall. So that's a bummer for those guys. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. So while we're monitoring these pit stops here, we're looking at 90 Racing. They're going under the hood. They're checking everything. Yep, making sure all the tires are good to go. They're changing fronts, which makes sense. Putting some fresh rubber on so they can get after it for the last hour 35. Gotta wonder, as hard as they're pushing it, if they're seeing a little bit of wear, especially with the temperature going up too.
Yeah, they just green flag after green flag. I mean, race lap after lap under green like that is what I'm getting at.
Absolutely.
They're going to slap some Maxxis on there to carry him to the end.
John might want to get down there and take a look at those things if he's looking for some insight on what's going down with those things and how they're reacting.
Driver getting ready with that bodacious diffuser they got on that thing.
Both Salen's cars there. They're a pretty well-oiled machine, so it looks like they've got all their stuff done. Obviously, they took fuel, so they're at this point probably just waiting the 5-minute clock out. You don't want to go to the end of pit road. You can't go and sit there for 2 minutes. So in this case, you can see them just creeping, getting rolling. One car will roll, then the sister car will probably roll. Getting a little emotional down there. Completely understood. Getting to the end of the race, they want to win, and
yeah, sorry about that, folks.
Yep. It's the good and the bad of having live action. You never know what you're going to hear, but it's the emotion that happens, guys. It gets frustrating. You're trying to go for a win. You want to run well, and when little gremlins like that talking about oil on a windshield, and that's big. That hampers your sight, and it can make you see something that's not there. So it's important to get it addressed.
So obviously on board here with the less is more cam with Les Epps in the pits, bringing you pit road action live as it happens, and capturing all that action there as these cars have come in for pit stop under this code 35, and car being the tire rack car being stranded due to a broken wheel. They'll pick up that car and get it moved off the racetrack. And then we'll go back to green flag racing here shortly.
Getting some instruction from some of the crew guys, maybe just giving the driver a brief how to attack this last 90-minute portion of the race here.
Car fired up, and it's headed down to pit out. And here comes the Salen's Porsche in tow.
So after that, it looks like Team Salen is, now we'll have to see when they come back around.
Oh, here's the tire rack that Les was chasing down. That's not just a broken wheel. That's the hub. The bearing or the hub assembly let go. And oh no, they mashed up the front end of the car too.
Ooh. I think that happened earlier in the day, actually.
Les is saying looks like the bearing let go. So we go back to full course caution. We'll be going green here shortly as they drop off the stricken tire rack car.
Looks like bearing, hub assembly.
And we are back green here for the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio, presented by Parts Badger, with an hour and 31 minutes and counting down to the finish at 4:15 today. We'll have to wait till the cars come around. So pretty much almost the entire top 5 just came through pit road, so bear with us here. We're waiting to see the running order cycle out. Before the pit stops, it was Team Salem Ketchup leading this race over 90 Racing in the Honda, Parts Badger in the 414 in third, Hero Time Racing fourth, and then the sister Team Salem Mustard entry in fifth. EC, who is on pit road, the EC leader, Bill Riley's guys with Good, Bad, and Ugly in their Corvette are still leading that class, but they're on pit road at the moment, so we'll have to see. It looks like Team Salem is going to retain the lead after that pit stop. We'll have to see how far 90 Racing comes out behind them once they come back around and hit the line.
Yep. Yeah, they're currently back here right now on the backside of the course.
90 Racing is coming down the front straightaway right now, Paulie. They're hitting the line, and we'll wait for timing and scoring to catch up here.
Coming through the
42.3 seconds, so 42 and change is the gap that Team Salem Ketchup has over 90racing.com. So, Paulie, we're going to have to keep an eye on the lap times here to see.
They're really dicing it here with the number 3 TLM as they're trying to get through that traffic.
Did note this. Now, mind you, some of this could have been with the way the green fell. Team Salem Ketchup's last lap was a 7:34. 90 Racing was a 6-minute 44 lap time on the out lap. Again, that may have been where they caught the green flag, but that may have helped shave off a little bit of time and playing some catch up. So we'll have to check when they come back by the line next time to see what the lap times are in comparison. And then we'll also have to see kind of what Parts Badger's doing as well. I don't know if they've made their final pit stop of the day yet. We'll have to keep an eye on that. And we know Hero Time is only about 5 seconds, 6 seconds behind Parts Badger. So we'll have to keep an eye on that battle for the podium.
Yeah, I think Parts Badger did pit recently, so I'm not sure if they're going to make it to the end with what they have for fuel or if they're going to need another stop. 90 Racing giving it full beans.
So we're coming around here. We're inside of an hour and a half to go, so we'll really have to see how it looks. Now, what the real test will be as you get later into this race, working through the traffic. Oh, a little bit of contact there. Little door banging, nothing major. That may just be a racing incident. I don't think ChampCar will look too heavily on that one. They're not going to be thrilled about it, but, I mean, it is tight quarters through there, so we'll have to see what happens. Now, let's see if 90 can get through this. That's 901 Motorsport in front of him in their BMW. He might try to, he kind of got caught up there.
I'm a little surprised they didn't just give him that outside line there, but maybe they didn't see him coming. 90racing.com is coming, so let your drivers know. He's coming fast, so keep those eyes in the mirrors. I'm not sure, almost like I'm hearing some sputtering coming from the engine, or it could be just wind noise in the mic.
A little bit of wind noise that I can tell you, but I think he's in and out of the gas quite a bit, probably with that front. Whoa!
Oh man, yeah, they didn't see him there. Going for that inside line. He'd be better off on the outside through there. We know he's quick around the outside.
The only problem is, though, too, Paulie, it's like I don't think he wanted to give himself a disadvantage getting into 6. Would be my only thing, because he also doesn't want to, with it being front wheel, he may not want to turn and then push out real wide and then screw up getting into 7 either.
Well, it's, give and take.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's, he might have been just as well off not having to check up like that. Heading into the carousel here. Oh, we got a car that made it off the racetrack there in the carousel, went a little wide. Missed the shift.
So last lap time for Team Salem was a 140.3. Last lap for 90 Racing, he is in a ton of traffic, was a 42 flat. So that's a
he's waving, so we must have a caution up here.
Yep, we got a. Look, I thought I saw a car off there.
Let's see. We got a 4 off and continue in turn 3 reported. We've got debris, Kyle, that's being reported between turns 4 and 5 and 6. So as we're heading down into that section of the racetrack now, eyes out for debris on the racetrack in this area. As he really is trying to get around this BMW. See if he takes the outside line. The BMW lines up to the left. Nope.
Guys are fighting him really, really hard for it. See him working through the traffic here, trying to figure it out just a little bit. Trying to get in there, but I think he knows if he, well, thought he might try to dive in there and pick off the BMW.
Won't miss a shift this time. He missed a shift through here.
I wonder if he is having a problem, Paulie. I mean, that maybe he's just being patient, but
I think he's getting held up by this guy.
Yeah, but he's got
right
got the legs though.
He's clearly quicker, isn't he?
There he goes. He took the left side lane that time. He may try to dive in on hurry trade right there in the 727. Nice move. Probably going to get held up a little bit here with that BMW. Trying to stay at his bumper. This is good. See, this is the frustrating part. I mean, when you've got the pace and you've got the speed and you just get held up by guys in traffic. So the gap last time by was 43.8 seconds, just short of 44-second gap, with Team Salem, their last lap just clocked in at a 40.4, waiting for 90 Racing to come back around and hit the line once again. But with a lot of the traffic, I don't think we're going to see that the time is indicative of what that Honda, we know that Honda can do. He cannot get by this EC car, Paulie. I wonder if something happened, because he is fighting him hard.
Well,
there he goes. He finally let him go.
Yeah, we look at his lap times here. His last lap was a 44. It was a little slow.
It's got to be a lot of the traffic, because like I said, maybe it's just coming out of the pits. Maybe tires got to get up to temperature. Maybe they're just trying to get some grip in those fronts. But I mean, now this might be a better indication of what the car can do.
Clear.
Yeah.
I think he'll be all right.
141.18. That's about normal. So a touch slower than Salen's, but we'll see what he can do this lap. He's going to have to navigate some too wide traffic right here. Hopefully he can just stay to the left side. See if the BMW sees him. He might get caught up behind the 97 car here. That's TCR. Did a nice job navigating that. Kind of had to work the throttle a little bit. She pushed a bit. Not the end of the world. He just had to give it a burp, let the back end catch up and go again. Now this should be a good run. He gets a good draft off TCR. Now the question is, he's going to go to the left. Now, will he get held up by the BMW?
See if he
can he split it? Here he goes.
Yeah.
Now he probably needs to give himself a little. Now it looks like he cleared him. I was going to say I might run a half a car length to the left, but it looks like he outbraked those guys getting in there. With that car being lighter, he should be able to do that. Did a nice job getting through that. Shouldn't hold him up too much.
This should be a nice lap for him. Coming out of the keyhole, he was a little compromised, being stuck on the outside, but the rest of this looks good.
You heard him have to kind of burp it a little bit there. I think you can hear that wheel spin. He's getting up over the hill.
Yeah. He is getting some of that front wheel drive. It's getting light as he's coming over the hill, and he's trying to stay in the gas.
Whoop, got one sideways in front of him there.
A little drifter.
Nice move right there.
And they're in the carousel. He's going to stay wide.
696 car.
Look at a decent exit here. He turns in a 140 now.
about a half a second faster than Salen's that last lap. It's about 44 seconds on the nose. So we'll see if he can continue to run this pace. Got an hour 21 to go. So we have a guest in the booth with us. It's going to help us call a little bit of the end of the race here. Mr. Camp T, good to see you back here, sir.
Good to see you too, man. How are you?
Doing well, man. We're enjoying this battle between Salen's and 90 Racing, and just watching these guys. Come on in here so you can see the screen. Yeah. You can see these guys just fighting through some traffic here.
They're going at it. That is for sure. That is for sure.
So, Paulie, for those that may not watch Champ Car all the time, what is the hard part about this? What is it that the viewership, obviously it's going to be entertaining to watch them dice through the traffic. What does the viewership need to understand about this type of situation when you're in chase down mode?
Well, if you're running in a top 2, top 3 car, teams like 90 Racing, and I've raced with them, we don't race at 80%. We race it with everything you got. So there is no 95%. You're gonna push it as hard as you can. And so it's different. It's very different from being a mid-pack team or something like that where you're always watching your mirrors. You're just hoping everybody sees you coming, and you're going to be aggressive. You're going to be attacking every corner. You would think, oh, well, they're up at the front. They got a fast car. They don't have to be aggressive. But actually, you do have to be aggressive. And so they have a plan. They know what they want to do as far as the team is concerned. But when you go out there as the driver, your overall play is going to be give it everything you have. Now, there's fuel to be concerned about, and they're going to be getting some instruction from the pits about the deltas. That's going to be, they're looking at how the individual sector times are. They're going to be looking at what the other team is doing lap to lap. And he's going to call that into the driver and say, look, these are the lap times I need from you. And so the driver then can watch that on their screen and say, all right, this is what I'm trying to hit.
Paulie,
I see what happens.
I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I just noticed something. I was looking at the order while you were giving that explanation. Parts Badger, the 414, has had some mechanical. They have fallen down all the way into 10th, and the hood is up, and they are looking very intently. It's not a standard pit stop, so that is unfortunately probably going to take them out of podium contention. They have had just a horrific day for that organization.
Yeah, Animal Speedworks and Rad Air John still showing in the pits as well.
Yeah, that's another one as well. Another team where it's just been, they've had nothing but issues. I don't see them on pit road anymore, so maybe they were just making their final stop. I'm also seeing the 11 car on pit road. They haven't exactly had the day they've wanted. I looked last lap for 90 Racing. It was a 141. Oh, wow. They just popped off a 39.05. Holy cow. Yeah. And then last lap to Salem was a 42.2. Right. They just took about a second off of the gap. So that if they can continue to do that, they may catch those guys. They've just got to navigate the traffic accordingly.
Yeah, well, that would be about 3 seconds. Yeah, and so they're just continuing to turn those faster lap times, 90 Racing, aren't they? And that's 43 seconds now, the gap. So, yeah, it's going to continue to shave away at that lead. And we got about an hour and 17 minutes left in this race. So it is, as they say, all in the hands of the drivers.
No kidding. It's going to be a battle. And the cool thing is you're going to get to see it live here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And make sure you guys tune in. You're going to love to see this. If you guys want to follow along, make sure you pull up the marching ants, but you can also pull this up on Race Monitor, and you can monitor and look at some of the exact same data we're looking at here. And it's going to be a fight between Team Salem and 90 Racing for the end of this race, and that's actually going to determine 3 races: your overall winner, your C, and then obviously between your C-class winner and your A-class winner. So a lot at stake here in the last hour 15 to go. And Hero Time Racing, unfortunately with Parts Badger falling down the order, it's still being on pit road, that moves Hero Time Racing up into 3rd overall, and that's your B-class leader. So actually that's 4 races right there to determine. And their last lap, they're a couple laps off of 90 Racing. but their last lap was a 42.9, and then Good, Bad, and Ugly's in the mix there, but they're in the EC class. They have a pretty good handle on that EC class on the day, so it looks like if everything continues to go the way it is, they may be working their way toward an EC victory.
Heading down the hill, this is the shot towards Thunder Valley.
Let's see what the time is. I think the 9:42 just came by. I'm not sure. Those cars are so identical, it's hard to tell which one. Was a 39.51. 90 Racing was a 39.53. So 0.02 of a second. Not much to gain there. But let's see what 90 Racing has when they come across the line.
Through the carousel. Oh, a big checkup he has to do.
That was a nice
carousel.
move.
This is through 4.
That was a great move.
Takes that outside line.
Saw him go to that right there. That was beautiful. Now the next car in front of him will be Camp. That's your car right there.
That's my car.
Yep, that's Goldie right there. Let's see what happens here. Can he dive in? Nope, thought better of it. Now can he get to the right side off the corner? There he goes. Nice move.
There you go.
So good heads up, though, on whoever's in the car. Is that Scott?
That's Scott.
Is that
Scott
Scott?
is in there
Nice
right now.
job. He's looking good, real smooth. Done a great job today taking care of it. So what do you think, Camp? I mean, you've been in Champ Car a little while, but this is your first trip to Mid-Ohio. Can you, in your driving tomorrow, are you watching this, and what can you take from this that you're going to apply tomorrow when you run?
You know, what I'm really watching is his line. You know, I haven't been able to master a couple of the spots on track. It's just been a little bit difficult for me, you know, being my first time here. It takes some practice. But I'm just watching the sections that I find to be struggle spots for me, and just going to try to apply it to what I'm doing tomorrow. And I mean, obviously he's driving a really, really fast car, so he might have some differences that I can't do. But you know, it's he's driving really hard, really well, making those passes really clean. So if I can kind of follow his example, I feel like I'll have a pretty good day tomorrow.
Paulie, I just looked at the lap times, 39.95 on Salins to a 40 flat for 90 Racing. That gave Team Salin catch-up about a 10th back up on the advantage, but
they're back and forth.
I mean, it's neck and neck. So I think traffic is really going to be the key player, and then also as we get farther into the run, you got to wonder if the tire fall off or how the car handles as it gets lighter on the fuel load, if that's going to play into effect at all.
And bad news for Brew Crew Racing, into the race, and they find themselves behind the wall again.
They have been feast or famine this year. They are either up front running really well, contending for a win, or they are behind the wall with mechanical. But we've seen those guys. I mean, they're driving hard. You see them working the wheel. You got to wonder, driving it that hard, are you maybe are you stressing the equipment too much to where it's not getting to the finish? Maybe you have to dial it back a little bit. Maybe these guys are finding more weaker spots in the car that maybe they haven't thought about. You know, you just got to wonder.
The E30s that I've driven, I've never had a problem with overdriving the equipment, but maybe not enough talent.
Maybe
overdriving over your head a little.
Got to be something. So I just checked here. Salin's just put another little bit of a gap, so now it's up to 44.2 seconds. So we'll have to continue to monitor this. It's kind of back and forth. They're either even or one's up a little bit and one's down. Really just depends on that traffic. But you also got to wonder if Ketchup's not pulling back a little bit, having a gap, and then if they see him get within a certain range, they just kind of radio to the driver and say, hey, you know, turn it up a little bit. So you got to wonder if he's kind of dialed it back to 8 or 9 a little bit.
Yeah.
You wonder.
Yeah.
Well,
Took it back a notch.
Well, the reason I say that is their best laps each are, 90 Racing right now has got an, FTD in that portion of it with a 37.5. Salin's is a 38.21. They're pretty even within a second, but you also got to wonder if they're trying to save something if we get a late race 35 or just trying to not use it up too quick. It's still an hour 12 to go.
Yeah, that outside move coming over 5 just works so well for them for the pass. It's just so slick.
The way they execute it, too. I mean, they just get out there. They don't let the car track out wide. They just kind of roll to the right side.
They're taking it out there, and then they're so fast down the hill, they can cut back to the inside occasionally and pick up the racing line again.
And it's like they've figured out the modulation with the throttle where they know just to give it that enough to get it turned and then let the back end rotate and catch up. So as they're coming up on Rad Air, the 975 here, they should be able to outbrake them getting into one. Looks like they saw them. Yep, gave them the thank you wave right there. Good courtesy. Thanks for
got a
giving me
point by there.
Yeah, and that's good heads-up driving. So nice job to those guys, just being smart. Letting these guys race it out for the win. Look at these lap times, Paulie. 40, both cars a 40-22 to a 40-20.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously not going to reel them in with the gap they have, but it's still a lot of racing left to be had here. As we hit the top of the hour, we're going to take another commercial break and be back in a few. So we're watching 90racing.com try to chase down the juggernaut of Team Salins here at Mid-Ohio. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We've got a local yellow over there around 5-6 area. So we're looking at that. We saw that we had a car that did go off over in that area of the track, but it said 4 off and continue, and then it said off driver's right. So I'm not sure if they're stranded off driver's right, but not seeing anything.
Might be just to the right of our camera view. Gotta wonder, but maybe they were able to drive away.
Now they've yellowed the backstretch to carry that through, probably just for safety. And we're back in the pits with the American Express with less is more, Cam.
So the Grand Prix funkin' for a pit stop.
So this is your first time to Mid-Ohio?
This is my first time at Mid-Ohio. Yeah. Made a little bit of a trip. I'm from the East Coast, so North Carolina originally. I'm living in Virginia for college, but yeah, so first time out, and I'm loving it. It's awesome.
So have you,
cold.
What other tracks have you raced at?
Oh my goodness, don't get me started. You know, ones that jump to the top of my head, VIR, CMP.
Okay.
You know, I've been all over the Southeast, kind of doing stuff down there.
Okay.
You know, because that's kind of local to me, and, you know, normal driving distance.
I got you.
This one was a little bit of a hike. It wasn't too bad, only about 7 hours, but, you know, first time up here. First time ever to Ohio, so it's all a new experience to me. Yeah, it's cold.
So
what do you think about Mid-Ohio then?
I absolutely love it. It feels like a miniature VIR to me. Yeah. You know, you got a bunch of great sections that are a ton of fun. Like I said a little earlier, though, I'm still learning how to really get into some of these corners and to truly master them, you know, because I don't have the hours and the laps that a lot of these guys do. But we're working on it. You know, we're getting there slowly but surely. I'm driving tomorrow, so hopefully I can pick up the pace from my practice day just a little bit. You know, we're learning. You know, it's a learning curve.
Yeah, you just work up to it, right?
Yep, we're building up. We'll get there.
And you did a lot of prep on the sim, and you're teamed up with Scott and those guys with Open Throttle. I'm sure you've gotten a lot of coaching, a lot of tips from Mike Gorman.
Absolutely.
And all the guys there. I mean, they're good people.
It's a fantastic team. There's a lot of great teams in this team on this field, but I feel like there's not many teams better than Open Throttle. They do things really, really well. They set up the cars super neutral so everybody can drive them. They're super easy to drive. They're almost mindless. It just comes second nature to drive those cars. It's amazing. They just give you so much confidence. You know, the cars are super confidence inspiring, and so it makes it really easy to drive almost anywhere.
Real quick, not to cut you off, Hero Time Racing, Paulie, is our third place car is in the pits. I'm not sure if this is scheduled for the final stop of the day or not, but that may take them out of contention for, This doesn't look scheduled.
Inside joint.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Oh, he's got a lot of feedback in the suspension, so yeah, that's it's going to be a problem. It doesn't look like they'll be continuing the race today. But that's another. I don't know. He just looked like he loosened his belts. But that's one of the benefits of having a 2-day race. You can fix it. He's pointing his way in. That I'm going to go behind the wall here.
Yeah, probably heading down to that next cutout, and then he'll, there it is right there. So he'll just head into the garage area. And unfortunately, that may be the end of their day unless they can get it fixed real quick. So that's a shame for those guys, but we're back on board with 90 Racing. Last lap was a 43.4, and then Salins had a 138.6. I'm thinking that might be some traffic based on the difference, but I'm thinking 90 Racing probably hasn't come back around. It's looking like it's about a 45-second gap to Team Salin catch-up.
Yeah. So if somebody else was coming to the track that was new, like the inner axle broke on that car.
Whoa.
That's what Les is saying. If someone was new coming to the track, like yourself, what was like the one thing you would like to have told yourself? Like, what would you say to somebody
Come
new
with no
coming to track?
expectations. We came off a really big high from VIR, coming in first and third there, and so I came with a really high expectation for myself to really push myself, and
okay.
I don't come with any high expectations. Come to learn the track first. Come with the mind of like, okay, I'm brand new, so be brand new. Don't expect yourself to be fastest right off the bat. Expect yourself just to go out there and learn. And if I would have taken that mentality first off, I feel like I would have grasped a little bit more about the track from the practice day. And I'm taking that mentality into race day number 2 for sure. Just going out there. I'm going to follow a couple guys that are faster than me around the track. Just try to learn a little bit. Then maybe we'll crank it up as we go and just kind of see what happens. The team's doing really well today, so I'm super proud of what they've done. Open Throttle has absolutely crushed it. Looks like we're going to be finishing higher up on the leaderboard. We'll see what happens. We still got a good bit of racing left, and a lot can happen in an hour.
It might surprise you to hear that. Well, I've been racing for almost 40 years.
Oh my goodness!
And my approach is exactly the same.
Is it? No kidding.
Absolutely. Go in there, and even when I have experience with the track, if it's a car I haven't raced before, I'm asking a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Of the team. Where do you brake at for this?
Yeah.
I want to know, how do they drive the car? So it may sound like I'm new, but I'm not new, but I approach it the exact same way that you do, especially if it's a track that I haven't raced at before. Exactly the same. I don't come with expectations of being here. I come with I want to learn and grow.
Right.
And maybe the next time or two I'll be,
something my parents have always told me is always be a learner. Never come in with expectations that you're already the best.
I love that.
You always want to be picking up stuff because there's always going to be someone that's faster, that's better, that's done more laps than you. And so there's always something to be learned and to improve on. And so, that's the mentality I'm coming out with tomorrow. Just how can we improve? And every day is just a step closer to being better. And I'm learning as much as I can from these guys out here, and it's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day.
That's served me really well too. That's great. I think that's a great approach.
So, going to run Mid-Ohio tomorrow. You'll get that one under your belt. So, what will be the next race for camp in Champ Car, and what's your outlook going to be for 26?
That is a fantastic question. I have absolutely no clue. But I've got hopes for Sebring towards the end of the year. I really want to run Sebring. I've never been there either. So that's a fingers crossed. Want to get there. I've heard a lot of great things about that track. Old airfield, so that's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
But yeah, for 26, I'm not really sure what we're looking at. It really just comes to the budget season and finding out what we can do there. But know, I'm going to race as much as I can because it's a passion for all of us. That's why we're here. We love racing, and so you know, I'm just all in the same boat with everyone else.
Yep, that's cool. I like it.
That's awesome. Well, I mean, Camp, you've been part of KLR for a couple years now, and we've seen a lot of growth in you, and we're very proud of what you've done. And I know Tanya's worked really, really hard, and she's trying. You know, we're working to find funding for you to do some stuff and continue to progress up that ladder. So we're definitely glad to have it, and we feel like it's been a good fit for you with Mike's team, and
it's been fantastic.
We feel like it's been you've definitely been able to lay down some good results. But real quick, looking at the gap between Team Salem and 90 Racing, last lap was 50 seconds on the nose. 90 Racing was able to lay down a 39.87 to Team Salem catch-ups 42.7. We've seen as fast as a 38.4 out of them recently. So, again, I'm starting to wonder if Team Salem might just be pushing enough to keep that distance at bay to where 90 Racing, I think they've kind of figured out, maybe Team Salem's is like, we know what their threshold is, where they can push it. So you gotta wonder what's going on. We'll have to just continue to monitor this, folks. Make sure you guys tune in and continue to stay with us here for the final hour of coverage on ChampCar.Live, the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio, presented by Parts Badger. Thank you again to Roy and his staff and everybody there. If you're looking for any help with parts, any companies that are looking for any CNC machining, anything related to that Parts Badger can take care of, give them a call, let them know you heard about them on ChampCar.Live, and I'm sure Roy and the guys will hook you guys up pretty good. But Camp, we'll get back to you real quick. So Charles, trying to figure out what you're working on. Anybody you need to thank and want to make sure you mention that helps you out?
Absolutely. The big one, Scott, the man here with HBT Autosport. I know we talked about it a little bit earlier, but HBTAutosport.com, those are the guys you want to be hooked up with for any Honda parts for sure. And Max Pappas Innovations, they provide all of your steering wheels and seat needs. They're absolutely fantastic out of North Carolina, and so those are the guys I'm here with this weekend. They really have helped support me and get me where I am, and so those guys have been fantastic.
Now, where can they find you on social media? Do you have any type of website where, if they're interested, where can they find you to get involved in your program?
Absolutely. I'm on most social medias. If you just look up Camp T on Facebook or Instagram, I am on both of them. That's really all I'm on. Facebook is a little harder for me. I'm younger, a little younger than you guys, but Facebook is a big one for reaching out to me, and Instagram as well. So
awesome, man. Well, if you want to hang out with us a little bit, maybe call some of the end of the race. We greatly appreciate it. And
sounds awesome.
I'm sure it'd be nice to hear somebody else's voice besides mine. So just appreciate it. And if you guys want to check it out, Camp Teague, make sure you check out HPT Autosport. And thank you to Tire Rack for continuing to sponsor the series. Thank you to AutoZone for continuing to let us ramble on up here and tell bad jokes and give you all kinds of entertainment and great racing. So we greatly appreciate it. And thank you guys to all of the followers today who have sat in there. We got a ton of people watching this thing right now that have been in and out all day. We really appreciate it. And we have got a heck of a battle on our hands for the finish of this race. It's looking like Team Salem's may be looking at another C-Class and overall victory, but I don't think 90 Racing's done yet there, Paulie. I think there might be one last charge in them.
Yeah, they're going to keep pushing, but just wait and see what happens.
It's interesting. Ironically, Camp, they're just 90 Racing just going by Goldie there down the front straightaway just past start-finish line.
Yep.
Now, Paulie, I just noticed something too, that glare as the sun, the days are starting to get shorter as we're into September, so the sun is starting to set a little bit. Is that glare into turn one going to start hampering some of our competitors with throwing them off on their reference points?
Well, certainly for 90 Racing, remember they had all that oil that ended up on the windscreen.
Yeah.
So if they didn't really get that cleaned up really well, you can imagine that's only going to be that much worse for them.
Yeah, it looks good here right now, but you got to wonder if any residue comes up later on, might cause them a little bit of a problem. Now tomorrow, I don't know if we'll see this because right now it is 3:22 on the East Coast
We'll be done this time.
Right, we'll be done by this time tomorrow. So it sounds like might be a hint of it, maybe the last 10 minutes, but I doubt it. I don't think it'll be a factor.
Yeah, we'll see. With these days getting shorter as we move into the cooler months, then that's we're going to have these shorter days, and that sun's going to show up sooner and sooner.
Yeah. Something we'll definitely have to keep an eye on at Pittsburgh, where it's real open and where there's not a lot of coverage. I think Road America won't be too bad, but we'll just have to keep an eye on it. Maybe it'll be warmer at Road America this time around. Maybe we won't freeze this year.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, that would be a surprise.
Nice move there by getting by the 275 car. So I did just get word from, I had a few things I was following up on from some people. The car 20. Should have bought a Civic, sponsored by Modern Office Methods. And for anybody that is in need of it, I did get a note from our friends at K2 Autosport. They wanted us to let you guys know they're sponsored by Valley Biodegradable Cleaner Degreaser. So if you need any degreaser solutions or anything like that, go see our buddies in the 538 car, the K2 Autosport, and they can hook you up. I told them I would mention that, and then that band we mentioned earlier that's associated with Animal Speedworks, they got a few singles out now, so if you get a chance, stop by. It's like a rock band. They got all kinds of good stuff, and they can tell you what singles to look out for. Sorry, guys, I hadn't gotten to it, and I told you I'd pay that forward as we got closer to the end of the race.
And I also mentioned that I would talk a little bit about live streaming. If notice several teams are live streaming from within their race cars. Well, there's three pretty popular methods or equipment kits that you can get for live streaming from inside your race car. And if you've been watching our commercials, you would see a commercial for the Sentinel system, which is one of the premium systems that you can get your hands on. And they have lots of features and lots of flexibility, and they're very durable systems. You can check out more information on their website about that. MyRaces.live also offers a kit that is more, I would say, I guess, in the medium price range. And again, a live streaming full kit. You can check out their website for information on that kit. And then I offer more of an entry-level kit that's just for live streaming and doesn't have quite as many features. And you can check that out at One Touch Yi for the Yi action cameras, onetouchyi.com. So several different price points and different options or opportunities for you to go out and get live streaming started from inside your car. So yeah, they all work really well. It just depends on what you want feature-wise, really.
And it pays, it pays off. There's a lot of good from it. It lets us be able to showcase it here on ChampCar.Live, and looks like Brew Crew Racing made it back out, Paulie. So looks like they might be able to get to the finish. Hopefully it'll hold together this time for them.
Yeah, okay.
So last lap by Team Sail and Ketchup was a 140.6. And we'll have to see what 90 Racing does. They just hit the line of 143.1. Gotta wonder if some of that traffic is still wreaking havoc. Well, no, there we go, 142.19. And hadn't checked there. Not too bad. They're still losing about a second and a half for those guys. It looks like the gap's almost a minute now. It's about 59.9 seconds. So I know 90 Racing is pushing as hard as they can.
Okay, so they're heading out onto the track now.
So there is the EC car mixed up in there, folks. So let's do a running order, a check of that. I'll run down that. So C-Class is being led by Team Sail and Ketchup, who is also your overall leader. 90racing.com is your A-Class leader, and they are in second overall, followed by the sister Team Sailin, the Mustard Wagon, in third. And then the EC car mixed in there, good, bad, and ugly. Bill Riley's guys, Bill, Jim Matthews, and Russ have a pretty healthy lead in that EC division, so good run for those guys. And then your B-class leader, there's no Z and Mazda. Those guys came out of nowhere today. We thought it was going to be hero time, but then all of a sudden they just snuck right up in there.
Yeah.
So they took advantage, unfortunately, when Parts Badger had the issues and all that. So worked out for those guys. So they're in fourth. Bavarian Mustache works. Ben's guys, nice recovery. Working back up into the top 5. Sarburns Autosports in 6. Sent from the Gourds. The Canadians are up to 7th. Best lap for those guys today, a 41.55. Last lap, 43.52. And they are only about a minute 11 behind Sarburn, so they're not out of contention yet. They are slowly working on gaining more ground. And then we got TCR. It's been an eventful day for their sister entry, but the 97s stayed pretty clean and green. They're in 8th. Cone Crushers has worked themselves up into 9th in the 917. They're Boxster. Hey. So good run for those guys. And then rounding out your top 10, No Foo Racing has made a pretty good comeback, and they are up into 10th overall. Camp, looks like you guys are hanging out in 3rd overall right now, so looking at a podium on the EC. Whoop. So that's another thing, good thing to write home about. Absolutely. Yeah. So fingers crossed everything works out here to the end of the race. You guys just surpassed Placeholder Motorsports not long ago. We'll scroll down that order a little bit. The American Express, that the funk is still moving, which is nice. 45 minutes to go. Still leading, looking at a D-Class victory here today. And Tag Racing is still hanging on. They got a pretty healthy advantage over the Loose Lugs guys. Not, I wouldn't say locked in completely yet. Yep, that's the green neon, actually. We've seen them a little bit. We've got that's Colin in the car right now. Loose Lugs Racing. It's a neon team. F-Class, but looking like Tag might get a victory today in F-Class, so we'll have to see. Still got a lot of time to go, 45 minutes. But that pretty much sums up your running order at this point of where we're at.
Summation. 90racing.com. Coming around to start another lap here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. That will take a lot of soul, a little bit of a break. Prepare to run the last 44 minutes here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for the day. Hey, if you've been with us this far, folks, you might as well stick around for the end. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Welcome to Parts Badger, where we want to be your online machine shop. Through our online platform, we connect our global manufacturing capacity to your fingertips. You can request a quote, place an order, manage your parts, and even share that information with a colleague right online. If you prefer, you can work with our experienced team of sales representatives who are supported by our design engineers and project managers as well. Whether your project's big or small, simple or complex, Parts Badger can get it done. See if we can help your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Less than 40 minutes remain in this challenge.
Gonna try here. Doesn't look. He was able to get past right air, but he thought better of the 3 wide. He would have probably taken the right side off, paint off of it. There you go. He might be able to squeeze inside the gourds here. That's your 6th place car. No, I'm sorry. That is your 7th place car in the overall. That is your 4th place in B class. And that's a battle going on right there, Paulie. That is Bavarian and those guys. It might be the gourds trying to get a lap back on Bavarian Mustache. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. It looks like they might have just gotten by him.
Yeah, Bavarian's in the pits, Kyle.
Oh, okay, so that wasn't them.
Yikes.
That's an odd one. Okay. So it looks like the sent from the Gourds guys are only 19.1 seconds behind Sarburns. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see what happens with those guys. And see if they can, because that right there would be top 5. I mean, that's a recovery for those guys. Those guys have gained 27 spots on the day overall.
As we're watching the Team Salen's Porsche circle this racetrack again and again, they've done so many laps out here at the famed Mid-Ohio. Truly a juggernaut in the sport. And 90racing.com just doing everything they can, trying to chase them down, holding the fastest lap time of the day with that 137.5. 1-3 is the 90racing.com team.
The closest anybody has gotten to that has been the 138.06 by Salen's, by the catch-up car. So it's pretty much, especially the last couple hours, it's pretty much been a battle between the two of them. Salen's has put about 25 seconds on those guys since that last cycle of pit stops. We thought maybe 90 Racing might be able to get to them, but it appears that Team Salen's is just slowly inching away a little bit. And we've got about, let's see here, got about 35 minutes to go.
And I asked Andrew with the 90racing.com team at the hotel yesterday, I said, so you guys good to go? You ready to go? And in typical Andrew style, I got a chuckle, a smile, and I hope so. Because that's the way it is, right, Kyle? It's like just because you have a crushing record doesn't mean you have it all figured out. You're just hoping from race to race.
Oh, yeah.
If you're honest, you really don't know.
And every weekend's different. I mean, look at some of our VIR 24 teams that run really, really successfully that had stellar races down there. Rad Air's had issues today. The Bavarian guys, they were running up front. Now it seems like they're having some issues. 901 was good at VIR. They've had a little bit of a struggle today, and it's definitely different. It's every time you come to the racetrack, it's never a guarantee.
Team Salen Ketchup leads 90racing.com. Then it's Team Salen Mustard. There's Nosy and Mazda Sabrin's Auto Sports, Sent from the Gourds, TCR Cone Crushers, No Foo Racing, and Bavarian Mustache Works rounds out the top 10 for you.
It looks like Bavarian is back on the racetrack, so I wonder if maybe they just had to come in to address something small. Car sounds good.
Got to give them that.
Paulie, it looked like the car just didn't have the pace maybe it had earlier in the day.
I don't know. We could take a look at those lap times and see how they've been doing here. As they're shown 11th, but you got to remember that EC car. We have to remember that.
Mixed in the middle.
Now they just came out of the pits. They turned a 204 and a 622. Must be a combination of their pit in and out. So this is probably their out lap, Kyle. So let's give them a lap or two to get up to speed, and then we can kind of check them out. Looks like they were doing a lot of 142s and 143s. There was a 151 mixed in there, so we got a rough idea of what the pace of the car is. They may have plugged in a different driver too, so we'll just see how these next few laps, these next 40 minutes shake out for the Bavarian team.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how everything plays out.
Back around the through the carousel for the 90 Racing team as they begin another lap here at Mid-Ohio. 233 laps turned so far for the Civic team. CRX.
Gap up now to the gap to Salen's is about 1:05, so it looks like last lap was a 40.5 on those guys, so it looks like they're losing a little bit of lap. So
they've lost a little bit of ground, haven't they? About 10 seconds since we were really watching them from that last round of pit
Looks
stops.
like the 192 just went around a little bit ago. Local yellow. That's the Gords guys.
Well, looks like 831 has also been put into the news. That's the MDR Motorsports Porsche Boxster. No flag, but they did have a 4-off and continue over in turn 12.
I'm looking out of our booth here. I see 901 Motorsport guys coming off the turn 13 there down the front straightaway.
And for some reason, the catch-up car is my favorite car, the 942 car. I don't know why between the two I would have any preference, but for some reason, it might be because that's the one I've put the camera in the most often. They let me put a camera in that car. I was always like that, the 942. And I like ketchup.
Yeah.
I mean, what's not to like? So, I like mustard too, though.
Yeah.
No?
I mean, it's not bad. I like relish. That's all I can tell you.
You don't sound as enthusiastic about the ketchup and the mustard.
Yeah, I'm kind of a weirdo. Like, I'll actually put mayonnaise on my hot dogs.
Mayonnaise.
Yeah, I'll put
on the hot dog.
I'll put mayonnaise. It looks like Brew Crew's back in the pits here. Yeah, I'll actually put some mayonnaise in there and put relish on it. It's just different. I don't know.
You know that you realize this does call your judgment into question.
Yeah, but that's fine. But you guys have known that, and you still hired me. So I mean, what does that say about you guys? just saying.
I'll sure throw that in my face.
Absolutely. We could play this game. Come on, we're friends and co-hosts. We're gonna throw some shots back and forth. Absolutely.
It's all good.
So I will say, if you happen to hear out of my microphone, I'm apologizing now. So my grandfather called me and needed advice on his Android phone because he's technologically challenged. And so the wife is giving him insight on all of that. And yeah, so pray for her a little bit. And yeah, we'll get back to the race. But if you hear that, it's just, yeah.
And for you GBU fans, they're still circulating out there, having some transmission issues, but they're still able to make those upshifts, or they're just kind of trucking around in fourth gear, maybe fifth gear. They're still out there turning laps, though.
And that's the important thing, just get to the finish. Looks like the 691 coming back on, or 696 is headed back on. The 847 is on pit road. Those are the guys in the Camaro. So I did get note that the Fetterhun guys are out for today. They had a failure. They'll be back tomorrow. So any of the Fetterhun fans that are following still, unfortunately their day ended short, but they'll be back for the green flag in the morning.
Yes, I think Les said some kind of an axle problem might be the issue, that they're looking to replace that. So
yeah, I think Sean had mentioned something about it. I don't
know.
It might have been.
It was the Hero team.
Maybe it was the Hero team.
Axle. And we know that the tire rack guys broke a wheel bearing. Wheel bearing let go on their machines. So
yeah, it's a bummer for those guys. They were having a solid day.
Yeah. And so hopefully they can get that repaired and get back out tomorrow. And again, that's just the nice thing about ChampCar. We got these 2 races, so if you have a lousy Saturday, at least you can get back out there and maybe have a better one on Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to give a call to the Sister Rider entry. The 975 hasn't had the day they've wanted, but I got to give a call to the 974, which is the 999 if you watched this race a year ago. They are 6th in the B class right now, and they are in 26th overall. So good run for those guys today. They're about 43 seconds back of MDR in their BMW. So those guys have had a valiant effort today in that car. I know the race didn't start the way they wanted, so good run for those guys. And they just gained a spot. It looks like Cargo Racing, the other B-class car, the 5th place car in B, is on pit road, so they might pick up some spots here. So 27 minutes to go, Paulie. Should we give them one more rundown of that top 10 and those classes they like to hear about so much?
Well, I'm cycling through the classes right now, so it's on screen at least. But I can't think of anything better to do.
All right. Well, it's Team Sail and Ketchup is having some fun up there at the ranch, so let's go ahead and run through it. Team Sail and Ketchup continues to lead overall and in the C class here at the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio, presented by Parts Badger. TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, our first 2 races this weekend. 90racing.com is putting in a valiant effort trying to chase them down. We're on board with them now as they work through Thunder Valley, headed to 11. And then the sister entry, the Ketchup Mustard. I know they got chili, but they really need a car called Relish. That would just top it all off.
Yeah. Well, I think Salins has a Relish car.
I thought I heard Billy say they had a chili car.
Yeah, they have a chili car.
Yeah, they should have a Relish car. That's just my personal opinion. So, anyway, there's an EC car mixed in there. That's Good, Bad, and Ugly in the Corvette. Bill Riley's guys, Jim Matthews, and their third driver, Russ. So, and then Sarburns Autosport, or excuse me, there's no Z in Mazda, is your 4th place car, and your B class leader. Apologize there, guys. And then Sarburns Autosport in the 518 rounds out your top 5. Sent from the Gourds, the Canadians have now worked themselves up into 6th place. TCR is in 7th, No Foo Racing back in 8th, Cone Crushers in 9th, and Bavarian Mustache Works rounds out your top 10. As far as the F class, Tag Racing still has a pretty healthy advantage on loose lugs, but the gap has closed in. There's a 12-lap gap. I don't know if they can get to them, but want to give loose lugs a valiant effort for trying. And then the American Express, the Pontiac Funk Grand Prix, or the Grand Funk Prix, is leading the D class right now. So it looks like those guys may be on their way to a D class victory today. And I think that about rounds it out, Paulie.
Thank you, Kyle.
You're welcome. So now you guys can't say that we didn't update you on the classes, and now you know what's going on.
And Les is down in the pits, getting more and more of that pit road action. Wouldn't expect to see too many cars coming in now. They should be able to stay out and for the rest of the day.
I only seeing a couple cars on pit road. It looks like might be MDR. One of their BMWs is on pit road. Rad Air Racing is on pit road with the 975. Looks like they had the hood up. They may be checking something. And then there's a car in front of, that's Brew Crew in front of them. They're back on pit road. I wonder what's going on there. Looks like they're working on the right side of the car. Looks like there's a crew member leaned in it. Yep, there it is. So not sure if that was planned. I see the hood off of it. 18th in the C class, 37th overall. Mind you, they're 37th. There's a number of ECs mixed in. So probably closer to about 30th in the overall running order. Looks like Goldie's in the pits here. Looks like they're just topping some fuel off for open throttle. The 917, Paulie, we're seeing some that's Cone Crushers. Did these guys maybe misjudge on the fuel? Maybe they didn't get filled up all the way?
Yeah, I don't know.
We tend to see this, though, in the 8-hour races. Just under 25 minutes to go. But we tend to see this a lot with the 8 hours. It's like, maybe guys misjudge it based on the pace and how hard their drivers are pushing it. Tomorrow with the 7, I don't think it'll be as big of a deal, pending when the 35s fall. So we'll have to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, those 35s are so important to these teams, and especially in these 8-hour races, and it can cause them to compromise early in the event and then get bit later on if they're not getting them to fall where they want them to or need them to.
So Les is down there covering Goldie there, got his camera on it. Like I said, it looks like it's just business as usual. They're just putting some fuel in it, maybe just trying to get to the finish. It looks like Scott maybe the one going to the finish. I don't see a driver change, so We'll have to see if Les has an update for us.
The leader coming by the start-finish line again here. Turning in a 141 on that last lap.
141.22, nice lap. But I think 90 Racing, unless something happens, may be settling for a second place finish today, but still going to be an A-class winner if everything holds out. They've got about a 5-lap lead on Sarburn, so I think here maybe in the next 10 minutes they'll get inside that gap where they probably won't be able to get to them.
Well, it seems that Salins has just run a perfect race with the catch-up car. You see there's 4 pit stops for Salins, 5 the 90 Racing team, and that extra pit stop was really, that's what did it. I mean, it's you just can't go up against a team like Salins and have a problem like that. So
yeah, you can't let those guys get in striking distance.
Oh, got a new stripe on the car there. But you do what you can with what you have.
Yeah. Back on board with 90 Racing. Last lap was a 39.84. They closed the gap a little bit that time, but I think Salins is just holding them at bay at this point. Looks like we got a safety truck coming on the racetrack, Paulie.
Oh, yeah.
I just noticed that. We have local yellows from 1 all the way down to 2.
We got a car that's actually stopped on the racetrack.
Looks like it may be the 975. That may be the Rad Air car. It looks like it's between turns 1 and 2. I'm not seeing it moving.
Yeah, it looks like it's stranded there. Track left, heading down to the keyhole.
Not sure who's behind the wheel there. That might be, I don't want to speculate. That might be Chris Ludwig behind the wheel. I'm not sure. Got about 20 minutes and change to go here, guys. This might bring I don't know if it might bring a local yellow, obviously already in those areas. I don't think this will bring us to a full course if they can get them towed off.
Here comes a safety vehicle.
Yeah, he's coming to it. It looks like not sure what's going on. Again, if the car isn't locked up, they should just be able to pull it to a safe location. And it looks like the other Rad Air entry is on pit road as well. The 974 looks like they're getting some fuel. Now, I gotta say, I want to commend the field today. Nice job by the guys not buzzing the safety workers. I'm really seeing them just stay nice and wide, give those guys room. And the more you guys do that and the more we do this as a club, that will give the safety workers confidence to start slowly doing some hot pulls. I know sometimes at certain racetracks we can't do it because of room, or some tracks just don't want to do it. But it's things like this that give us the most amount of racing we can get. So want to give an attaboy to all the competitors today. I appreciate seeing the respect that they're giving safety. It looks like they got him picked up. Should be able to get to a cutout. Paulie, I think there's a cutout there off of by the keyhole, I believe, where maybe they can tell him.
Yeah, it could be.
But looks like you're getting him towed away, so you're going to see the flag. You're going to see the flag stations. Oh, looks like we might have another. Might just be they're slowing guys down starting at 11. Just for that reason, just with the safety truck moving. Would be my thought. Yep, got him on the tow hook. Yeah, Timothy, we're lucky with Road America. Plus, the nice thing is it's such a big racetrack to where, yep, there's the cutout right there. There we go. Get him off the racetrack. That should allow us to keep racing to the end of this thing. I think that's our leader right there that just went by on camera. I always get them confused. I wish they'd do something to tell those cars apart. You know what I mean?
Ketchup has red front fenders.
Okay.
Mustard, they're not red.
Oh, okay. So that was probably Mustard.
Okay.
All right. So that was probably the sister car.
Yeah, so here comes the car. Red fender.
Okay, so wing.
That's your leader.
Okay, there we go. So I just got to remember wing. There's the Gords going by. Nice run today for those guys. You know, Paulie, for even some of the stuff today, it's been a relatively clean race today. We haven't had any major incidents. Some bruised fenders, some hurt feelings, some mechanicals, but that's a typical day at Mid-Ohio.
It's a tight track, and it still amazes me that they put Indy cars on this track, because you're thinking, gosh, it's just a club track, but they race Indy cars, and it's a big car.
Yeah.
But they do it, so there you go.
It's such a cool facility. Back on board with 90 Racing as they come down the front straightaway to clock off another one. Now they have closed the lead in a little bit over the last. They're down to 53.3 seconds, 15 minutes to go. Unless something happens, you're not going to catch them, but you still have to push extremely hard, because if something does happen, you've got to be ready to pounce. So this might hold him up a little bit.
Oh yeah.
See here, he's got to wait.
I like Chris's analogy. Just patience is the main thing. Yeah. Patience with it, and patience will pay off.
And it's frustrating because in that instance, it's hard to want to do that, because you're thinking you're starting to catch up, and you're looking at the relative, and you know that you're gaining some time, and then all of a sudden you get caught too wide with two lappers. It's a frustrating thing as a driver, and you and I have both been in. Les can attest to that as well. Get stuck behind somebody, and you're ready to start throwing fisticuffs at this point. It's like, get out of the way.
Nice job by Cone Crushers. Heads up
move.
Driving, letting him through there.
Coming up on, looks like MDR and their BMW. Yep, they're staying. Yeah, we'll see if they stay wide here. These guys are good. Yep, they gave him the line right there. Great job. And they gave him the good line there to give him the best entry into 11. So great heads-up driving by those guys. Now he's going to come up on a gaggle of cars here. He'll get by, it looks like, the 20 car. Should have bought a Civic team. And then he's going to catch the Pontiac here. He should be able to dive to the left. Yep, squeeze in there. And then if he gets the run down here, he should be able to get this BMW. Yep, got those guys before going into one. If he backs off a touch, should be able to throttle up right here. Get right to that Miata. He backed off, gave him the line.
Heading down to turn 2. We're not running the bus stop this weekend, just the pro course. You notice he's staying off the curbs there just to protect the CV joints. In high gear, he goes through 2 downshifts. There it is.
Nice.
See how he brakes so early, and then he's back to power. He just beautifully. It's tempting to wait till you get towards the top of the hill, but you really don't want to do that.
And if you brake early there, you can cut into the corner a little sooner and throttle up.
Which is what you want.
Well, you don't want to push out. A lot of guys, just want to hammer through that, and then it puts you so far offline that you have to twist the car over to get to the left to then turn back to the right for 6. You kind of have to realize it's
early.
Yeah, it's early, but you have to think 2 corners ahead. Nice move there, getting by one of the BMW or one of the Miatas.
Yep, another popular passing spot there. Back onto the front straightaway here.
And 12 minutes and counting to go. We're getting down to the end of this thing.
Ran a 140.5.
Yep, 140.5. But last lap by Salem Ketchup was a 38.9, which again, I think they got them to a point, and then they're turning up the wick a few laps, and then they back off. Then they turn it up, and then they back off. So it just kind of seems like Ketchup is just kind of maintaining based off what 90 Racing is doing. Because we saw Legitimate go by there in the 98 and the Mustang. Those guys were leading D-Class earlier and looking pretty good, but unfortunately they've lost quite a bit of ground to American Express. So it looks like the Pontiac might get a D-Class victory today, Paulie.
All right. Love those unique cars that we have that also come. I love all the cars, but it's something charming about a really unique car like that someone brings in campaigns, and it's even more amazing when they have it, staying out there and really showing itself that it can be an endurance racing car.
So I'm looking down the order, just trying to see a little bit of what we got here, and it's looking like TCR, the 936, has moved up into 4th in the EC division. They've surpassed the placeholder, Motorsports, and they're only 3 laps behind Goldie for Open Throttle. So we're getting down to the end. Not a lot of time left, but I wouldn't say it's a lock for some of those guys. I would say that Good, Bad, and Ugly is on pace to get a win here. There's a substantial gap to Foe. So let's see. So looking through the data today, got to give the credit for the top 2 guys that have gained the most spots is going to go to, at this point, there's no Z in Mazda, who's gained 46 spots overall, and Strokin Checks Racing, who is in the top 10 overall, 45 spots on the day.
Nice.
So good run for those guys. Cone Crushers up 31. They've kind of fallen down a little bit. They were just on pit road a short time ago, but they've gained 31 spots. 30 spots for Hurry Trade Racing. Hill House Racing, 34 spots. Dipstick Racing, 35 spots. Unfortunately, not the day MMR wanted. They've lost 30 spots on the day. They're showing in the pits right now. Not the day that the 975 wanted to follow up on that victory in B class at VIR. They're 2 spots up on the day, but unfortunately in the pits right now. Loose Lugs has not had a bad day. Miscue Motorsport, the 151.
Got it.
The Neon. And then rolling back in the order a little bit. Seeing some guys. K2 Autosport is in the garage area or in the pits, it looks like. Junk Player Special looks like they might have gotten back out there. Unfortunately, Fat Boy Racing, they have been one of the bigger losers on the day with 53 spots down from where they started. Not what they've wanted, but they'll get a shot to come back tomorrow. Not the day that Parts Badger wanted for either one of their entries. Unfortunately, it was an early day for the 630, and then the 414 looked like it was going to be a really, really good day, and they fell to issues. Cargo Racing's had a decent day, up 25 spots right now, sitting in the top 30 overall. No change up front. Team Sale and Ketchup still continues to lead over a decent advantage over 90 Racing as we're inside of 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, once again, they just haven't put a foot wrong. They're earning these victories.
Yeah, they really are. And again, we talked about this earlier in the broadcast if you weren't with us. Team Salins leads for overall winners this year. They lead with 3 victories. And this would be victory number 4 in the overall. And this would also give the C-Class guys their 10th victory of the season.
I think this would make Salen's 10th win. I think they've had 9.
10th win.
And this would be their 10th win in ChampCar.
In ChampCar. Okay, so double digits right there. That's quite a milestone. It's not easy to win these races, and the fact that they're getting ready to approach double digits speaks volumes. But yeah, they'll be their 3rd win this year if they can hold on. They won it. They swept the weekend at Watkins Glen, which is one of their kind of home tracks. They've had a lot of presence up there with Salem sponsoring the 6-hour event for IMSA. Then they've just run a lot with us at ChampCar, and then they had that victory at Daytona this year. So it was looks like and then their sister car is in 3rd, so it's going to be a top 2 sweep for Salens if they hold on and C, and then they're going to sweep. They get 2 out of the 3 on the overall podium. So another successful weekend. It's looking like for the condiments.
Condiments. Yeah. Yeah, well done.
But want to definitely give a call to some of the teams that have really worked hard to stay up there this weekend.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is that everybody's working hard. It's not just the guys that finish up at the front.
Mm-hmm. Even the guys, Animal Speed Works, they're a solid team. Not had the day they've wanted. 26th in the probably 20th overall right now. There's 6 ECs in front of them. So, top 20 finish, and you're going to end up with a top 6 in your A class. That's nothing to, not a horrific day. And, but it's been competitive. The A, B, and C classes have a number of good cars in them that we're seeing that just you can't afford to have a lot of mistakes and spend unnecessary time on pit road.
Yeah, that's the nature of the competitiveness of ChampCar, and you've got a lot of heavy swinging teams. So
they're in 10, coming up to 11.
The leader coming through the carousel.
And to reiterate a little bit on Team Salem, this is their home track. These guys are one of their home tracks. Nelson Ledges would be the other one, but we don't go there currently. But I'm sure they do a lot of testing out there just to be ready to go. So I'm sure it's nice for them to win at home. A lot of family, and obviously it's not too far from New York either for Joe Salem and his people. So it's kind of like an adopted home, I would say, because I believe it's the Nonmakers that are from Ohio, correct?
I've lost track of that.
Okay.
Sorry.
We'll have to get a confirmation. Real quick, thank you to everybody that's tuned in today. We greatly appreciate everything. Good to hear, though, the Trash Panda guys will be back for Sebring, so we'll look forward to having you guys there. But thank you to everybody that's tuned in today. We appreciate it. Thank you to AutoZone for continuing to sponsor the broadcast. Thank you to Tire Rack, title sponsor for ChampCar, TireRack.com. And thank you again to Parts Badger for the Fast Parts Grand Prix here at Mid-Ohio. And Race 2 will be coming up tomorrow of this weekend's doubleheader action, 7 hours. And we should be seeing the white flag here very soon, Paulie, right?
I would think so. Here comes the leader down the hill.
See if we get the one to go here very soon. I haven't seen him. I think he already went by.
Nope, he's coming.
Through. There he comes. Let's see what here. I don't think he got it that time, so it looks like we're going to go around one more.
Yep, down into the keyhole.
Yeah, Jeffrey, there's a lot of traffic out there, but that's typical Mid-Ohio. It'll stretch out a little bit, and then all of a sudden you get those clumps of traffic you have to negotiate, and that's just what we've talked about, and we've reiterated it today on the broadcast, the patience and just really taking care of everything, with your car and what you got going on with your program. to be able to be in contention. And Salins and 90 Racing and all the cars that are up front and everybody that's still running have done a masterful job.
The leader working lap 252. Parts Badger was really hoping for a great showing today, but they get another shot at it tomorrow, Kyle.
Yep. It's the beautiful thing about a doubleheader as we see the leader approaching carousel and coming back, and we'll have to see if they get the one to go this time.
Yeah, the race scheduled to checker at 4:15 today.
I didn't see him get it that time. Maybe he got it. I wasn't sure. He was offline a little bit down the front straightaway, but I think he might have just been avoiding some traffic. Last lap was a 39.09. So there's still competitive times. Definitely not letting up much at all.
Porsche Boxsters have just done so well this year and last year. They're becoming a go-to car for the series.
Yeah, a lot of teams are, even the BMW teams where it was, I mean, they're still somewhat dominant, but even, 90 Racing tried to get by Salins, the mustard car, and that car threw a massive block down the front straightaway. Oh, we got a car spun here in turn 6.
Uh-oh.
Looks like Animal Speed Works. Looks like they got it going. It was the 77 car. Might have just done a little bit of a loop. And
be careful, boys. Be careful.
Yep.
We're almost done.
Couple minutes to go, guys. Hang on to it.
Here comes the Salins catch-up car, the leader of the race. Down the hill into turn 11, and then into the carousel.
See if they get the look. Looks like we may be getting the one to go this time, Paulie. So it looks like, I believe we may be on our last lap here. I'll have to check. Yep, I believe we're on the last lap. He's holding up the marker with one to go. So Team Salin has put on a masterful performance today. Both their cars, Ketchup and Mustard, with Ketchup being the lead car at this point.
Yeah, they really have.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, between them, and we can't not say anything about 90 Racing as we see the leader coming down the back straightaway, headed to turn 4, China Beach. But, I mean, they've just been very flawless today. They've minimized stops on pit road. They've executed their stops. They've done very, very well. Looks like No Foo Racing 993 slow down the front straightaway. So hopefully guys are heads up.
You know, they didn't master all of the pit stops, but they did enough. And they stayed out of trouble. They kept their nose clean out there. And they kept those pit stops down to a minimum. They really did put on a clinic today to show how they win races.
Coming out of turn 12 right here. Checkered flag is out. Team Salin Ketchup will take the victory today in the overall and will also take your C-Class victory. So congratulations to Team Salin Ketchup. We're waiting on the 90 Racing guys to come around. That will be your second overall, and when they make it to the line, that will be your A-Class winner. If they can come around here, we're still waiting to see. Still looking around, waiting to see them coming through here. And it looks like the EC victory today is going to go to Good, Bad, and Ugly. Congratulations to Bill Riley and his guys, Jim Matthews and Russ. Well-executed race today. Thank you again to Bill for coming up and being part of our broadcast. Big battle coming off of the last corner here. Looks like Bavarian was able to get by TC. I don't think it was for position, but it was a great battle coming off the last corner. Think 90 Racing just went by. That is your A-class winner and second overall, and your third overall is going to go to Team Salin Mustard. So excellent job. 2 steps on the podium for Team Salin. Great job, guys. Very, very well executed. Congratulations to Andrew and everybody at 90racing.com. And then your B-class winner is going to be there is no Z in Mazda in the 383. Great job there. F-class is going to go to, I think Loose Lugs got it, Paulie. It looks like they beat Tag in the last few minutes. So congratulations to Loose Lugs Racing. Got the win here today. So Neon Strong staying there.
There's got to be a story behind that
There's got to be something. And the Pontiac Grand Funk Prix rounds out, get your D-class victory right there. So what a race we had today, and then kind of go down the positions here a little bit. So Sarburns Autosport in 4th overall. Sent from the Gourds, the Canadians rounded out your top 5. TCR ended up getting 6th. No Z and Mazda, your B-class winner, in 7th. No Foo Racing held on for an 8th place finish to round out your A-class podium. Bavarian Mustache Works in 9th, and Cone Crushers will round out your top 10 overall. Congratulations to Open Throttle. Both their EC cars are going to get the podium in the top 3 in EC there, with Foe leading Goldie. So congratulations, Scott and Camp. Another podium for you both. Your first Champ Car race. Camp, that's 2/3 in a row, buddy. Nice job. And then down the line, solid run for Race Right. Don't forget, they're going to be your sponsor at Harris Hill for that doubleheader weekend. Nice job, 4th in A-class, and in about, 12th overall. So good run for those guys. Hurry and Trade Racing, Last Minute Racing, TLM Marathon. Great job for everybody who raced today. Paulie, it was really, really good show.
Yeah, it's a great day for a motor race, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's a great racetrack, a great venue. Champ Car knocked it out of the park again with this event. We did have a car that the No Foo guys got stranded on the racetrack on that last lap, so they sent an emergency vehicle out to pick them up. Don't know if they ran out of fuel or what the story is, but they're picking up that car now. Everybody else is coming into the pits because the race is over.
Yep.
And to the victor goes the spoils. But, finishing an endurance road race is a victory in its own. And so there's a lot of teams here, especially those that are new to the racetrack or new to racing in general, that it's a victory for them today, too, just to finish.
Well, and these are unofficial results, too. So all these teams that placed on podiums in their respective class and their respective class winners and just, top 5 overall, they still have to pass post-race tech. So hang on, folks.
That's always, all racing's that way.
Well, absolutely.
We call it as a win,
right.
And
things
can change.
But we'll have to see. But right now, unofficially, that's what we've got. So you'll have to stay tuned here. We should have less at the award ceremony here in a little bit, and you'll be able to see how things turned out. It always gets interesting down at Tech, so we'll have to see how it goes. But we'll be back tomorrow morning live at 8 a.m. for race 2 of the weekend for the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio, presented by Parts Badger.
Yep. We'll be back live tomorrow morning starting at 8 a.m. for another 7 hours this time of racing here at Mid-Ohio. So hope you folks enjoyed the show today, and we will be back tomorrow. So for Kyle Lockrow and for Les Epps, I'm Paul Veltum, and we'll see you next time, folks. See you tomorrow.
Bye.